What's up? What's up? How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Milan Forum. The Milan Forum is back. We got our regular guests here in the house. What's up? We got Andon. How you doing, Andon? How's everything
Yeah,
going?
what's up, guys? Yeah,
What's up, Andon? We got Red John. How you doing, Red John?
Hello, guys.
What's up? We got
How you
Barack.
doing?
Barack, the Brasileiro. What's up?
What's up? What's up?
And we got Hans, the scout, Erdman, in the house.
Yo, yo, yo.
Okay, all right. So,
Look at people here behaving and such, man. almost. I'd say
It is anything
civilized,
but normal in the group chat. Anything but normal.
Almost civilized, I would say. But hey,
well, let's see how.
Especially rock, man.
Let's see how long it will be civilized for. Anyway, listen,
I'm
guys,
perfectly civilized in the chat. Perfectly civilized.
No.
we're going to talk about the Mercato. We're going to talk about the Mercato. We're going to hear everybody's opinion.
Oh my god.
We're going to debate.
Safe is still posting these gifs, man. What the fuck is wrong with him? God damn it, Safe.
Yeah, Safe.
This needs
if
to
you're-
stop.
Safe,
This
stop
needs to
posting your
stop.
stupid gifts on the fucking WhatsApp chat and come here because we have a lot to talk about.
Just stop it. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah. Someone
Where's
is going to
Paul?
end up going to
My,
jail.
my eyes
Someone
are
is gonna
being
end up in
burned.
jail.
Where's Paul?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, we need Paul
pisses
for
me
this.
off. Paul pisses me off more than anybody else. He is pissing me off way too much. Anyway, guys, before we get started, make sure to click that like button, subscribe, do all that good stuff, and thank you for joining us. So, obviously, today we're going to talk mostly about the market, the Mercato, and we're going to be talking about that stuff right there. And I want to hear what you guys think. And I'm sure we're going to have a lot of debates about it. So, why don't we start with today's rumors? And then we'll just move on from there. Today's rumors was that Frattesi might be a player that Milan is looking at. Let's start with him, and then let's just go on. Let's just start. Then let's go on. You know, we've had a lot of players linked to Milan in these past days: Kamada, Loftus-Cheek, Scamacca, Openda, Balogan, Okafor, Zaniolo. The list goes on and on. The Georgian guy, which we're going to be discussing too, and I'm sure all of us have different opinions. So let's get to it. Red John, you wanted this stream today, so you tell me what is your opinion on Frattesi, on the market, and then we'll take it from there. Go ahead. Come on, let's do
so
it.
first of all, my opinion on the market. So far, the names we have been getting, in my opinion, are not that exciting. Like, I think there has to come a time in which we grow up and start going against players that are proven. Now, that being said, I have nothing against Frattesi. Actually, I like Frattesi, as opposed to, for example, I don't know, other names like that Georgian guy that plays in the second league. Frattesi is a player that I would get and I like. But that being said, I know for certain that we will not get, because Frattesi is going to cost you 40 million, and with this ownership, we're never going to spend 40 million on a player that comes from Italy or a player that won't play a crucial role. We tried that last season with CDK, and I don't know, Hans can tell you more about what happened.
Hey, man.
Sounds cool.
No. CDK is a good player. He'll come good eventually. He's had a really horrible first season, though. That's for sure. There's no doubting about that. You will come good. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Overall, Red John.
He just turned 22.
Okay, listen. Overall, Red John is not happy with the names we're being linked with. Since he called you out, Hans, what is your opinion on the market so far? The names we're being linked with, Frattesi in particular. Then we'll move on to other players. Go ahead.
I mean, it's to be expected. I mean, what did you guys expect? What did you expect? Seriously, we're gonna ball out. We're gonna go sign Mudryk for 100 million like Chelsea did. We're gonna go sign what? Who's the biggest name? What's the guy from Salzburg? From Sesko. We're gonna go sign Sesko from Leipzig for 60 million before he even plays a game over there. That's what Rock is endorsing. Like that's even gonna fucking be possible. Yeah, okay.
Right. 50 million.
You're living in the same universe.
Guys, Hans wants to spend 10 million,
No.
like get 10 million rated players who are going to contribute less than nothing to the team. He wants more.
I said it would
Adries,
be
he wants
a
more
B
Origis,
transfer.
he
We're
wants
talking
more.
about the Georgian. Okay, we're
He
talking
wants-
about the
he wants
Georgian,
more
who you said
C-tier-
did
he wants
everything
more
in the chat. You're
C-tier
saying he does
signing.
everything well.
Order in the court. Order
Well,
in
I
the
was the one who
forum.
was told to talk. I
One
was the
at
one
a
who was
time.
told to talk here. I was the one who was told to talk.
But
here.
then you mentioned
ahead,
me by name, so then I have to reply.
Well,
There will be
If it
order
was
in
up
the
to
forum.
Hans, guys, we would sign Serie C, Serie B players around the world, 10 million each,
Ooh,
and
damn.
and go nowhere
yeah,
as a club.
right.
Okay, but we will get to that. We will get to the Georgian player because that was a big topic of discussion. Frattesi, what do you think of Frattesi? What do you think of the midfielders that came out today? Then we'll talk about the other guys too.
How
I
much
don't-
is
I don't know who
Frattesi
came out
actually
today.
going to cost?
40
How much
million,
is
40.
Frattesi actually going to cost?
40 million. 40 million.
He has more than 1 year left on his contract. That it will be 40
don't know.
million if he has more than 1 year. Yep,
I
he
don't
signed
know.
a new contract. He signed a new contract until 2026. He's 22 years
It's
old.
going to be 40 million.
I don't know if it's 40 million, but we do have an article. One thing that we saw today is that Dionisi, the coach of Sassuolo, said that he thinks that Frattesi is going to be sold. Yeah. And Milan is one of the teams that is linked to Frattesi, essentially. So that was one of the rumors that came out today. Yeah, Sassuolo usually sells their players around that price, 30, 35, 40. But my question is, Hans, if we spend 35 on CDK, why not spend 35 on I mean, I don't know if Frattesi is worth 35, but another player like that.
Like SMS? Yeah. Fuck yeah, I'm interested in that.
But not
Not
Frattesi.
Well, who do you
Frattesi,
mean? Who do you mean? On
Anti-Italian.
Frattesi? Like you say, Roy, I don't think he's worth it. Like when you have SMS there, you gotta go for that. You have to go for
Hans.
SMS.
Weren't
Have
you
you
saying
had 40
SMS is going to cost 60? I was saying SMS
That
is
was
they're rumored
that
for
was
25
Red
to
John. Red
30.
John. Red John
you guys
likes
were
to,
saying, no, he's gonna go for
you know, exaggerate
I-
things. He's very negative.
never-
He's very,
I
very
never said-
negative.
I never
Yeah, I
said
put
that
40 million. I put
SMS
40
is
million
gonna
on my
cost
famous
60.
spreadsheets. I had 40 million because that's where I read everywhere is 40 million, less than 40 million even. But Red John's like, no. So
Never
then I
said
put a
60.
60 on it.
Yeah,
Never said 60.
Man,
I
Hans
have,
went.
I'm good with
Hans
words.
went
I have-
12 hours
Order,
without getting it in.
order. Too many,
No. It
one
takes
at a
like 10
time, one at a
seconds.
time.
It takes 10 seconds, guys. It takes 10 seconds.
Go ahead.
Okay,
I
so
got
these are
everything.
here we go. These are the two names we're being
I
linked
can
with. Guys,
move this shit like McDonald's. Okay, this is like fast food. Okay.
Find me saying 60 million. Go.
What?
Guys, let me just
I
say
don't
it's been
see a price,
it's
yeah.
been
Find
24
where I said
hours
60
since
million.
Hans has had sex, and he's on demon time now. He wants smoke. He wants smoke.
Okay.
I
All right,
honestly,
okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Hans.
honestly,
Give me a quick Hans. Give me a quick yes or no. Frattesi, yes or no?
yes, of course, he's a good player. He's a very good player. Of course, I'd like
Yep.
him at Milan. Of
Okay,
course.
okay. And let's go to the next guy. Andon, what is your opinion on the players linked to Milan today? Frattesi was linked today. And then if you want, you can talk about the other guys. But let's just focus on Frattesi for now so we can get him out of the way. Go ahead.
Plus, he's Italian. It helps out with the Champions League registration. Sorry.
First of all, we have to understand, even in these 3 years for how long Maldini has been sporting director, barely we know who is really gonna get. So all these names that we see now, tomorrow is gonna turn out somebody that we have never been connected. But speaking of that, if we have the chance to sign Frattesi, it's a very good signing for us. He's gonna cover that hole that we have in the midfield. So it would be a very good option. Plus, as Hans said, he's Italian. It will fill that quota, so it will help us even with Champions League stuff like that. But that being said, for a similar price, around 30-40 million mark, first of all, we should try to go all in on SMS, on Sergei. That's already proven player. It's in his prime. We need those kind of players for the team to grow and build. So if we go by order, I would say Sergei first, Frattesi second. But getting either of them, we're not getting both.
I mean, SMS is a player for CDK to learn behind. That's a guy that he can get behind and learn from a lot.
CDK is beyond learning. I'm sorry.
All right, well, just go shoot him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm kidding. But
I'm a
Hans,
huge
has
Listen,
Hans formally apologized, by the way?
no.
No, I
yet.
never will because he's a good player.
Okay.
No.
All right. Okay. Let's go.
Can I
on.
give my
Okay, so
opinion on Fratesi now?
let's go. Go, Rock. You go.
I like Fratesi a lot. He's 23 years old. He can play any role in the
Really?
midfield.
Wow.
I really like the way that he plays.
Nah, he can't
when
be
I watch
winger.
When I watch Sassuolo, I really like the way that he plays. He has excellent feet, very technical player, able to dribble out of danger with 2 or 3 players on him, similar to Barella in that regard. He never gets injured. He has 36 appearances this season. He's 23. I actually would put him slightly ahead of SMS, who's 28 and kind of in and out recently. Don't know how motivated he is these days as a player. But Fratesi looks like a ferocious, hungry beast on the pitch. He clearly has high aspirations for himself. He's in the national team. Yeah, I like Fratesi a lot. I would sign him.
Wow. So you said something a little bit controversial there. I'm sure.
Yeah, I
that's going
did.
Fratesi is better than SMS. Okay.
Not
Very
saying he's
good.
better
Heard
than
it here.
SMS.
Okay.
I
You
said
just said that.
he's probably a better long-term investment than SMS.
No, but
Okay.
Well, no shit, he's younger.
Guys, Rock, you cannot do drugs and come to the live stream, bro. It makes no sense.
And I'm a big
See, this
SMS
is what we
fan.
have to deal with, man.
And I'm a huge SMS
listen,
fan. I've been
Rob.
begging for SMS for like 5 years straight.
Okay. Guys,
And,
let's get
yeah,
into the,
if I could only have one, I don't know. I'd have to see the prices too.
before we get into the open debate, let's ask Antonio's opinion and then we get into the open debate. Go ahead, Antonio. Go.
Yeah, I like Fratesi. I feel like though there's a bit of like confusion about like the exact position in the midfield though, because Milinkovic-Savic and Fratesi are not the same like positions in my opinion. I mean, I think that Fratesi is a bit more like not really a G style, but like he's deep. I see him deeper oftentimes. He's like you said.
What do you think
dribbling,
Milan
close
needs?
possession. Well, we can get into that debate and like who I'd rather have, but I'm just talking about. I just want to say that I think that we could get both of them, and then they could both play together, like in different systems. I mean, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but like, I don't think it's one or the other. I think like they're not like for like replacements. But overall I like Fratesi, but I don't think he's like he wouldn't really contribute as much on the attack as I think I would like. So we need more. I'd also want another attacking signing or midfielder that can help there, like a Kamada maybe who can play more up. But Fratesi, like in terms of controlling the game and being like a pivot midfielder, I think I like him. I think he's a good player.
You think Kamada is better than Fratesi?
No, but he's different. Kamada goes more and joins the attack more, so I think he's has different characteristics. I don't know if Fratesi is going to be like a good, Pioli number 10. I think he'd be in the pivot more if we got.
Yeah, he'd be in the pivot. Yeah, he'd be in the
I
pivot.
think
I would just if our budget is limited, I would just like the investment, like the money to be allocated towards the front 3 positions in terms of investing in players that will score goals and finish chances in the final third. Like I'm not expecting our midfield signing to contribute goals. Like I'm expecting them to invest in a better right winger and striker to contribute goals.
What we need is a strong number 9. That's the first thing we need to get. We cannot spend another season depending on Giroud.
Or a midfielder, or a midfielder to contribute.
No.
Like,
a striker, strong number 9. I agree. This season we created a lot of chances. The problem is we cannot convert them. We are missing in the final third. So that's why we need that young, strong number 9 that can score a lot of goals. Once we're taking care of that, we can look at other areas of the field, because it would be the smartest thing to do to allocate like 50% of the budget towards that position.
I agree. I don't want to invest in midfielders that are going to get us goals. I don't really care about that. Invest all your money in strikers and forward players that are going to get us goals.
Okay, okay.
I'm fairly certain we can get Scamacca and Broya on loan, and we don't even have to spend any money at all.
All right,
But
if I'm
even
doing
Scamacca,
crack,
listen.
if I'm doing crack, then what drugs is Hans doing?
But
What's the problem with that?
Listen,
Is he doing black tar heroin before coming to the stream?
No,
To
no,
be
no.
fair-
This
to
is
be
this is
fair,
how you feel after
Interesting.
fucking every day.
Interesting, you
What?
named the drug.
All right. Go,
Interesting
Red
If I'm
John.
name.
doing
the drug
crack,
is no
Hans
one-
is doing heroin. He said
Let's hear
Broya
Red
and
John.
Scamacca on loan.
But Rock,
Go ahead, Red John.
no one named.
Let's hear
No
Red
one
John. Let's
named.
hear Red John.
No one named the drugs you were on. You named them yourself. So now we know it. Now, what? Well, I want to go back to what Rock said because it's ridiculous. Fratesi might be a good player, yada yada yada. We have a big problem, in my opinion. And the problem is this: we have been doing it so far, at least. That we got Hakan when he was young. We got Romagnoli when he was young. We got Kessie when he was young. With this idea that these are young players that could lay the ground for what's Milan of the future, right? The problem is that sometimes these players that are young are not ready to be thrown into the war, and therefore we have to wait for them to grow in order for them to reach the highest levels. Then the other problem that we have is that finally, when they are better, and they are 25, 26-year-olds, we have a problem even renewing these players, right? So now what we did
Not
is
from this management. No, not from this management. We haven't seen that.
I understand. Not from this
The
management.
ones
so
that we
far.
signed, yeah.
I understand.
Theo,
But
Benny, they all renewed.
but now, yeah, I
All right,
understand.
let Red John
The,
finish.
the problem is though that even though we have some players that have done that, like Benacer, Theo, Leao, etc., we also have had players that have left, and it's a normal thing to leave. It's not like it's the end of the world. Players can leave for various reasons. Now the problem that I have is this: how about we start getting some players who are in their prime that we don't have to actually grow and learn how and be patient with? How about we get Milinkovic-Savic
We are
instead of
missing
Fratesi?
that. We are missing
Maldini,
because-
Red John, though, but Maldini
Because
said they don't wanna
Milinkovic-Savic
do
is
that.
ready to go now.
Let him finish.
You told us
He's
you
ready
can't
to go
afford
now.
him, though.
Maldini,
That's
hold on,
why
guys.
I
I
gave
didn't
up.
tell you
just
that.
said-
I didn't tell
Order
you that.
in the court.
I have a good point.
Hold
Can I
on.
speak for a second?
Hold on.
We
Let
need live
Red John
this stream.
finish.
We need.
Red John
I'm-
wants to
I'm
sign
finished, Rob.
Biglia
I'm finished,
I
again.
got next.
Go on. I have my words. I have
Okay,
beautiful.
Antonio, answer
Let's
Red
sign
John. Yeah,
Biglia.
Just
Antonio disappeared.
Oh no. Oh no.
Antonio.
All right. Anybody?
You tried to replace me. Where did you end up, Roy? Back
I
at
don't
me.
know. No,
Listen, what
does
Red
anybody
John-
want to respond to Red John's
Yeah.
claim
What?
that we?
I
need
completely agree with
ready-made
Red
men?
John. I completely agree with Red John. It's
But
these
why did you
budget
choose
because
Fratesi?
sorry, I got
you
kicked
budget-
out. Sorry.
because you budget conscious financiers are in the chat telling me we can't afford these players, and you're fucking up the whole strategy in my mind. You're telling me we can't afford SMS, we can't afford Sesko, we can't afford all these players that I've been begging us to sign. You guys are saying we can't afford them. So which is it? Can we afford them or not? Because now you come on the live and you say we can get them.
Hey guys, can I say my point?
Yeah.
I'm
Go
sorry,
ahead.
I got kicked out. I'm sorry. No, I want to say that Maldini said in an interview. I don't know if it's an excuse or whatever, but he said like, "Oh, we signed De Ketelaere instead of Dybala because we want to get the young players. We don't want to get the ones that are already made." I mean, Dybala was a player that was already made, but he also was pretty. I don't know. I forget how cheap he was. Was he a free transfer? I forget, but
Yeah,
we could
that's
have
weird.
got him. Yeah, we could have got him, but like. I don't know. I guess they just don't like that. I mean, but if Pioli's asking for SMS, I don't see why not. Like, listen to the guy. I think
Well,
Pioli
let's,
stays next year.
Pioli
Sorry, but
coached
let's
SMS, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah,
I-
I got to.
Just because Dybala is doing well at Roma, I don't think it necessarily means he would have killed it at Milan either
I agree
in
with
our
that.
system.
We have like 10 times
Because
better.
they have
Maybe a
three
bit better
defenders.
than
They're playing a
Ketelaere,
3-4-3 usually, or a 3-4-1-2 kind of.
What? Okay.
That's
go
what
ahead.
Roma plays. They play like three at the back. They play like four
Milan
midfielders.
Milan Labs would have butchered Dybala the fourth day he was
That
at
as well.
Milan.
But,
All
but
the
even the
fault.
formation, though, he doesn't have defensive responsibility. He does
Better
not
than
have.
De
And
Ketelaere?
Pioli.
Question mark.
Well,
Well, definitely
Yeah.
better, but
Yeah,
will,
a lot.
would he have been fit for as many
CDK
games
is
as he has
way
been
better
for Roma?
defensively.
we have a totally
guys,
different style of play, and he would have had to run and cover a lot more kilometers in our style.
And he
of
would that
play.
would have meant more injuries
He would not
probably
have been
and
fit.
less
Roy,
goals. He would have
please
been
take this.
less
Roy,
close to
hold
the
on.
goal.
hold
Roy's
on.
got
First
this,
of all,
Roy's got
first of all, guys,
So I
we're
don't
talking
think.
okay, go ahead, finish on. So then I want to respond to that.
Okay.
I need to respond.
I
to
don't
this.
think his numbers would have been the same at Milan. I don't think it's like we can just say like, oh, he's done this at Roma, he would have done that with Milan, and we would have like, been challenging for the Scudetto or something like that. I don't think
Okay.
that's the case.
Well, I respectfully disagree. Dybala is a top player in Italy. He has proven it. Now, he does have problems with injuries. This is something that we cannot deny. If he would have come to Milan, we probably would have seen him sporadically. But the times he would have been on the pitch, he would have definitely delivered. If he delivers at Juve, he delivered at Roma, he delivers everywhere he goes. We're talking about a top player. I think Milan Maldini and the management made a huge mistake with CDK. And they should have gotten demoted. Okay, go ahead. Ando, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what Redjon was saying, we need players that are ready now. We tried with young players. We got to a certain point. We tried again last season, but unfortunately, you cannot do that all the time. So we need players currently that are ready now. We need players from the age of 25 to 29 that are ready to step into the team because we already have young players. We don't need that much young players. Our whole defense is young. We have young players in midfield. We are a little bit lacking in the attack, but still, we need players that are ready now and can contribute now. Because as we were saying, CDK may explode, may not, may be good. We will have to wait to see. But if we had gotten Dybala instead of CDK, that's an extra 15 goals per season that we are missing right now. So I don't know if they want to repeat the same mistake. But again, they need to look at that. They need to look at all the options they have. And I know I'm always saying something against Pioli because I still don't like him. I still don't think he's the right choice. But I want to see because there's some realistic option to give him Sergey. And there were some small reports that even Chiesa is not satisfied at Juve. They're gonna miss out on on Europe. There's some disagreements with them. If there is a chance to grab Chiesa and SMS and give them to Pioli, I think that we will benefit a lot of that.
You have to realize Chiesa is on 10 million a season right now.
No, he's not.
He's
Yes,
not
go to Capology.
Where are you
Okay.
getting that from?
He is on like 9-10 million a season right now.
Gross.
Yeah, but
you're talking
Pioli-
gross.
Just five.
Pioli is his
Yeah.
football father.
5
Pioli
million. It's not
helped
10.
Chiesa break through. Pioli's his
We
daddy.
can afford.
I'm not against it. I'm just saying, you guys,
Chiesa.
you're gonna raise the wage bill by like 10-15%. I don't think the
Let's
management's
do it.
gonna
It's
do that.
it's Chiesa though, guys. I mean, I would do it.
Our-
Chiesa's
our
fine.
management-
I mean, I would do it too, but
Our
I'm just telling you, the
management is
management's
so
gonna tell you, go
stubborn.
fuck yourself.
Yeah,
That's
our
what they're gonna tell
management-
you. They're gonna tell you,
yeah,
go
But
fuck
they're not-
yourself.
listen,
Make
Our
it work
management
some
is
other
so
way.
not
Go
gonna
fuck
pay
yourself.
salary
stubborn.
to
That's what they would
Origi,
say.
We're not gonna pay salary to Rebic. We're not gonna pay salary to Ibra. A lot of players they're gonna be going and there's gonna be space in the
Bakayoko.
salary. We're gonna have an extra 10 million to spend on two good players in salaries. Sergey and Chiesa would cost around that in the budget, and you have a massive upgrade on the right wing and in the midfield.
God, that would be
Something that we
amazing.
miss.
That would be a 20 out of 10 market. Getting those
Okay,
two guys.
listen, guys, let's give some space to the chat also. There's an interesting comment here, very interesting comment, actually. Everyone talks about our attackers, but this season we scored 60 goals. Last season we scored 69 goals. However, this season we conceded 42, and last season we only conceded 31.
Yeah, but this comment means that we need attackers and
Defenders.
defenders.
No. But this is
Well, we won the league last season with those numbers.
No.
No,
Yeah,
it's not even.
yeah.
It's
No,
not
so
just
what?
about. Oh, and can I comment real quick? It's not just about defenders. We have good defenders, although they've been in and out of form, and I agree with that. They've struggled this season. It's actually our midfield. It's the fact that we play with two midfielders and then midgets who don't come back and can't challenge for the ball. CDK who doesn't know how to press the ball or
Agreed.
win a challenge. We need Fratesi. We need
Or
players that can retain
Fratesi.
possession.
Can I say something about that comment? Because there's a different style of play with football compared to last season and this season. This season we play more possession ball, more possession football. Actually, this season we are creating a lot more chances that we created last season. So that's
Whoa.
why those are the stats.
Okay, so
I
you're
mean,
not.
yeah,
You're not
let's just sign Sheshko, what, Fratesi, SMS, Chiesa. Let's sign them all.
so
That sounds
basically, this comment is alluding to the fact that we've been only talking about players that are, either attacking midfielders or some midfielders, but mostly attackers. We haven't been talking about defenders at all. So before going into the Kamada Loftus-Cheek argument, because I want to know what you guys think about those two, since they're the two players most linked to Milan. Do we need to strengthen the defense? Or are you guys satisfied with the defense? What do you guys think? And I'm talking about the players.
You know what I think about this already.
Hans wants Ndika, and you know what? I'm inclined
I want
to
Ndika and
agree.
Scalvina.
I'm inclined to agree. I would take one of those guys just to solidify.
I would get
I think
Scalvini.
Kier's done. Kier's done. Gabia's done. I would bring in another defender.
I wouldn't call him done, but like Scalvini,
Well, he's not going to contribute in a significant way next season.
Major. That
Gabia's
this is
not
like
going to
a
contribute in a
world-class
significant
player,
way
I
for
think,
a couple of
in the
seasons,
making.
so.
One at a time, please.
Scalvini is a world-class player, I think, in the making, and he plays side back. You can put him in center back. Obviously, that's where he normally plays, but he's also played very well in midfield. I've seen him play for Atalanta several times in midfield. He plays well. He scored some goals in that position as well. It's pretty fucking crazy what this guy can do.
Just real quick, Atalanta defenders don't work out for us. I don't know if you noticed that.
Okay, I know you want to be superstitious because of Conte.
Caldara.
Okay, and Caldara was
Conte,
fucking Juve.
Caldara, they don't work out for us.
Okay, yeah, that was one fucking summer Mercato. Okay,
and look how amazing
they
played for Atalanta.
Superstitious.
Look how amazing they played for Atalanta before they came to us. They were incredible. They were amazing.
Okay.
Caldara was the best.
You want to go pray to your juju god about Atalanta demons? You go do that.
All right. How did Caldara turn out?
Let's give space to them.
They were the best defenders in the league before they came to us at Atalanta.
No,
they were the best in the league. Conte won Defender Player of the Year or something like that.
That's a little bit of a stretch. That's a little bit.
He did.
That's insane.
He won that award.
Can I share my opinion?
And what happened?
All right. Antonio wants to share his opinion. Antonio wants to share.
Scalvini.
Yeah,
that's what you want.
I like this question. I think that first of all, I agree with Rock like 100% about the fact that the midfielders have been losing a lot of matchups, especially against Inter, where we did absolutely nothing. And I think
because they're outnumbered.
For me, my priority concern is still that creativity in the attack and midfield to build up in different ways. I think we need other options because in terms of like a fan perspective, I'm watching this and there's some games where it's just we have absolutely nothing besides crossing it to Giroud, and that's still a big problem. So that's for me is my main concern. However, for the defense, yes, Kjaer is getting older. He's not going to be able to play maybe after next season, whatever. He's kind of maybe starting to decline this year. Tomori's shaky. I think I was thinking about this. I love Tomori. I mean, last year especially. I wouldn't be opposed to selling him because you can get really, really good value since he's English.
Agreed.
And I'm not saying we should sell him. I'm just saying it's an option because this season he's been really inconsistent.
We should.
And yeah, we can have this conversation.
Jesus Christ,
so for me,
whoa,
I think
controversial.
Guys, I think Chow is. I was saying this to like other people. I think Chow in the next few years is going to be one of the best defenders in Europe because just from he has all the potential to be. I love the way he dribbles the ball. He can pass. He's huge. He gets headers. He's improving on his offensive heading too. He's had some more chances. He missed some big chances, but he can improve on that. So I think he's a great player, and I trust the management to get like maybe a cheap center back and then develop him because they're doing a great job so far. But for me, it's not the top priority. I love Ndika. And the last thing I'll say is about Scalvini. I also agree with Rock in the sense that Atalanta players, they have this really like unique system, and it doesn't always work out with us. So I'd be concerned about getting Atalanta players personally. Ndika, though, we talked about him last summer. You guys know how much I love him. Roy and I were talking about him. He looks like a great prospect. Frankfurt, though, it's tough to judge because they do concede a lot of goals and they haven't had the best season. So I don't really know, but it's also just the way that their like style of
Can I
play
just
is.
can I
He's a
just
great
can I just
player.
ask you guys one thing? Would you get Højlund? Would you get Højlund or not? Would you get Højlund or not? Because he's from Atalanta.
100%.
So obviously his juju is just gonna fuck him up
Listen,
the ass, right?
I
And
don't
he's gonna
agree
break
with
his
this.
leg immediately.
I don't
Shut
agree
up,
with this.
Hans.
I don't agree with this
No.
Atalanta.
Not gonna.
narrative. Red John, so
Roy.
you agree with Antonio saying that we need to sell Tomori? That is quite controversial. Tomori's our
Yes,
best player.
yes.
I never
That
said
is
we
very
should. I
controversial.
said
Also
no,
Andon.
Roy.
Wow.
Wait, let me.
Don't let
I never
Andon,
said-
Roy, and Hans
Okay.
off
I
the
never
hook.
said
Make them
yes.
answer
I
that
never
too.
said. I never said
Make me
we
answer
sell
what?
him. I said
The
I said
Tomori
I would
thing.
be
I want to know
okay
everyone's
with
opinion.
selling him.
Sell
I
him.
love
We know,
him.
we
Again,
know, Antonio.
let's-
Antonio,
I'm
we
not
know.
selling
Listen.
Tomori this season. This
Order.
summer, fuck
We know,
no.
Antonio.
in the
Or
forum.
never in a million years would I sell
This is
him.
a crazy
Listen, guys.
controversial
I'm-
statement. I
Order
wanna
Listen,
in
hear
the
everyone's
Antonio.
forum.
Antonio,
That
we heard
season,
you.
you're gonna sell this
Red
dude?
John.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Listen,
Red
we-
John,
we
No,
heard,
no, no, no.
then
Anton,
Andon, then Ans,
Yeah.
you can respond.
Antonio, we heard you. And let me start answering Roy's question with this. I agree 100% with Antonio saying that we should sell them.
No, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, Red
And
John.
and
Cut
the,
them
the
all
reason
off. Give him the guillotine.
the reason for that is that I think Tomori at the end of the day is a little bit limited, and as long as there are English teams out there who are ready to spend 80 million, 70 million, 60 million for Tomori, it would really help our cause of not being able to afford ready to go players or players that are ready to make a difference in the upcoming season.
Oh my god.
Okay, interesting.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah,
So Andon, you go ahead then, Hans.
You guys are
heavily
fucking
disagree
nuts.
with this.
You're fucking
It's
nuts.
not that.
I
Listen,
like
Hans,
it. I like it. I
It's
like
not
it. Go ahead.
that
Andon.
Tomori is a bad player, but Tomori is a player that we can cash in, and it's much more easier
Exactly.
to replace him.
Exactly. Well
Much
said.
more easier to replace him. We can get 70, 80 million because he's English. EPL team's gonna pay that price for a good defender. And as Red John said, he has a certain.
Obviously, we're
limit.
gonna sell him at some point. I just don't want this summer. Fuck no.
If we need money, for example, if we can spend that part of those 80, 70 million on an attack or on that department, I think we should do it. Because it's
In
much
3
more
years,
easier.
you'll get 80 million for him. You will get 80 in
It's
3
much
years.
more, but we need Hans. We need attackers
Hans.
now. We
And
don't
he's
need
gonna
any-
have
Hans.
a good season. He's gonna come back.
Hans,
We need
if-
attackers
if
now,
he-
not in 3 seasons.
If he plays the next 3 seasons like he did this season, we're not even going to sell him for 10.
Yeah. He had a
Can I give
horrible
my
season.
Oh,
opinion
right,
on
right,
Tomori?
right. Jesus
Selling
Christ,
Tomori?
yes.
I'll give my
Yes, go
opinion
ahead.
real quick.
Go ahead, Rob. Go ahead, Rob.
I watched Tomori play live in the second leg of the Champions League semifinals, and I have to say, personality-wise and strength-wise, he was beaten on all fronts by Lautaro. It was a pretty emasculating performance from Tomori, as
He's
far
in
as I
bad
could
form.
see live. I would, depending on the offer, of course, I would definitely sell him and replace him with a strong, even maybe an Ndika on a free, and then allocate those funds in other areas of the
Yes,
pitch.
that would
I
be-
think
that would
Tomori
be-
is not an elite level center back
Yes.
that's going to win the Champions
Wow.
League. So I would
Agreed.
sell him while he has
Agreed.
value.
Get
Yeah,
get
well.
Ndika for free, sell Tomori for 60 million, and with that
Yeah.
60 million, don't let Gary touch it, but go buy me a fucking striker.
The way that
Hey!
Lautaro held him off the ball was like watching a grown adult play against a little kid. It really
Wow.
was.
Lautaro is in the form of his fucking life right now, and Tomori is in bad form. That's all I'm gonna say.
Good argument.
It doesn't
Good argument.
does not mean that Tomori is shit. He's not on their level.
No, he's
Or
a great
or that
player.
Lautaro is
He's a
fucking
great player. No one's
He's a-
saying Tomori's
Tomori-
shit. And
You
he's a-
you
he's a
obviously
horrible
don't have
player.
Tomori
you
is a
obviously
decent
well, hold on,
player,
hold on,
but
hold on.
he's not
You
world
obviously
class.
don't
rate
have faith
Tomori.
that he
Let
can
all the
be
order.
a Milan player, that he can win a fucking Scudetto again.
You need
obviously
Roy.
don't have
You need a
faith in him.
gavel. You need a gavel sound effect.
I need a
Make
gavel.
sound effect.
I'm sorry, guys.
He does
Antonio,
have one. He's got a
download
mute
a
button. He's got
gavel
the mute
sound
button.
effect.
I cannot accept this idea that Tomori is in bad form because form does not last one entire season. Okay?
Yeah,
Now,
that's true.
Tomori is one of my favorite
Okay,
players.
was
in the team.
Hakan in great
Ever-
form when he was with
Hans,
us? Because you
Hans,
obviously
Hans,
love
Can I
him.
Hans,
finish,
Hold
Hans?
on.
Hold on.
Relax.
Stop.
No, you,
What
I'm
is the
sorry,
reason?
Roy. I'm getting pissed off. I'm
Hans
getting
needs
pissed
some
off.
pussy. Hans needs some pussy.
He's taking too many
I'm
L's.
fucking pissed.
guys, please, Hans, refrain from interrupting the panelists. Let them talk.
Clint,
Oh my god, bro!
Clint,
I have a
laugh,
friend
Clint.
with this exact same laugh. Fucking hell! Like
Okay,
exact same laugh.
listen.
Crazy.
I just want to address the thing about form. I want to address the thing about form
Madness.
because we have an example, right? Do you guys
Hans
remember
is
the
an addict.
Lukaku? Do you guys remember
Nah.
the Lukaku Romagnoli situation where Lukaku just ate Romagnoli up that season where
Yep,
Lukaku
yes.
was
No,
Mhm.
don't turn this
It was
into a
embarrassing.
Romagnoli defense.
Hold on.
Please.
Just giving an
Don't be
example
so
of
Antonio.
I'm giving an example of an attacker that is going through great form and a defender that is going through poor form. Now Lukaku is not the same Lukaku that we saw last year, while Romagnoli instead has improved. So form is a reality in football. And I do think that Hans has
And it lasts longer than just a few games.
Yeah,
Can I-
but
All right,
guys,
wait,
the
wait,
problem.
can I
I want
Listen,
to sorry, let me
Okay.
say
May I
one.
ask
Sorry,
something,
Red John.
Hans?
Guys,
Hans.
sorry. Before we move on,
Order.
I just want to address the chat. Guys, in the chat, leave questions. I'm going to save those questions. We're going to ask those questions to the panel. Also, Clint is here. We're going to get Clint in this. And remember to click
Clint
that
just
like
came to
button.
laugh.
Click that
Yes,
like
the
button, guys.
guys.
If you don't click that like button, it is because you're an Interista. Let's be honest. All right.
That's true. It's true.
Red John,
Hans,
you were saying.
would
Go
you
ahead.
just a second, Hans? Would you sell Tomori and get from part of the money Scalvini? Would that be okay?
Look at
No,
Hans,
because we
man.
can
He's
do it. We can
thinking
do
about
it without. We can do it without doing
Unreal.
that.
No, we
No.
cannot. We cannot. No, Hans, we
cannot.
cannot spend
Yeah,
40
we can.
million on a defender. Why
we
would
can.
spend 40 million on a defender when we don't have a proper attacker? That would be stupid.
Because I told you we can get Skamaka and Broya on loan. We don't need to
when-
spend big
both of
money.
them injury prone.
Stop doing drugs, Hans.
It's not, man.
We cannot get
no.
players. We need to buy a striker, not loan a striker. We need
Why
to
not?
buy
Try
a
before you
striker.
buy. They're fucking motivated, man.
Because enough is enough.
And I'm looking online. There's both their injuries. They're going to be done before July. They're
Well, of
due
course.
back before July.
Oh yeah,
They
yeah.
won't
because
be injured forever.
Pietro Pellegrini on loan right after an injury was a great decision.
Yes.
Great decision.
Good one.
Let's do it again.
Yeah.
Let's run it back. Run it back.
Hey, man.
Don't do it again.
All right,
Skamaka
listen.
is going to be back
Guys,
like
I'm sorry, Hans. I just don't trust
at the end of the
anyone.
season.
I'm sorry.
Nah, that's okay, man. I've been right.
all
I've been right a lot more than I've been wrong. It's
We
okay.
have a lot of subjects to talk about today. So a lot of you have expressed your
spreadsheet on the
opinions on
screen.
Tomori. Clint, you finalize this argument on Tomori, and then we'll go to the polls because I put up a poll out there. And Clint, what's up, my man? How you doing?
Yeah, hey,
Sell
what's up,
Tomori,
guys?
yes or no?
Sell Tomori for me, yes, and it's not because he's bad.
Of course.
It's just
No.
because here's my thing with him is I think I was able to voice how I felt about him the entire season. Y'all saw his decision making to me is really poor, but it's just for me. Other than his speed, I'm just like, if we have an opportunity to sell him for like big bucks more than we had it for, yeah, I'll sell him right away. I'll sell him. I'll just end the debate with that. I'll sell him. Not because he's bad. I don't feel the sentiment, but I will sell him if we can get more money. Definitely.
Spot on.
Okay, interesting. So listen, I put up a poll: sell Tomori, yes or no. 29% say yes, 71% say no. So the
Roy,
majority of the people do
I
not.
can-
want to
Listen,
Roy,
Roy, I can explain you the result of this poll. The result of this poll are these: players have become a little bit too nostalgic with the way they treat the team, right? And to some parts, I even blame Maldini for doing the same thing, because there are some things which I don't understand from the fan base, but I don't even understand from Maldini. For example, I don't understand from Maldini why, for example, we kept Florenzi. What was the reason to keep Florenzi? I don't understand it. Why did we get Dest? What was the
Rajon, let me
reason?
add this.
If you had Kalulu and you had Calabria and you had Barature, why did you get Dest? To have a
Because
third,
Calabria
and
was
we- and we-
injured a
and-
lot.
Right.
and we had Florenzi as well.
Let me add
some
this though.
things don't make sense.
Yeah, let me add this though. The reason why I'm for selling him is just his playing style, relying on speed. By the time he hits his late 20s, it's a problem. If he doesn't have that speed, is he smart to know how to position himself, right? Like other defenders. Like I look at it, Chow. Chow is fast, but he doesn't rely on his speed. He relies on how he positions himself. And I think that's really important
I
for a
agree.
defender. If you're relying on just running, then by the time you're 20, you're damaged goods. Because it's
Yeah.
Tomori's that smart player. Because he's always the thing, he tackles a lot, meaning he's really out of position most of the time. And I have problems with that. And that's what I see. And I'm like, yo, if you have a chance to sell him, he is in mid-20s or maybe another year, you'll make more money. You get rid of him because I don't see unless he picks up, he becomes really wise as a player at 35, 30. I don't know. I don't know what type of defender he is if he's just relying on his speed to recuperate because he's not going to be fast in his 30s. I'll tell you that much.
And you don't think he can? You don't think his mental attributes are going to get better with experience
Oh my-
and age?
I mean,
days.
it
But
can,
Hans,
it can,
players
but
don't
you're looking
defend
for
with their mind, man. They
the,
defend
you
with
know,
their mind and their body. And
you know.
I don't know about that.
But a lot depends how
I don't know.
it can develop. It can develop on, and I can agree with you. But the thing is, I look at, let's say, somebody like a Chow, for example, just the way the kid plays, right? It's not
I love
crazy
how
as
you guys are
exceptional,
all
but
about Chow.
I mean,
'Cause
I'm
I
not
was
about
telling
him.
you, I
I'm
was
thinking about
telling
him.
you guys before, like he's our best defender. I was telling you
No,
all this in the
But
fucking
I was
chat.
with you.
Hans, you are
I was
always
with you on
right.
that.
No one denies it. You are
Yeah.
always right. We are just trying to get
No,
some
no,
of
no.
your shine.
We are trying to
No,
see
no,
this
CDK
is
is a
right.
myth.
Okay, let's end the Tomori debate. Listen, I am completely against selling Tomori, but that's just my opinion. Let's move on because there's a lot to talk about. Kamada, Loftus, butt cheeks. Where are we with this? Where are we with these two players? Red John, you go first.
Let me start. Yeah.
Yo, when Laird was
Listen.
saying it last, that killed me. When Laird was saying booty cheeks while at 4 a.m. when he was exhausted, that was killing me last night, man.
Wait, is that pro or against butt cheeks?
Holy
No,
shit.
Laird is worried. Laird is very worried with these names. He expressed to me
Good.
that he's very worried with these
Good.
names.
Well,
Red John,
well,
what is your
well,
opinion on these two players? And then let's go around the
after
table.
after you told me this, now I wish Laird was here because finally, after 3 years of mediocrity, I get to hear Laird not be super agendalista. Thank God.
I
Now,
agree.
let me.
I invite him. Go ahead.
Yeah, of course you agree. Like, how can you not agree with
No,
what
I said I
what he said?
invited him. He should be here. Let's see if he comes. Go ahead, Red John. Go ahead. It's your time to shine.
All right,
Spotlight
right.
is on you right now.
Now listen. As far as Kamada is concerned, you guys have to understand Kamada is not the kind of he's not going to be the number 10 you guys have in mind. He's not Gullit, he's not Ronaldinho, he is not Rui Costa, he is not Kaká, right? Kamada is though the type of cam that Pioli loves. Is the kind of cam who's not really a cam, but he is more of a mezzala that plays in the middle of the pitch, a little bit more advanced. Actually, here his best qualities are his defensive qualities and his long pass qualities. So, in other words, Kamada I see as a type of Shalaloglu kind of players, and I am 100% certain Pioli is the first one to be content with Kamada coming to Milan, and him being zero and being only 26 years old, in my opinion, doesn't do us any disfavors. The worst that can happen, you're going to sell him. Now, I say this while keeping in my mind also that we are going to keep apparently Diaz no matter what. So I don't understand how we're going to do it if we keep Kamada, Diaz, CDK, and Adli. I'm pretty sure we're going to have to sell. We're going to have to sell Adli because it just doesn't exist in Pioli's program at all. And what I'm going to do with CDK though, if we keep Diaz. So I find it a little bit weird that we're going to keep Diaz, CDK, and have Kamada as well. Regarding Loftus Batchik, I don't know what to tell you about him, bro.
What about Butchicks? Go ahead.
He's when I hear Batchicks, I hear, well, first things that come into my mind is Hans being an absolute sex devil, and then
Whoa, what?
and then
Why am I on your mind?
well, when someone says
All right,
Batchicks,
all right.
you come. You are the only.
Hans is on a tear. If anybody is.
No.
And the second thing that comes into my mind is mediocrity.
Mediocrity. Okay. I put a poll
Fake
in chat,
news.
guys, from people in the chat. I want to know what you think. Rock, what is your opinion on these two names, Kamada and Booty Cheeks? Go ahead.
Kamada, not a super exciting, explosive player. Has decent stats in booty ass liga. Makes easy passes because they're easy to make. Not really excited about him, to be honest. He's just squad depth, not going to make a significant impact whatsoever. Ruben Loftus booty ass cheeks. For him, I think EPL cock gobblers are going to like this signing. And I think that the only reason they like the signing is because they have EPL cock so far deep down their throats that they can't think straight. And he's going to be just an awful signing for us, just awful. Injured on the first day he arrives in Italy and contribute less than zero. That's what I think about both of these signings.
Damn! Wow. All right, Antonio, you go next. What is your opinion on Kamada and booty cheeks? Go ahead. Antonio, disqualified. Hand on.
Wait, I'm here. Hold on.
He does this shit every time.
Yo,
Red
listen,
card.
I have
Red
a, guys,
card.
I
Dude
have
is
a
playing
life.
Yellow.
with himself
Sorry.
right now, boy.
I had
Yellow
to-
What are you
card.
doing?
I had to cook
What are you
with my
doing?
family.
He's,
Anyways, listen,
he's thinking about Hans, just like Red John.
Hey, I have a life. You guys are freaking.
Are you watching porn?
He's on Brazos. He's on Brazos right now.
All right,
These
listen,
kids,
I'm gonna
man.
head out after this, guys, for a bit.
The virility.
Kamada, I like because he's a free and I think he's a good player. Loftus Cheek, I was expecting more. We need someone else in the midfield. We need someone who can make more of an impact. I don't think he's going to be that impactful. My quick opinion.
Okay. Short and sweet. Okay.
Hello.
Andon, go ahead.
I like the Kamada signing because if we get Kamada, we don't have to spend 30 million on Bracken. I mean, I like Diaz. He's a good player, but we are not in a position financially to spend that much money on Diaz. If there were better times and we can allow that, yes. But in this case, Kamada is the better, cheaper option that will more or less have the same impact. It won't damage us, it won't improve us massively, but it will help us focus on the other areas of the field that we need a lot of help. And for Ruben Loftus, I would like to get him, but only as a backup player, not as a start, not as a first team choice.
Well,
In that case, I'm okay with him. If we get, for example, Sergey or something like that for a starter, and then in addition to that, get lost as a backup, then yes. But in other cases, in other scenario, no.
Let's get Clinton first before Hans, you start the debate. Clint, what is your opinion?
No, let answer whatever you want to add, so you don't lose your train of thought. What do you want to say?
All right, go ahead.
no, I just wanted to say his wages are going to demand that he starts. That's all I was going to say when Andon was saying he needs to be a bench player.
So
He's on high wages.
Okay. So for me, I think I already mentioned. I think when we spoke, was it 2 days ago? Me, Kamala, there's somebody. I've been crying about him in the chat. Like, I think it's a sign that can't hurt us. Definitely not, because the wages are 3 mil. They try to sign him on a 3 year. As the player himself, his work rate is really good. Most of the Asian players have really good work rate. They're not lazy. They really take care of their bodies, and that's what we need, right? Who do you need to get pushed off the ball? My problem here is we're going through where people were debating saying we need ready players to come. Like, we don't have time to be babysit, too long. Now you have ready players, right? Because going into this season, going to this Mercato, what's the biggest thing that we need to allocate all our funds to? It's a number 9. It's clear. So when people like the Kamala come, I don't even see where it hurts us or where like people are just really against it. I mean, what else can you get? He's on a free. I mean, like I said, I've seen the guy playing in Europa League. I saw him playing in Champions League. Not really too much in the Bundesliga, and I saw him during the World Cup, of course. Because I watch all Japan games, by the way. The dude's solid. Work rate, it's nothing fancy, and like they say, it's like a Shananoglu type player, but he's there, and now our team is better because when Shananoglu transitioned from the banter with us to where we started to get good a little bit, so we never had a chance to see him how Shananoglu will play to like a ready team like the team we have now, right? So Kamada's coming in a team where like Leao is the main superstar, so it's gonna help, bro. And I'm just sick of seeing Diaz getting pushed off the ball. I don't need somebody to do some crazy freaking skills, but somebody that can just pass the ball long range was set. So for me, it's a good to go. Loftus Cheek, I don't really want to comment on that but what I can say is I'm not against the move. He's I saw him play probably 2 or 3 times at Chelsea. You know, he has the physical. I don't know his pace. You know, I don't want to speak on it, but I'm not against it. I'm just not against it. He's not coming as a striker. I'm seeing people are crying like, oh, he's coming. He's not coming to score goals for us. He's coming for a department where we're gonna rotate a lot. So I'm not against that either. So for me, it's like 10 out of
Okay.
10.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, damn. 10 out of 10. All right.
No, what I mean 10 out of 10 meaning agreement, not in terms of the quality.
You mean the value? You mean the value
All right,
of it,
Hans,
right?
You
Yeah.
finish.
My man,
and
I
start with
have
the-
just one question for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you really love listening to yourself speak on YouTube because we can hear the echo from behind?
Who?
Clint,
Oh no, I don't have YouTube, man. I don't know. I'm at work. That's why. I don't have YouTube. No,
Clint's gonna get fired one of these days, man.
no, I'm not, bro. Hey, I put in the work, bro. Trust me. They're not gonna do that.
Clint, this is why Clint is talking soft. He doesn't want his boss to know about
Oh
his,
no, they're not even here. I could have
on the
stayed
live
home,
stream.
but I just came to the office today. Nah, bro, I'm good.
All right. Okay. So Hans, listen, you close this debate and we can start a debate because I have some questions. I have some real questions that need to be answered. Go ahead, Hans.
Okay, Kamada is a no-brainer in terms of value. Absolute no-brainer transfer. This guy, like you said, who was a Red John Hakan type of style. He can come back, defend. He could play, maybe even play center mid. Who knows? I've watched him a lot with Japan. I used to live in Japan, so I follow the national team quite a lot. I follow the J League quite a lot. I remember him playing for Sagan Tosu a long time ago. He's come a long
Don't
way
throw
from
us
them.
random Japanese names knowing that we're not going to be able to correct
I'm just
you,
being
Hans,
real.
okay?
I'm just being real. Just being real. But he came over to Europe real
Hey, he
early.
played with Nagasaki.
and he start-
Come on, bro.
No, what the fuck?
I'm kidding.
I'm being
kidding.
real.
Go on. I know.
He came to Europe though really young, and he did well. He did well, and he is an all round type of player, but he is not that fast. That is for sure. So he's not going to be exploding like Diaz, trying to take people on every single chance he can get. But maybe that's a good thing for our cam roll, because I remember a lot of people are pretty pissed at Diaz for trying to do that all the time, that he doesn't have his head up. So, yeah, I think it's a no-brainer. I think you could sell him in a year and make some money back. I know they're talking about a 3-year deal. Maybe even in 2 years you can make some money off of his transfer. I don't know.
Real quick, can I ask Hans a question?
And
since Hans
yeah,
knows
it's going to
the
be
player?
big in Japan. So what?
Hans, real quick, what is his personality like in comparison to CDK? Because as we've seen, CDK is kind of a shrinking violet. He's scared. He's fearful. What's Kamada's personality like? Is he like a docile, like quiet dude? Does he inject
he's
himself?
Japanese. He's
Does he
Japanese.
talk
He's gonna
on the
be like
pitch?
he's gonna be
They
like
all
in the
are like that.
Japanese.
They're all
Yeah.
like that, man. They're all
Oh,
like
boy.
that for the
You
most
can't
part.
really tell
So
if
he's
you.
gonna
Especially
he's
if
gonna
they
put
don't
another
dye
one.
their hair,
With
especially if
ramen
they
and
don't
everything,
bleach their hair. You can
If they don't bleach
basically
their hair.
tell.
So he's going to be just a
You think-
quiet guy, just going about
That's
his
it.
business.
But
on
yeah,
the
he has
Yeah.
balls. At the end
Yeah,
of the
but
day,
he-
let me
Oh,
ask
He's
this,
going to
bro.
become CDK's best friend, essentially.
No.
Hold on. This is the
Let me
guy.
add
This is
this
the
to
guy
Rob.
who helped take out Germany.
We
at the
don't
World
learn
Cup,
from
okay?
our mistakes, man. Fuck.
Oh,
No, it's
my
not that.
God,
No.
dude,
Rob,
he's fucking
one thing you're
free. I'm
forgetting.
telling you the value.
Hold on, guys.
All right.
Guys, let
Yeah, I
Hans
didn't get to
finish.
finish that.
Hold on. Let Hans finish, then we'll
Go
go
ahead.
to
Go
Clint.
ahead. Finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, because I didn't even get to talk about booty cheeks yet. Yeah,
Exactly.
and
Go ahead,
you
go
know what
ahead.
I'm gonna say about that guy.
I don't want
All right,
Hans around the booty cheeks conversation.
Is it something nasty? Is it something nasty?
No.
Hans, man,
so,
you're
yeah,
in the
Kamada-
you're in the
It's-
trophy room,
hold on.
man. Be careful.
Yeah, exactly. In terms of value, I say Kamada, that's a great transfer to come in. He's not on too expensive wages. I think they're talking about $3 million net, 3-year deal. Hopefully they can push that to 4 so that we can maybe sell him in 2 years and make some profit, and that everybody fucking wins then, honestly. And you talk about shirt sales in Japan. It's a big market out there, man. Like Honda came for free. I know he didn't do much, but like the shirt sales were real. Like we spent fucking nothing for that guy. It was free money. He played for free for us, basically. Okay,
Which
now the
guy are
booty
you talking
cheeks.
about? I'm
Now
sorry.
hold on, and I'll say this about Kamada though. I'm saying value. I'm not saying he's going to come in and kill it. Far from
Yeah, we
that.
understood that.
Especially in this system with Pioli, where he's wanting like a more defensive guy. Kamada, he's not going to be able to bust into the box and get onto headers like SMS would. He's not strong. He's not fast. So I don't expect a lot of numbers from this guy, but I do think assist-wise, he could help us out a lot. I think he could put up Diaz number, and Diaz has been low-key very good with assists, actually. So I don't understand the Diaz hate, but that's for another time. Because on the booty cheeks.
Let's go to booty cheeks.
Booty cheeks. I'm going to say this: for 25 million cash, that's insane. That's insanely horrible. That's a horrible deal for Milan. That's a horrible deal for Milan.
Guys,
horrible deal.
Is human after all. Okay.
No, on loan though, with option to buy, and he maybe decreases his wages by like 25%. Maybe Chelsea pays for that. I don't know.
He's an accountant, bro. Hans is an accountant. There's no other way.
Yeah, I love money, man. I love it. Okay.
I hate
but
it.
if he does that, yeah, we know. But if he does that, that's
all
a
his
great
girls
transfer,
get
I
paid,
think.
right, John? All his girls get
It's
paid.
true.
Go
It's
ahead,
true.
Hans.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
All
Well,
right.
in some
Can
ways,
I just say, Hans,
We get paid with
full,
talk.
Hans is full.
All right, but if he
Hans,
comes
your
to
full
Milan,
description. Your full description.
Clint,
Hold
of
on.
do you
Kamada,
still remember
God
what you're
damn
about to
it.
say?
Yes.
Oh,
I want
Hans
to
needs
add
to
this
finish.
though.
God,
Oh, Hans wants to
all right.
finish the booty.
Booty cheeks.
I wanna
Let
add
Hans
to his
finish
point.
on.
Hold
He
on.
wants to
Okay,
bust
I just-
on the booty.
He's been playing
Let him
CM.
finish on
He's
the
been
booty.
playing center mid this whole time at Chelsea. That's why his stats they don't have a lot. And he's been a rotational kind of player. He comes on in a lot of games like CDK. Like 30 minutes here, 18 minutes here, whatever. What are you talking about? He cost 20 million. He came for fucking free.
Stay
What
on
the hell are you
topic, Hans.
smoking?
We need you to finish
I'm
on the
sorry.
booty.
I'm sorry. Roy just
Finish on the
highlighted this.
booty.
He pissed me
We
off.
need to get to
Finish
Clint.
on to the
Let's-
booty. Finish on to the booty.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You
So
finish
I
on that
think
booty.
I think here with Milan, he's going to be playing the cam role. He's going to be that defense again. But he's a big guy, and I know you guys don't think he's that technical, but he
Here's
is.
the finish. Here's the finish.
No, he
This
is.
guy,
He is.
go ahead.
Yes.
He is pretty technical, especially for a big guy. I think he does well if he can stay fit, and I think he will stay fit because he has been staying fit for the past 3 years. He's had some injuries, but not big ones. Like he's out for like maybe a month tops. That's it.
Oh wow, big guy
Has
fit
he played
at top,
much?
and
Has
now
he
Hans,
played
much,
did you
or-
finish?
So
Finish.
I think if he comes on loan,
Comes.
and if he comes on loan, and if he comes to Milan on loan, Rock, your mind is always in the gutter. He's gonna be a good signing. I think he's gonna be a good signing.
We got.
If
okay,
it's a
for
loan
you,
signing, it's a good signing.
We got there. Now breathe,
on loan?
Hans. Now breathe. Breathe.
Cash for 25 million. No,
We
it
got the
becomes
money
a bad
shot,
deal.
guys.
We got the money.
We
All
got
right.
the
No.
money shot. Thank you, Hans.
Okay,
Oh,
Clint.
fuck off.
Now you had something to say about this.
Yeah, I
Go
want
ahead.
to add the Kamada comment in terms of personality. It's not about the guy's not gonna be a CDK because if I read his interview like a while back, like how he settled in Germany and how he moved. Dude, leaving Japan first of all means you got big balls. Japan
True,
is
I
not
agree.
remotely close to anything.
He
And he's
left
been in
young,
Germany
too.
for quite a while. He left really young, and he is the dude that helped him settle was Asabe. I've been following Asabe for the longest. He's been in Germany for the longest, and that dude's been playing like crazy.
He's
So
captain
he
of
took him under
Japan.
his wing. He was captain, and he was captain in Frankfurt too. He took him under his wing. So there's a personality there, regardless. And Japanese people are not dumb, bro. They're not
Stoic.
they're not
Stoic.
weaklings. Like
And-
they're
and
really. You
also
don't
to-
see. I lived in Japan for 9
you
months,
I'm
so
sensing some
I've been
bias
around
To
here.
the
add to your point, Clint,
I'm sensing some
know.
bias
Let
from
him
Clint and
finish.
Hans here. Just a
No, it's
little
not
bit.
even
No,
biased.
no.
It's not
Same,
biased.
Oh
same.
my god, I get
Listen,
accused
we
of that all
both
the
lived
time.
in Japan for a year. We know what it's like over there. We know they have some fight in them. That's
How-
why they
how
came back
many-
against Germany. That's why
how-
they I know you think
How
they're
many
weak
of their
ass
players? How many of their
Asians, but
players
that you're
are
just
playing-
racist, man. You're just racist.
No, no,
like
no,
fucking-
I'm
Let
I'm setting
one-
bias. I'm setting
Order,
a bias
order
from
in
you
the
guys.
forum.
I'm
Order in the
setting
forum.
bias from these two
Yeah, Rock.
right here.
Yeah, Rock. Okay, say again.
Just a little
Rock,
bit.
What question
Just
you
a
want to
little
ask?
bit.
What?
Rock, what question you want to
1,
ask? You
2,
see how many of the
3,
players were?
4. Doom tech, tech, doom tech, doom tech, tech, doom tech.
I'm saying, so you guys are saying that they're having a good
What the
season
fuck?
and mid-table
order.
teams in worse leagues, but you're super excited about. I'm just saying you're super
It's
excited
not
about
mid.
them.
It's just the season.
But then
It's
the
just the season,
description
bro.
that
They
you're
won. They
giving is
won.
like
They won the
it's
Europa
so
League last year, though.
mid-tier.
Why you?
It's so
No, but
lukewarm. The
listen,
description
Okay,
that you're
okay,
providing
just
is
look.
so
Look what he did in 2022.
contradictory
Listen,
to the
look
hype.
what he did in 2022.
It's
not
a
about
free
contradicted by hype.
fucking player, man.
Stop.
Listen,
Guys,
Rock,
guys.
Rock.
We
Listen,
have to stop for a second.
2022.
Clint, sorry, give me 1 second. Guys,
Okay.
please avoid talking over each other. Because
Okay.
the
Yeah,
chat
for sure.
is here. We're doing this also for the chat. And it's hard to hear 3 people talking on top of each other. One at a time.
Yeah.
Clint,
Let
go
me
ahead.
add this. You look at a season 2020. See, Rock, you just can't base also stuff just on one season. If we look at Milan on one season, sometimes it's not fair. Let's say they look at a Theo, for example, or they look at a Magnan season. It's probably not better than the other. You look at 2022, what Kamada did. I mean, come on, bro. They won the Europa League, right? And then with Japan, they got out the group stage, and he was all protagonist in all these things. You can also look at that. Yeah, he can be mid-table team now, but he's coming on a free, bro. We're not dropping 80 mil on him. He's coming on a free.
Exactly.
3 million.
Fuck's
Come on.
sake.
What are we talking
Damn
about?
right.
Real quick,
Damn straight.
Hans,
Yeah.
Real quick.
Fuck yeah.
Hans, you said he's not fast. You said he's not explosive. You said he's slow. You actually said the word he's slow.
I'm not saying he's slow. No.
You said he's weak.
He's normal.
You literally said he's weak. You said he's weak and he's slow. You said those two things. Did you not?
And he's not good at football. I mean,
Like, what else do you want to say? Like, that all I'm saying is you guys are hyped.
Guys, I
but then
go
your-
on and on
your
about
assessment-
strength and speed
your
and
ass-
size,
your ass-
and you're now you're hating on me because I like a normal guy. What the fuck is this? I can't win with
But
you.
I'm just saying, you guys are hyped, right?
This is a
But
normal
then the
guy with good
assessment and
technique,
analysis
great
you're
vision.
giving is not great. That's
Terrible.
all I'm saying.
Great work rate.
Okay.
Listen,
I have
for
a
free,
question for the panel.
it's great.
I have a
All right,
question
so
for the
I'm
panel.
Got
you
it.
may address us.
Yes. So when you hear these two names being associated to the Mercato of Milan, of course, these are just the first two names. These are two names that the rumors, the newspapers are saying these are almost done deals, really close. When you hear these two names, my question to you, to the chat, to everybody, does that make you envision a winning Milan next year? A Milan that can fight for the Scudetto, a Milan can fight to go deep in the Champions League, a Milan that can go deep into the Champions League and finish comfortably in the top 4, or any of those combinations? This is my question to you guys. Do those names give you that impression? Go ahead. Anybody.
I'll go
I'll speak,
really quickly.
I'll speak first.
I'll go
Okay,
really quick.
No.
I'll be fast,
Go ahead.
not like Hans.
Go ahead.
So with Mike Mignon and Leao in your team, nothing is impossible. And then I don't think anything will be comfortable next season. Finishing top 4, going deep into the Champions League, nothing will be easy, no matter who we sign. And with Mike and Leao, anything's possible. That's done. That's my comment.
What a shitty take, man. Let me
Those two.
Go ahead, Rachel.
listen. I have to disagree completely with Rock, and the reason is this: these names do not excite us. Let's be real now. Loftus, Butchicks, and Kamada are underwhelming players, in my opinion. Now, that being said, because Kamada is free, and we need a number 9. I will take Kamada, but Kamada is not the type of player that is going to come to Milan and make everything better. We are now going to fight for the Scudetto and things like that. In my opinion, what's important is 2 things: to get a top or close to, not even top, a striker that scores 20 goals a season. Are we ever going to have a striker like that? Because last time we had that, removing that season from Baka, was Ibrahimovic, man, 13 years ago. Are we going to have a striker that scores 20 plus goals? This is what I want. Now, having or not having a striker that scores 20 plus goals in Serie A makes a huge difference.
Yes.
Rock telling me that, somehow it doesn't matter who we bring, we're still not going to be safe, that we are going to fight for the Scudetto. I don't agree with that. If you go and buy players that are not only productive in this or useful players in this system, but also have a little bit of quality, makes a huge difference. A huge difference.
You think it's going to be
No.
easy? You think it's going to be easy? We're just going to coast to top 4 if we sign like one really good player who scores 20 goals a season. It's going to be easy.
To top four, yes. If we
Really?
somehow manage, even though the Juventus thing and everything, if we somehow manage to finish fifth on the pitch this season, then with the top striker we finished fourth without much effort. Actually, we should compete for the Scudetto.
I
Okay.
agree. I agree.
Now, that being said, we also need a right winger because it's been 5 years that Maldini is there. We still don't have a decent right winger. Are we ever going to buy a right winger, by the way?
Hold
Or
on.
is it-
Salad
will
is getting
address-
good, man.
guys, guys.
Salad is getting very good.
Guys, we will address the
Yeah.
striking position and the wing position in a second.
And Brahim as well.
Clint,
I was ready for
were-
some like
Yeah, let
expert
me add
analysis,
this.
and then Red John
Let me
goes,
add
"Let's
this.
sign just the top striker and everything."
Let me add this. Let me add this.
You're welcome.
You
You
mean,
are,
let me
you
add
are
this.
welcome, bro.
Let me add this.
Talk about a shit
I,
clip.
hold on.
As
Come on,
it's
man.
Clint,
Hold on.
go ahead,
I
Clint.
agree. I agree with Rajon. I agree with Rajon because here's one thing you gotta look. You gotta look at our team. We already have a core. We're not doing a whole rehaul of anything. We're not moving people around. We have a core, which is really important, which some teams don't really have sometimes, right? Because it's not like we're going looking for a left winger, we're looking for such and such. We already have a core. All we're looking for is rotational players and just people in two key positions. So I'm not going to be upset if a Kamada's coming in because the play was not really going to go through him to begin with, right? He might unlock some situations, but Leao is still there. He re-signed. Now, if you sell a Leao and you're bringing people like that in, you can cry around. Freaking when you look at our defense, you look at the Tonali, the midfield's pretty set. So when Alofic is coming in, even he's going to play as a camp, is it really going to be a starter if we have like a full 11? I don't really think so unless he performs. So I'm not going to be upset because what hurt us this team? Because we didn't have a bench. That's been not having a bench in the number 9. And I think once those are answered with the rotational players, there's nothing to complain about. And that's what I feel like the management is doing right now. They're looking
So
for
to
these
be
people that we
clear-
can put a rotation. They're not
So
they're
to-
not coming as starters unless they got to prove themselves.
So to be
You know?
clear, for you,
Mhm.
Kamada and RLC do represent two names that can amplify the quality of
They
the
can
bench.
amplify
what
because
you're
that's what the Inter, that's what the Napoli and these people have done. Because people are crying, it's not like all our game goes through a number 10. Yes, it does, but who's the threat on the team? The threat on the team signed already with us. He's still there. We still got Theo, right? Even people like Ben, I said we just need that 9. Once that 9 issue is addressed, that's the only thing that concerns me. But once the Kamada and all these guys come in, don't rotation. If you're getting Kamada off the bench, or even if it's a Diaz coming off the bench, what are you complaining about? The problem is having these bench players as starters. That's a problem. But if we have
Yes.
people on rotation, that's what makes us competitive. So I agree with Rajon. If we get a proper 9 and we get these people in, bro, we're competing all day. That's the reality because our team is not shit. We're top
All
4
right.
team right now, right? We're not a 7th, 18 type deal. We're a 4th team. Mine, I
okay.
don't care about the deduction, but that's how I see it.
All right, perfect. Andon, these two names, do they represent to you two names that can help Milan achieve their objectives next year in good fashion? Yes or no? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit too early to be making a judgment on that because
Well,
the transfer
what-
window hasn't even started. But as an early option, especially Kamada, because that's a player that is wanted all over Europe. I mean, maybe not all the top clubs, but he's searched for it. So that would be a good option. As Red John said, it will allow us not to spend that money on Diaz because Real is asking 25, 30 million, which is ridiculous in time like this to spend that on Diaz. And will free up the money to get that strong number 9. Not a loan option, not something like that, but properly buy a strong number 9 that can score 20 goals per season. We don't need a top striker that can score 30, 40 goals. We just need that one that can score at least 20. So it can relieve a little bit of pressure of Leao. It will free him up to play a little bit better. It will allow even players that play in the cam on the right wing to have somebody that can play with the ball, score goals, and all of them to have better stats. And as I said about about Ruben Loftus-Cheek, that's only a good option to have that squad depth, because currently what we have is a team of like 5-6 starters, and the rest are very good bench players. But in our situation, they are starters for us, and that needs to change. If those players shift back to the bench and be backup players, and those players be replaced with the proper starters, then we have the chance to again compete with top teams.
Okay, all right. Okay, so listen, we're going to finish with Hans. Before going to that, Hans, Christian says, Hans, He miss you, bro. Soccer. So Christian Pismino, thank you for the super chat dedicated to Hans. I have
Thank
a few
you.
questions saved from the chat we're going to address soon. So listen, Hans, do these two names represent names
What?
that are going to amplify Milan's objectives? Yes or no?
Oh, amplify them. So like we're gonna
Do they
be
make you feel like, oh fuck yeah, we're going in next season guns blazing?
no,
That's
of course not. We need more. We need more than that. This listen, like I said, booty cheeks, Loftus cheek, whatever you want to say. To me, that replaces Bakayoko, but he can also play the cam. I really do think he could play the cam, and he could do it, and I think he could learn it. And I think he'd be good for us. Kamada, I don't know. Take Dest out of the equation and like throw Kamada there. You know, like that's who these guys are coming in really, because it's a free transfer, and then for Loftus Cheek, no fucking way I'm paying 25 million cash for that guy. No fucking way. No way.
And with,
There's just
with
no
the
way.
bank
Sorry.
and monthly, like paying it monthly, you're okay, or just cash?
You mean like getting a like 10 million
Yeah, like
loan
kinda
with
like-
obligation?
kind of like
Kinda
Allegri
thing.
did with Chiesa.
Spacing it out.
Like Chiesa was done with Juventus. I'm just against spending 25 million.
I would
overall
say
Total budget.
I would not want to put like a lot of money forward on the loan. No, I would prefer to put like maybe 5 million tops, 3 million.
What is
And
his
then,
salary?
yeah,
at
we can-
Chelsea anyways.
His salary is big, man. It's like
big.
6 million, I would say.
Oh, so Chelsea
crazy.
should just give him to us for free.
I mean, I'm talking in okay, I go to Capology for this, and they don't do net. Okay,
No, they can.
they
But-
don't talk.
You-
Also,
put
I'd
the
just like
option
to say I completely agree with Andon and Red John's assessment of our needs and what would take us forward. But I'm just gonna say that's like saying 2 + 2 = 4. Like no shit, we need a fucking
But
20
it's
goal
true.
striker.
All right.
Couple of
And that,
easy.
okay, guys, and this is a perfect segue to move on to the offensive department. Let's talk about the strikers that we're being linked with. Who do you guys want? Who should we get? Who should
sorry.
go? Who should stay? Go ahead, Hans.
But
What do
so-
you have to say?
Okay, I was just gonna say I checked his salary. It's like 7 million. That's what he's at right now.
Yeah, but
Gross or net?
seven net,
if it's
it's
gross or
gross. It's gross. 7 million means
gross.
he makes
Gross.
as much as
So check the
Rebic,
net.
as
Because
much
in
as Rebic.
Capology, you can change it to net also.
And then don't forget the 4 million in medical bills too. Add that in.
Yeah, true. And listen,
I'ma
I
add
have
this. I'm at this, Roy. The only
ahead.
striker we need right now to anticipate your question
yes.
is Holland.
Erling
I don't
Haaland.
care.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
not
I
Holland.
agree.
Holland. I can't
Hoyland.
pronounce his name right.
Hoyland.
Hoyland,
My
Hoyland.
I think-
Atlanta boy Hoyland. That's the only kid that I don't think about nobody else except him.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I mentioned Hoyland when everybody was talking shit
15
about
goals,
Atalanta.
15 goals and 6 assists for a 20-year-old in one season in
What?
Serie A, bro.
No,
that
he
tells
didn't.
you.
No,
He did
didn't.
score 15 goals
That's
this year.
Dia.
Yep.
That's Dia. That's Dia. You're
No,
thinking-
go look.
Oh,
Go look
yeah.
the numbers right now. 15 goals overall, like Copa, everything.
Are you
go
serious?
look. Go look.
Oh,
Okay,
you're
we're
talking
going,
about Coppa
guys.
Italia.
We're going to fact check this. Okay.
Yeah, check,
Fact
In
check
real
it.
time.
Well, if he's talking about Coppa Italia and
No,
That counts.
Oh,
oh
yeah.
yeah,
That,
8,
that
9,
counts
10,
as well,
11,
guys.
12.
That counts as well.
Yeah, 15. He's at 15
Sure.
goals.
No.
well, I'm the
shit.
one who told you guys you don't want
15
Atalanta
goals,
players
6
though.
assists
we don't
in
want
40
that.
matches. Not
We-
defenders.
Alright.
We
at
don't
least.
want
So
those
fuck
other
'em.
players.
We don't.
Definitely not
Do
their
they-
defenders.
Do
I
they
just,
come
can
with
I just want to address
Gasperini
Paul.
powder?
I just
Hold on,
want to
we
address
come with
Paul because
Gasperini
I'm pretty
powder?
sure.
Oh, can I clear
Paul
someone's
is saying-
name, by the way?
Okay.
On a previous
Yeah, go
live, I
for
said
it.
Balogun had a history, but I was confusing him with El Wallahi. My bad.
Yes.
Balogun has a
Check out El
clean bill of
Wahi's-
health. Balogun has a clean bill of health. He's never done anything wrong. I apologize. I got him mixed up. So just clearing his name on the live.
I just want to. I
It's
just want to
okay.
say
You-
to
mistakes.
It was
Hold
El
on,
Wallahi
hold on.
that I had.
Guys, let Hans.
Paul's calling me out. Paul's calling me out, saying that Ruben Loftus-Cheek is on his last year of his contract, but Chelsea have an option to extend for another year, so he will stay. It's like 2 years. He has 2 years left.
Paul's been
I just want
ducking.
to say that
Paul's been
Man,
ducking. Paul, you're a
Paul.
coward.
he's
You've been
he's real
ducking.
pissed
I
off that I
agree.
didn't
Been
go all
ducking.
in
Man, Paul.
I agree with you.
booty chicks. He's
Paul,
really
you've been
Paul.
pissed
ducking.
off.
Show yourself. Show
Paul's
yourself,
got
Paul.
that
You
EPL
coward.
cock. What, dude? Paul, come on, man.
Paul's phone batteries are dead already, so he can't join.
But yeah, that's this the problem with the RLC. Ruben Loftus-Cheek. He's on 7 million, and he's got 2 years left. He doesn't have 1 year left, so they're gonna want to try and work something out.
He's gonna
But
Okay.
I
be
hope they can be
Origi at
done with a
midfielder,
loan
man.
with option.
Guys, let's transition to the offense, please.
All
Let's
right, the striker.
All right.
Yeah, let's go.
Right.
Let's transition to offensive players. And then, guys, I have a lot of questions from the chat that I've saved. Very interesting questions. Okay, so Clint, you already said Hoyland is your guy. You're not interested in anybody else. It's just Hoyland. That's it. Good call. And we can discuss further about Red John. What about you?
What about me?
Yeah, who do you want to? What do you want to see? Which players are your favorites? Who do you want to see
Yeah.
scoring, banging in those goals for Milan next season?
Now I'm gonna say some names, and then I'm gonna hear Hans complain about them. Okay, this is how it's gonna go. Now,
Okay.
now
Try to let him talk before you. Okay, go ahead.
here's the players that I want. Player number one that I want, Julian Alvarez. Now he is a player. I know Hans. I know. Calm. He's a player that plays at City. He lives under Haaland's shadow. Why not go to Man City with 70 million and tell them this guy is on your bench? Why not have this guy in our team where he can play football and not just score the last 10 minutes? He is my number one in the wish list, in the list that I do for
Okay.
Santa every single year. Number
Great.
two, number two, Vlahovic is having a terrible season at Juventus. Uh, People are starting to talk shit about him. He might need a change of scene. He is still a great striker, in my opinion. And number three, which is the most probable, but even this is not probable at the end of the day because it's Milan that's the team that wants him. I would be okay for Scamacca. And the reason why I would be okay for Scamacca is not because I rate Scamacca a lot, but it's because of two reasons. Reason number one, Scamacca is a player that takes set pieces like fouls and penalties, which we do not have in our team. And number two is because in Pioli's mind,
You
only
mean free
players who are
kicks? Okay.
free kicks. Did I say something else?
You said fouls.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
had-
fouls, free kicks. Yeah,
Oh,
this is the same
Red
thing.
John said set pieces. Red John, you said
Yeah.
it correctly.
So, and the other reason is because for some reason Pioli only can imagine someone being a striker if he is more than 190. If you are 185 for Pioli, you are not a striker, you are a winger. And Scamacca would be the perfect player for Pioli's formation. Also, another thing is that Scamacca is a player that shoots from outside the box, which we do not have in our team. For some reason, no one from our team shoots from outside the box. And I'm done.
Okay. Fair. Rock, how about you? What about you? What are your opinions on this matter?
We're linked to so many names. It's hard to keep track of everyone. We have Balogun, we have Openda, we have Scamacca, Broya. Who else? Sesco. Who else have we been linked to? So many strikers.
Okafor,
Hoyland,
Okafor.
Okafor. For me, I would Anartovic, of course. For me, I would really like a long-term investment, like Sesco, Benjamin Sesco. He's just moving to Leipzig for 30 mil. He's staying within the same Red Bull system. They're a club that sells, so I think maybe an early bid of 40, 50 million could possibly get a player like that. If not, maybe Hoyland. He's also young. He's having a really good season. Balogun is a very explosive, interesting player. I think he plays off of wingers like Leao really well. He injects himself into lots of plays. He's aggressive. He's a finisher. He can finish with both feet. I really like Balogun as well. And then also there's the United States national team aspect and Gary Cardinale and Redbird. So there's a little bit of synergy there as well. You also have some League One strikers like Jonathan David, who's been doing it for 3 seasons straight, up there with Mbappe, with all of the top goal scorers in the league for 3 seasons straight. I would love a Jonathan David signing as well. Those would be my options: Jonathan David, Balogun, Benjamin Sesko, Hoyland. Those would be my top picks.
No, let me add this for the Rock thing. Why would you go spend that money on Sesko when he's not proving himself in Serie A, like 40, 50 mil, but you wouldn't take Haaland right away? You know, since he's there, he's already proven with the goals.
Yeah.
Good-
So
good-
here's the
good-
difference.
good
Here's the difference. Here's the difference. You ready?
Didn't he say he would take Holland?
I would take Hoyland. Yeah. The only difference is that
So you would take Atalanta players. Aha. You
Just
would
not a
take them.
defender.
There you
It's not a
go.
defender. It's not a defender.
Oh.
But Clint, real quick, here's the
Okay.
only difference. Real quick, Clint, here's the only
Uh-huh.
difference. Benjamin Sesko is the next Erling Haaland, and Hoyland isn't. He's the next Erling Haaland.
I beg to defer,
Why?
my boy.
Get him now.
I beg to
Wow.
defer.
How do you
I
know
beg to
that?
defer. I beg to defer.
He's gonna break, dude. He's gonna break out in 2 years. It's gonna be massive. He's gonna make a Premier
Hoyland
League
already
move for
broke
like
out now.
100 million.
Hoyland already broke out now.
Yeah, he
We
broke
need
out
a
at
player
Atalanta with his daily steroid treatment.
Okay. I mean, he scored also his hat trick for the Danish national team too.
Speculations.
Come on.
If Duvan Zapata was fit, he would be starting over Hoyland. Hoyland's having a really good season. I'll admit that, but I think Benjamin Sesko is going to be a bigger, more successful player than him.
Okay,
just my
okay,
opinion.
okay. Fair. Andon, what about you? Who would you like to see up top?
So my first choice, if there's possible to get him, is Jonathan David. He has done consistently for a couple of seasons. He is in that region when he's not a world class striker, but he is a striker that can get you 20 goals per season, and he has done it for a couple of seasons. So that would be my number one choice. If we are not able to get him, my second choice would be Balogun because he's having a great season at Reims. He's young, he's 21, he's big, he's strong, he's fast. It will suit us. Hoyland on the other side, the only problem I have with him is he's coming from Atalanta because we don't have that much luck with players except for Kessie. Kessie is the only good player that we have gotten.
Oh, thank you for bringing that up.
And he has left us for free. So I would stay away from Atalanta player because Atalanta is a system-based club. Especially
This
for
makes
players
no sense, Andon. You
in
make no
defense.
Let
sense.
Andon finish, Hans, before you pop a boner.
Especially for players in
What the
defense
fuck?
and midfield. Atalanta is a system-based players. They cannot play good in other teams. They just cannot. We never have seen that kind of a player explode in another club. Maybe they have been decent, okay, but none of those players that left have exploded.
Okay, before we go to Hans, I have a question because I do feel that this Atalanta thing is more of a superstition than anything else. Even though
Thank you. What the
you
fuck?
you are correct in saying that Atalanta is a system-based team and players perform based on that system that Gasparini has implemented in that squad. But
That's
also,
every team.
But also Hoyland is only 19 going to 20, so it's not like he's lived in the system all his a long time of his career. It's just the first year.
Thank you
Yeah,
for
but,
bringing that up. Thank you for bringing that up because we don't need a 90-year-old striker.
Thank you, Andon. And also to add to Andon's point, it's that Hans doesn't really have a good reputation when it comes to naming players that he wants and them being good.
Right.
Yeah.
Do not listen to him.
God damn!
My
Damn, I feel
God.
hot today.
My
All
God.
all joking aside, but I want to add one thing. All joking aside, besides that striker that we're gonna get, I would get also Dia for our team from Salernitana.
I agree 100%. Thank
He
you.
would be a
100%.
perfect. Also, he can play on the left wing. He can play at the striker. He can
Perfect.
be the perfect Rebic replacement. So in addition,
guys.
100%. I
if
agree.
we can get Dia
Really-
as well, that would be perfect.
Guys,
Antonio, please
really
let
quick
Andon
point. Wait, but it's a really quick point. Just before Hans goes, just to let you know, Alvarez and Dia, we could have both gotten them for super cheap if we had acted on them a few years ago, because we were super interested in both players, and I'm really pissed off about that. Anyway, speak now.
Well,
Okay,
about Dia, we are not that pissed off because you can buy him for 10 million from.
I heard it's going to be more
Villarreal.
expensive. I heard it's more expensive. I thought.
From
Someone's-
Villarreal, I doubt it.
Got some birds.
All right, Hans. Hans loves the birds, man. He's already in that.
He does indeed. He
who's
does
the bird?
indeed.
Hans, tell us what you
What the
think
fuck?
about. Tell us what you think about the strikers and who would you like to see. And
I mean,
yeah, go ahead.
Hoyland, Sheshko, those are the big ones. You want to drop 40, 50 million on a player, go for them. Go for them. 100%. 100% go for them. My strategy would be to get Skamaka on loan and Broya on loan. And then you can afford players like SMS instead and like maybe a Scalvini and stuff like that and Dika. So that would be my strategy. But if you want to drop 40, 50 million on a striker, I'm not saying that's the worst idea in the world. You can get Šeško probably for 50, I would say. And you could probably get Hoyland for around that price as well. And they'd probably go on the same wages as like Giroud, I would think. So yeah. Those two guys. Those would be my two guys. Honestly. I don't see anyone.
Okay.
I don't
Listen.
think Jonathan David fits our system. I don't think Dia looks okay to me. He looks good, but I don't know if he's like
Yeah.
really gonna push.
If we
Giroud. I don't know if he's gonna push Giroud out.
If we do want, no, actually, I would get Diaz as a second striker, as the sub striker, but also
Who?
in case we
Diaz.
Dia, the
As a sub.
DIA.
Okay,
But also in
that's a
case
lot of money for
we,
a second striker, though. 30 million.
no.
That's what
What?
they're talking about.
Since
Yeah.
when is Dia 30 million, bro? He plays at 70
That's what I read.
Yeah,
Okay.
man, just Piontek all over again, Red John. Don't you like
Yeah.
remember history? This is Piontek all over again with
No,
Dia.
no.
No,
He-
no,
he's
that's
breaking
disrespectful.
through-
That's
breaking
disrespectful to Dia,
breaking through Serie A in the mid-20s, crazy breakout season. We pay real money for him.
I
And then
agree
he-
with Rock
and
that
then
I
he-
think
and then he
Šeško is the guy to
disappeared.
get over Hoyland even, honestly. If you can
Rock,
get
but
Šeško
Rock-
for that amount, I agree with Rock. That's
No, but
to me,
should
Šeško
get
is the guy
Šeško.
that could be breaking the fucking world. Honestly.
Do you want to
Dia-
get Erling
Dia-
Haaland?
We're
before
talking
he
about a
was-
guy who's still
Rock.
19. We're talking about a guy
Oh
that's
my
still
God.
19, Šeško.
Rock.
Okay.
Wait, on that point
Yeah.
about Dia though, I feel that like, and I think that's very disrespectful to Dia. I watched I watched all of
course it is.
Salernitana's
Of course it
games.
is.
They're a great team. They're a great team. And Dia, in terms of his play style, I also saw Dia in Ligue 1 too, and I liked him in Ligue 1 when we were linked to him. And then probably his only bad season he's had would be
Hold on.
coming off
Roy,
the bench.
you're gonna get
for-
this whole thing deleted. I'm sorry, Antonio. He's gonna get this whole thing deleted. Don't show these highlights, man.
It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I got it under control.
Make sure it's Brazil Scout. Make sure it's Brazil Scout.
But again, Hans, we
listen.
here are the
Go ahead,
same
go ahead.
problems. We need leaders in
Well,
the
hold
team.
on.
We need
I cut
experienced
off
players.
Antonio. What was he gonna say though?
Also,
I just wanted to-
also,
the only
just one thing to Roy. Just one thing. Don't
No,
waste
let
our
Antonio
time.
finish.
Okay, but just one thing to Roy. Don't waste our time showing us players that we are not going to get. Show us Dia. A player that
Fine.
we
Show us
actually
Dia,
buy for
yes.
10 million.
Show
I'm
us
not going to
Dia.
show you guys anything. How about that?
Show
No,
us
no,
Dia.
show us Dia.
If you
Dia.
show us anything, show us Brazil Scout
oh,
because you're gonna
okay.
get the whole fucking thing taken
I'll
down.
do that. I'll do. Good suggestion. Good suggestion.
You're
Anyways,
welcome. You're
I was
welcome.
saying the only bad season that Diaz had in the past like few years would be his brief like stint with Villarreal because he was coming off the bench and Unai Emery didn't really like him, I guess, in that position. They had Gerard Moreno and some other players, and so he didn't really work out there too well. But in terms of like someone who is playing in Italy, who's played in France too, and has done it in two different leagues. And also just from what I've seen, from not just scoring goals with both feet, but also his positioning. He can play all different. He can play anywhere in the front three. Honestly, I mean he's a striker, but I think he can play all positions.
Yeah.
His link-up play is good, and his work rate is good. He presses a lot. and he tracks
Oh
back.
boy.
I've seen him play at the end of games. So I'm not saying he's my ideal choice, but
Here
put
we
some
go.
respect on his
Someone
name.
that can
I think-
play all front three positions. Here we go.
I think so, I think so. Italy has I mean, we've had this conversation. I don't want to Regin's going to disagree with me here, but this year Italy's improved a lot tactically. It's such a tough league. Defensively, it's a tough league, and the fact that Diaz done it in Serie A against these teams, it's not easy to have a breakout year like he had.
Yeah.
And yes, you can call it a fluke, but
Oh
I
my
think that he has
God.
more consistency than Piontek had in terms.
Put
in fact, we've
Origi
watched
put
him for the
Origi
past
in
few years.
put Origi in Salernitana, and he's gonna put up similar
No,
numbers.
that's not true. That's not true.
Oh,
Here,
I agree with that.
another
I
player
agree with that.
can play all
What?
front three positions, runs a lot, presses a lot. Like Jesus Christ, do we learn our lesson ever? We
He
never
has
learn.
done
No,
it
because
in
you don't,
Serie A,
Rock, but you don't watch. I bet you don't watch Salernitana. Like I watched them. all
I've
the time.
watched
they're a
Salernitana. I've
great
watched
team.
Dia. He looks
Origi-
really good in
Origi wouldn't do
Salernitana.
it.
They're having a good season. It's the same thing all
Origi-
over again, man.
But
What?
Just like
Origi-
Just
Okay,
like
okay, but
Piontek
Origi-
when he had an
hold on.
amazing
Look at-
season with
okay.
Genoa,
Rock.
breaking through, scoring 20 plus goals,
Wrong.
and then what happened when we signed it? It's the same thing again.
You're wrong.
Learn your
You're
lesson.
wrong. This is
Well,
what. No,
Piontek
you're
was
wrong.
really
This is
good the
what-
first,
no, let me talk.
6
No,
months.
hold on. You guys are wrong, and this is the reason. Look at Origi's stats. He's had 1 year in his entire career where he scored more than 10 goals, and it was in Germany, which Rock. I like Germany, but we both know, and you literally just called on this stream. You know what the league is. Now,
I'm obviously
look at-
being tongue
look
in
at-
cheek with the
I'm
Origi
pretty
comment,
sure,
but
Antonio,
Dia
you were
is
one of the
just Piontek
Origi's
all
big
over
supporters.
again, dude.
I'm pretty sure you were a big supporter of Origi, though.
I'm
Yeah,
talking
he
about
was.
Dia now, but I'm just talking about his stats. And I said that I was optimistic about Origi, but he's obviously failed, and he's not a
Just
prolific
saying.
goal scorer. He's not a
'Cause I
prolific
think-
goal scorer. Wait, can you guys hear me?
He's
Am I
failed.
lying?
Origi has failed just as hard, I would say, as CDK, if not harder, because he has all this
No.
goddamn experience. Yes,
you-
he has.
if
He has
no,
all this.
Let me
No,
tell you this right
Hold
now.
on, hold on, hold
If
on.
you want
Let me say
Milan
that-
to
hold
sign
on.
Dia
Origi
from
is the guy that I have.
Salernitana,
Origi is
you
the guy
have
that I
not
have
learned
smoke with.
your lesson. You have
Roy,
not
look.
learned your lesson.
1,
Origi
2,
is the guy that I
3,
have smoke
4.
with.
Doom tech, doom tech, doom tech, doom tech.
That's the gavel.
Wait,
That's the
Can I
gavel.
finish
That's the
my-
gavel
wait, can I
sound
finish my
effect.
point? Can I
One
finish my
at a
point?
time.
Yeah, I was.
Piontek
I like
from
how you- I like
Genoa,
how you muted me, Roy,
Matias
and
from
not everybody else,
Crotone,
yeah.
and now
No,
Dia from
Rock,
Salernitana.
Rock.
Rock,
Don't
let
learn your
Antonio
lesson.
talk.
Go ahead.
Let
Can I
Antonio
finish?
Go
talk.
ahead. Go ahead.
This is
Origi-
different. This is very different.
Origi
because
is
look,
so
Hans,
Oh my
fucking
God.
worse.
Hans, let Antonio talk.
Boom tech, boom tech.
1, 2, 3, 4. Doom tech, doom tech, doom tech, doom tech.
Can I finish my point?
Order
please?
in the forum. Go
All right,
ahead.
I'm just gonna leave, and you're just gonna mute me then.
Because
No,
you're
no.
interrupting me. But listen, and so is
Order.
Rock. But
Well, because you're fucking wrong.
Order in the forum.
you don't even hear what I'm saying. Listen, I was talking about Dia, not Origi. But the comparison that I made between Dia and Origi is that if you look at Origi's stats, he's had one season where he scored 10 goals. Now, when I saw Origi, if we want to go back to the last summer, from what the way I saw him play and the goals he scored in big, quote unquote, big moments, I said that he looked like he had ability. But I should have never. I don't know if I ever predicted. I don't know if I agreed with the Origi 20 because that was Paul mainly. But I think I may have said it's possible. So you guys can kill me if I said it's possible, whatever. But listen, so obviously he's not a prolific goal scorer. The thing about Dia though is that if look at his stats, he's done it over the multiple times over the past few years. So I think it's a different player. And I just think an Origi, it's just not gonna give you that goal contribution like Dia. I think Dia scored around 20 goals in Ligue 1 too, and I think he's at 17 goals now. What is he at in Italy? 15, 16? I forget what exact number. But he looks to me like he's pretty much entering his prime right now, so we can get a good few years out of him.
Okay.
So I think I don't know. Listen, but putting on the Milan shirt. Well, one last thing. I'm sorry. One last quick thing. Putting on the Milan shirt and having higher expectations is a real thing. Yes, if you go to Salernitana to Milan, yes, you're going to be playing in the Champions League. All this stuff. Yes, it's true. There's more weight on your shoulders, so we don't really know for sure how he adapts to a big club like that. That
takes time to adapt to that.
But then again, some people do adapt, and you can only really take your best judgment and make your best predictions about how a player is going to adapt. Same for any player. So go ahead.
Okay.
Now, I also want to add to what Antonio said, and also wanna say to Rock specifically, we are not talking about having Diaz as our starting striker. We are talking about having Dia instead of Giroud, while also having Giroud in the team as our second striker. How is that a bad thing? A guy that is going to cost you 10 million, because I wouldn't buy Diaz for 30.
He's
I would
not
buy
10
it for
million.
10. But
Oh my God.
are you the Salernitana CEO, or what's going on? Bro?
They said that's what he cost, Fred
You are
John. And
kidding.
also, just to give you guys a
Who are
quick
they?
refresher,
Who are they?
just to give you
I
a
heard
refresher,
20. I heard 20.
Piontek had 19 goals with Genoa before he signed for Milan.
And that's a
19
very
fucking goals.
Listen, Rock. Wait. That's a really
Stop.
bad
Learn your
comparison
lesson. Just learn your lesson. That's all I'm asking.
Just listen.
Learn
a
your
little bit.
lesson.
Because Piontek hasn't come into this Milan. Piontek has come into the banter era Milan.
Yeah.
To the 2 times worse Milan, 3 times that it is right now. So it's a totally 2 different situation. So it doesn't mean if it happened with Piontek, then it's going to happen again with Dia. Because
I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm saying I want a better player. That's all. I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm saying I want a better player.
One successful story that you are not mentioning is Diego Milito. Diego Milito came from Genoa to Inter.
Can I just say one thing?
How far back do we
Okay,
need to go?
I'm
man?
looking at the news right now.
2009.
Okay,
Jesus Christ.
What?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Hans. Go ahead. Hans.
No, this is about Dia, like the transfer cost. I mean, I'm reading right now that he was signed for literally 12 million by Salernitana. Why the fuck would they sign? Why would they sell him for less money than they just bought him for? If they bought him for 12 million, Red John, please
He's
tell me.
on loan there. He's on loan.
Yeah, the permanent redemption would be 12 million, and Salernitana would be fucking retarded not to buy him.
He's on loan there.
Well, they also might have some issues.
And they're going to buy him for 12 million, Red John.
They
What do you mean?
will not
They're not
buy
buying.
him for 12 million.
They are not buying him.
Where is Salernitana going to get 12 million, bro? Where are they going to get 12 million from?
When are you
They don't
guys
have a
going to
lot
stop
of money.
shop? When are you guys going to stop shopping
Sorry,
off the
Chuck,
McDonald's
we're
dollar
not gonna
menu?
do this kind of
Anyways,
stuff.
the article goes on to state
Brock,
that
when
he's
we
tripled
can-
in
when
price.
we can afford a
So
Michelin
you do
star
the math, Red
restaurant,
John.
we'll go.
12
Oh.
tripled.
Fuck
He's-
me.
I know you're not good
He's-
with math.
Yeah, I'm very bad at math. But listen now.
Well, when I asked you
This-
before if we could get into the Champions League spots about Lazio, you were
Mhm.
telling me different things.
what-
I have a question for you guys.
What was I telling you?
Go ahead. Right.
You don't even
I have a-
remember. Really, I gave you
What
shit
the
and you
fuck?
don't even remember it.
Stop talking about Dia, guys. Next.
You were
What
telling
was
me.
I
You were
telling
telling me.
you?
Hold on.
Remind
Talk
me.
about
hold
real
on.
players. Can
We were
talk
4
about
points.
real
We were 4
players?
points behind
Fuck me.
Lazio. Hold on. Let me explain what happened with Red John. We were 4 points behind Lazio. I said if we win all our games, and Lazio
Mhm.
pick up 4 points, a win and a draw and a loss in their last 3 matches, we would qualify for the
Mhm.
Champions League because we would
Mhm.
have 5 more points. Red John was telling me, no, that's not going to happen, Hans. That's not going to happen.
Which
We're going to be
didn't
tied
happen.
with points. So
It didn't happen.
There you go.
hold on.
Come on.
Hey, Lazio can still lose. Lazio can still lose and draw.
That's a 1-2
Lazio
from
can
Hans.
still lose and draw.
Wait,
Hans,
wait,
man.
wait.
Don't be.
Dude, we're
Wait,
only in the
wait,
Champions League.
Do the math. Do the fucking math, guys. God damn it.
Nah, you were wrong.
I'm done.
Red
I'm
John
done.
was correct.
It can still happen, bro. It can still happen. They can lose and
And
draw.
Dia
the
tripled
next
in
match.
price. God damn it.
All right, guys. I
You don't
have
fucking
two-
do that. You don't fucking do that in Serie A and go for 10 million. You don't do that in Serie A and go for 10 million. Red John.
Yes, we can
You
get him
drunk
for
fuck.
God damn.
Hans, I
God
admire your confidence, Hans. I admire your confidence.
Dude, this is what getting pussy
Yeah,
does.
don't start
to a
with
man.
Origi. Don't even
This is
fucking
what it
start with
does.
Origi, Antonio. If you're gonna give me
Look
shit
at
about
his
CDK,
ego through
don't
the
even start.
roof, man.
You don't even
Ego
know what I
through
said
the
about
Don't even
Origi.
fucking
I
start.
just-
Nah,
I
nah.
don't know what I said.
Don't
That's
even.
the question.
And the CDK
This-
thing
wait,
is
wait,
by
wait.
far
No,
the
you
Wait,
came.
wait,
You
wait.
came on.
No,
The very
wait.
first thing you said,
The CD
Antonio. Very first thing you said was you were bringing up
The
that you were bringing up
CDK thing-
fucking CDK. You were bringing.
Can
Oh,
you
we shouldn't listen to
imagine
Hans. Very
Antonio
first.
if
Don't
he-
be a fucking bitch. Don't be a bitch. Don't be a fucking bitch.
The CDK thing was the worst take on this channel's history.
Wait.
That was the
Yeah,
worst take on
wait.
history.
Imagine,
No.
dude.
Okay,
just
okay.
imagine when Antonio loses
Wait-
his virginity.
Wait a
Oh
few
my
years,
God.
man.
Listen.
This
Listen,
ego
wait
is
a
gonna
few
go
years.
Let
crazy.
me answer. let me answer
Why are you making this so
to
weird,
Oli.
bro?
Listen, let me
Dude,
answer
once
to
you
Oli
lose your
because
virginity, you're
has
gonna be
made
hard times
he has
10.
made. Let me answer to Oli because he has made some really really harsh accusations
Okay,
there.
go
The
ahead.
first part I will even accept, but the second part, are you crazy, bro? I'm not bad at math. Hello, like
Well, I
John.
would fire you as my accountant. God damn it! I would
Red
fucking
John,
fire
you're
you so
short.
fast. I can do.
Red
I can
John,
do
short
shit
and
better
short.
than you.
this is
Red
fucking
John is
Guys, I
short
have-
and bad at math.
Okay, guys, order. We need to bring this back on track. We need to bring this back on track. Before we go into
All
the
right,
chat
I'm sorry.
questions, I have a few chat questions saved for everybody. I have 3 questions for all of you guys. What is your opinion on this speculation, on this rumor? Origi West Ham, Scamacca Milan. Who is against it? Who is
Love
for
it.
only a
Fucking
fool
love
would
it.
be against it. Who would be against that? Origi is he's bad at football.
Well, I mean,
West Ham directors
Skamaka's
need
coming
to,
off a
like,
serious
see
injury, this knee surgery thing.
What
That's
is
the
wrong with
one
West
bad
Ham,
thing.
man? West Ham is like, what are they thinking? That's the dumbest decision they
Well,
could
it's
ever make.
EPL bullshit, man. You know how it goes. You know how
Go
EPL
ahead,
goes.
Andon, go ahead.
Don't let West Ham hear this live.
Roy,
Do not let
listen,
West Ham
listen,
directors hear this
Just wait
live.
a second.
They're
If
gonna
West
realize
Ham
their
is
mistake.
If West Ham is willing to do that, it means they know something more about the injury that Skamaka has. No team is that stupid to pay for a striker 40 million and to give him like that the next season after that. So they know something more about the injury he has. So that will be a huge, huge risk for us. Yeah, we're gonna
Big
get
risk.
rid of Origi, which is the only positive thing about everything. But what happens if Skamaka stays injured or has a prolonged injury problem? We are still haven't solved our striker issue, and we're still gonna have a full season of 40 games that Giroud needs to play as a striker.
Okay, so
So-
you're against that idea. Red John is for it. Rock is for it. Hans is for it. Clint, what do you think?
Big time.
Clint, yellow
Wait.
card.
Clint's
for Clint.
gone.
Yellow card
I
for
think,
Clint.
Yellow card.
Yellow
I
card
think
for
he-
Clint.
his
He's
boss,
at work. He's
his
at work,
boss
guys.
found out. His boss found out that he's.
He got called into the office.
Yeah,
He got
there
called
you
into the
go.
office.
There you go. He took one for the team. He just took
Anton-
one for the
Fired.
team.
Antonio, for it or against it?
I feel like we would only do it if we knew about the injury. Like,
Yeah.
so I wouldn't be like
Andon
there's no way.
Andon persuaded you. Okay.
No. You misunderstood completely what I said. I would be for it. I'm just saying if we did it though, I think it wouldn't just be like, oh, they would be hiding the injury. I think we would be able to like get an understanding of how bad his injury is,
That's fine. That's
like
that's
realistically to do it.
To
All
be
right,
clear, I do not want Skamaka.
He should
as
be
our
back
striker
this
tonight.
month at the end
To
of the
be
month.
clear, I do
okay,
not
okay.
want Skamaka as
My
our
mistake.
strikers.
My
tonight.
Roy, what about Arnautovic?
What about Arnautovic?
You never
I mean,
mentioned him. He's
quick,
actually
quick.
he is
For
one
me-
of the most realistic.
For me, no.
players.
For me, no.
Yeah.
It's-
Why
it's-
don't we sign Gordon
Okay.
Pandev too while we're at it? Fuck
Yeah, yo.
His name is Goran.
Not with that,
Goran, not Goran.
What was that? The
didn't
penis
let me-
haircut that I see. The GIF. God damn.
Loki's
Loki's always sending me that.
Okay. I have another one that we haven't spoken about. A guy that I checked
Okay.
out yesterday. I was very impressed with Openda. I know he's
yeah.
Belgian.
Oh
but
man.
Rock's favorite nation.
I-
He is very Belgian.
the guy looked very good from what I've saw. Do you guys have any opinions on this guy?
Rock, go first. You love Belgium.
Dude, oh man, this is really hard to assess because the guy has a lot of pace, and you know how much I love pacey forwards, and he can finish. And he's also not white Belgian, so I might be willing to give him a pass.
Listen,
He's-
Origi's a
God
black.
damn.
Origi though.
Black
What the
Belgian.
hell?
Origi though.
Now
Yeah,
it
but
makes
Origi-
sense.
Origi ranks.
We signed
Lukaku.
Origi after he became a failed fashion designer, and that was our mistake. Vranks also, as you've seen, is not working out, and we're not going to redeem him. So Openda, it depends on the price, but seriously, the fact that he's Belgian is a huge red flag.
What if I
Huge
told
red
you he's
flag.
40 million? What if I told you he's 40 million? The same as
for me,
Hoyland, the same as
It's a lot.
Then no.
That's what
But
I read. It's 40
I
million.
just want to
No.
add something. Like I saw his highlights yesterday, and I was very impressed with this player. Very impressed. His pace is out of this world.
His
Now-
pace is
My only
It's an X
concern
factor.
is that this player is similar to Diaz in the fact that open football he's going to kill, but those low blocks, I don't know. I don't know if he would perform well against the low blocks. That's a question to be asked. Anybody else on Openda has any opinions on him?
Yeah.
No, not as long as you can get Hoyland and Šeško for like 45, 50 million. You spend like 5-10 million more, and you can get these guys.
Man, get
Yeah, I've been
Šeško,
watching a lot.
please.
I've been watching,
And
a lot
especially
of
if you can get
vlogs.
Skamaka on loan and Broya on loan.
Bro,
Sorry,
Fuck yeah.
Antonio. Go ahead, Antonio. Sorry, it's just that like you're a virgin and Hans is a sex master, and it's just go ahead.
I literally took
Stay
15
away
seconds.
from
I don't know
me,
why Antonio's
please.
trying to cut me
Yeah,
off. I don't know
listen.
why he's trying to cut me
And
off like
also-
that.
dude, what are you talking
Shout
about?
I
out,
get it. Turn
shout
two
out,
on here.
Give Antonio
shout
his
out to. I want to say shout out to
Hans thinks
Hans's
he's being cut
ex.
off. Oh my god.
Shout out to Hans's ex for creating a monster. The women of the
This
world
guy-
will never forget.
Guys, I was talking. Guys, I was
This
talking.
is why
I was literally talking. I was talking about the topic.
order.
Because you're behind me, man. I come first before you.
Hans,
You're
man, don't
delayed.
fucking
You got a
1,
yellow
2,
card.
3, 4. Doom tech, tech, doom tech, doom tech, tech, doom tech.
dude, tech.
snowflakes.
Stay away from Antonio, Hans.
Yeah.
He's off
Antonio,
limits.
go
He's
ahead.
off the menu.
I've been watching a lot of Lens this season because they've been really, really impressive. I think that I like him a lot, and but only thing is though the price is a bit unrealistic. But if we can somehow negotiate something, we have the money. We just don't want to spend it all on one player. The management doesn't want to do that. So for me, it's a yes. I like this player a lot.
Okay. All right, and I think that was it. Anybody else wants to add anything before we go to the chat questions?
What about the? Did we talk about the Georgian? Did we talk about him?
Oh yes, the Georgian.
That was the whole reason you brought it up at the beginning that we were going to do
What's his
that,
name?
and then you
What's
never
his name?
talked
Because
about
I'm
it.
gonna watch his highlights.
You
What's his
never
name?
talked about it.
Keep that same energy from the WhatsApp chat, please. By the way.
What is his name?
Yeah, I
Como se
gave
llama?
it a B. He's a B rating signing for me. He's good
Okay,
value.
I'll start the argument because so the
Same as
Georgian
Kamada.
player is a
See.
I can't remember his name. It's something Georgia
Ma,
Macau, something.
yeah, I can't pronounce it.
Now, my problem
Type it in
with
the
this
chat.
player, is that on his highlights he does look good, but he's playing in the second division of France. The second division of France, for me, does not translate to I will come to Milan and kill it. The second division in France, to me, says if I come to Milan, I'll be so out of my depth, I'll probably lose all of my
But Roy,
my confidence, and I'll most likely go out on loan for 2 years.
How
and
old is he
maybe-
though?
No, he's too old
How
for
old
that,
is
Roy.
he's only 22, 23 years old. He's born in
Mm.
2000.
Damn, he
It's
looks
still a
30.
little old though.
He's old.
22 for the second division is a little bit sus.
And
Here's
you're
what-
talking about a guy that killed the second division also. Absolutely murdered it.
Killed. He
What
killed
do
it,
we
but
mean murder?
what's his name?
How
Murdered.
about
What is
Hans?
his
Did he
name?
murder? Did he murder?
Dude,
Yo.
he's part
League
of the
Two
Georgian
the way
mafia,
that
okay?
the
He
way that-
fucking killed people.
the way that you
Greenwood
killed
at the
Greece
second
and murdered
division.
Greece, or what? Like same level?
Did
The
he
same
impregnate
level that you
Greece?
murdered, Hans? Your level of murder, or what level?
Oh, yeah.
Like watch
I mean,
the
he
bed
had
sheet?
like, I think 30 goal contributions. He had like a goal
Is he better?
contribution every
Hans,
game.
Is he better? How
And I
does
don't
he
even think
compare
he's on
to
poundies.
CDK?
I didn't even see any
How-
poundy. I didn't see one poundy.
He scored 23
How does
goals
he compare
and
to
got 8
CDK,
assists.
Hans?
Hold on. Let Antonio speak now. You're cutting him off. Shut the fuck up.
He got
Okay.
23 goals, 8 assists, And then that's just in the league, and then he got a goal and an assist in the
Thank
cup
you.
as well.
Okay, these are great
31
numbers.
goal contributions.
These are great
31 goal contributions.
But listen. These are
League
great
two.
numbers.
And you're talking
League
about 22, 23-year-old, 22, 23.
Bro,
You're not talking about
Quagliarella at
29.
45,000 years old in Serie B would get those numbers. Stop.
Hans, I have a question for you. You put Leao in the second division of France. How many goal contributions is he going to
Guys,
finish with? With 50.
I don't know,
with
probably
60.
40.
No,
70.
more.
70 goals.
Maybe 50. Maybe. I don't know. They all have pace there. I don't know.
Can I give
Anyways,
my
guys.
All right.
quick?
Okay,
Hans,
as long as I
then
get a chance too.
Yeah,
Let's-
yeah. He
okay,
has a-
let's
he-
go.
he-
Let's go rock. Go rock. Go ahead,
Okay,
then Hans.
so he has a right foot. He has a right foot. He has a left foot. He has a decent first touch. He can dribble. He can score.
He has a nose,
Now.
a mouth.
He reminds me of Favre, that guy that we were linked to at Lyon.
Favre.
Lyon, right?
Yeah.
Favre. Very similar player to him. Now he does a few things
No.
that I don't like. He passes the ball and then stands there and watches his pass. He doesn't inject himself into the play. He doesn't do 1-2s. He passes the ball and then he admires his pass and just stands there. I don't like that kind of attitude from a player. He's 23 already and in the second division of France. I don't even rate the first division of France super highly, especially
What?
like the bottom clubs.
Half of our
Just the
players
bottom
are
clubs.
from that division.
I know,
What do you
no,
mean?
just the bottom. Well, they're French. It doesn't mean they're from the French league. Okay, Theo did not come from the French league.
Magnan.
Now,
Where did Magnan
Man-
come from? Where did
Magnan was
Leao
a
come
top
from?
player. Magnan was a top player
Where
with
did-
top stats.
Where did the mighty Balo Fodou Touré come from?
Okay, this guy's not coming from League Goon. First of all, he's coming from League 2. He's coming from the second division.
Ligue 2,
I
Ligue
don't
2.
know,
League 2.
man. I don't think I don't think he's going to.
What the fuck? Oh my god!
And Rock.
I don't
Somebody
think he's
clip
gonna-
that. Someone
I don't-
fucking clip that.
This shit is fun.
I don't think he's
Someone
gonna
clip
light
that.
up. I don't
Roy,
think he's
clip
gonna
that.
light up. I don't think he's gonna light up.
Ligue 2.
All right.
I don't think he's gonna light up Serie A. I don't think he's gonna light up Milan. I think he's a very like
It's very
average
difficult
like
for
player.
that to happen.
He's
Like
average.
those kind of scenarios of a player coming from Serie B, a second division into the Serie A and lighting up the league are 1 in a million. We're talking about 1 in a million kind of scenarios. All right, Hans, you wanted to say something?
Roy, can you
Okay,
show
he's 10 million.
Roy,
We need to
10
prove-
million for this
we
guy.
need to
30,
prove-
hold on.
Let
Hold on,
Hans is the one that endorses this player. the
31
most.
goal contributions. 22 years old. He was 22 years old this season. Okay, he had 31 goal contributions. I don't even think he's on penalty kicks. I haven't seen this guy take a penalty in his highlights. Maybe in the top division in Serie A that cuts down to like 8, something like that. Hopefully, and fuck me, we're gonna be happy about this guy if he does that.
Listen, I'm
We're gonna be
I'm
happy
gonna
about
say
it because he's
something
coming for
in
10
Hans's
million.
favor.
He's coming for 10 million. No. He's
Guys,
not
let
a
Hans
starter.
finish.
He's not a starter.
You get enough fucking
He's
Hold
not a
on.
starter, you guys.
Hold on.
This is not a starter.
1, 2, 3, 4. Doom tech, tech, doom tech, doom tech, tech, doom tech.
Discipline.
Why you mute me? What the fuck, Roy?
I'm muted
It's my
everybody.
turn. Mute them.
No, but
What the fuck is
Yeah.
wrong with you?
I'm muted
we
everybody.
can still hear Rock for some reason. Laughing like a freak.
Yeah,
Because he
exactly.
unmutes himself. He unmutes himself. That's
Only
All right.
fancy.
Guys,
This
wait,
is why-
guys. Just to clarify, the video.
All right.
mutes everyone.
Anyways.
the video mutes everyone automatically. Just saying, and
Okay.
then Rock unmutes himself. That's how.
Okay.
Now
I
that we
understand.
know,
We'll all unmute ourselves.
Unbelievable. Yellow card for Rock.
Um,
Yellow card for Rock.
Anyways, this guy is not necessarily a starter. I think he's like to replace Rebic, except he's going to be way less wages, and I think he can do well, and I think he could improve as a player.
Cheap FC.
He was
Cheap
22,
FC.
23 this season, and he's going to be 23, 24. Like, okay, maybe not much, but I think he could. and I think he's a technical
Okay.
guy that can help break down those low blocks teams, which is
Very
where we
good.
struggle
Now-
a lot. That's
Now
where we
it's my
struggle a
turn.
lot.
Listen.
And
No,
I'm telling you,
Red
this
John,
guy
Red
has
John,
technique. He
it's
reminds me.
Antonio's turn.
He reminds me of Politano. That's who I would say he reminds me of a lot.
Now,
Is
Hold
Politano.
on,
First
Red
of all,
John,
he's
Red John, Antonio
yeah.
has to go
Now
after.
he's
Hold
he's
on,
the
Red John.
oh, tell me.
Antonio wanted to go afterwards, so it's only fair for us to get Antonio because he sent a private message asking to go afterwards. Unless Antonio says,
All right.
"Let Red John go." Do you want?
Say it,
Okay,
Antonio.
fine. Listen. Today I like Red John, so you
Okay.
can let
Of
him
course
go.
you do. But to be fair, you have always kind of liked it. Now, let's get to the serious stuff. First of all, this guy, the Georgian guy, he's the penalty taker of his team. Just so we get that off our chest. Now, second of all, I agree with Hans that, and this is what I think we should do in and of itself, that we should go and spend 10 million or bet 10 million every season on a player that we think might be a star in the future. Now, while I do agree that we should be doing that, you cannot be doing that when you are broke as hell, like we are. Like a team that goes and invests 10 million on a player that they think might become good in the future is a team that has the money to buy the players they need first. My question is, do we have the money to buy the players we need first and then also have 10 million to spare? If that's the case, I'm all for that. Let's spend 10 million on this guy. 10 million does not make a huge difference.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pioli's not
fair.
going to play this guy. It's going to be Adley all over again. He's going to sign 10 million from France. He's going to sit the bench. He's going to be second, third choice. He's never going to play. It's just going to be a waste of funds.
Fair. Okay, Antonio, you're gonna conclude this segment with
Right, because
Yeah.
Adley was putting in crazy numbers like this guy did. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna shoot myself.
He played a
Um,
different position
Listen.
and
So,
was in the top
my-
division. Sorry, Antonio. I'm sorry. Hans made the
Brock,
comment.
ahead.
Brock,
Go ahead,
I know
go
where
ahead.
you live. I know where you live.
No, go ahead.
Please beat the shit out of Rob.
Chill out with the
Antonio,
threat.
please beat the shit out of Rob.
Loki, is that you?
Come on, we got to get to the chat.
Yeah,
question.
I'm
Go on.
trying.
Go.
My problem with this whole conversation, dude. What the fuck?
Antonio, your
I'm pro-
voice is really soft. That's why we're talking.
And also, you asked for the CDK. Roy, can you do the CDK, please, in the private chat? What the?
Antonio, stop acting like CDK, man. Fucking talk.
Antonio,
Yeah.
Stop
What
acting
the
like
hell,
Wait, can you
man?
guys hear me?
Volume.
Wait, can
We
you guys
need
hear
volume.
me? Can you
Yeah,
hear
we
me?
can
all
hear
hear
you,
you.
but it's soft. That's why we're talking over you.
Yeah,
Go
because
ahead.
I have
Just
I'm
do
not
this-
on my main computer. But listen, I was
All
gonna
right,
say
do
that
do
my
this do the
problem with-
CDK thing
my
again.
problem
Okay.
with this conversation is that none of us, and listen, if you actually watch this guy, you're lying. None of us here actually watch this guy play. And we can only talk about his stats and his goals and whatever, but we don't see him actually live for a whole game. So it's hard. No one can really have a full opinion about him. And for me, it is a big of a risk. And if we got this guy, I wouldn't be comfortable with getting him to be an instant impact player. He would need a season or two to adjust. So it's not like he's not the ideal target, but he has potential for sure. So that's my take.
Okay. All right. Fine. Okay. All right. Listen, I think we have concluded our segment on the strikers. Let's go to the questions, the chat questions. I've saved a bunch of questions, a lot of topics here. We're going to try to whiz through them. Let's start with this question here regarding Theo Hernandez from Pixion. Has Theo development digressed since playing so much, including the World Cup? I checked his stats and his drop is noticeable, but still top class. What do you guys think about this comment? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Anybody?
Listen,
No,
the
he doesn't
main
digress.
listen, the main reason for this is because Theo doesn't have a proper backup and he's playing constantly. He has played all season last season. He's playing all season this season. He has played non-stop at the World Cup, so he hasn't even gotten a little bit of rest. So that's another reason why we really need to get that backup left back that can actually provide some cover and let Theo
Some
rest
big
a little.
Ndika dick.
And because this season we gave that at least one game to Balotelli, and after that Theo had to play again. That's
You
not
know
even
what?
that even rest.
This
we need-
this.
we need to take
Sorry,
care
go
of
ahead. Finish.
Yeah, so we need to take care of this problem.
This answer was so good that from now on, when I hear really good answers, I'm gonna play this. That was a top tier answer from Andon. I like that a lot. Anybody else wants to
But
chime
what
in?
did he say? I forgot. I
Totally agree.
Red card
No,
from him.
He's saying that he's been playing too much. He's
I
been
just
playing too
wanna
much.
listen. I want to
Oh.
protest because I've said a lot of gut tier stuff in here. You haven't put people inside for me. So just say, keep that in mind for next time.
Okay. No problem.
Yeah, no, nothing to add. End on spot on. That's exactly the reason why.
I think Arnold's answer there was really on
Yeah.
the dot. On the dot.
And,
Okay.
and some of Red John's, but hey, who's coming?
And
He's
Roy,
tired.
Roy,
He's
Roy,
tired as
Roy,
fuck. That's what he said, Rock.
Roy,
He's tired as
Roy, I
fuck.
have a question. Roy, I have a question for you and everyone here.
Yeah.
I would be
about
too if
Theo.
Zoe was
Theo?
my girl. Go ahead.
Guys, who
Whoa.
is better? Who is better and who has had a better season, DiMarco or Theo?
Ooh.
DiMarco gets a better
This season it has to be DiMarco, of course. He's won
There's no
won more
question.
trophies. He's in the final of the Champions League.
But that doesn't mean DiMarco is a better player.
So let's
Sorry.
buy DiMarco, right?
No.
No.
Let's
No, I'm
take
just
care
trying
of
to that's just a debate question.
The
That's
question
a debate
is not who's the better player, who had the better season.
Yes. It's a
Okay, well, let me
totally-
ask you this now. Then who is the better player?
Theo.
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 By
Theo
miles.
Hernandez.
By miles.
This is why you don't measure shit with trophies, though, necessarily. Or, I don't know.
You agree with
Okay.
that? Because I know you have an Italian bias.
No, of course, Theo is, in my opinion, maybe top 2, top 3. What the fuck?
Red John.
John is
No,
in
that's
trouble.
It's Floki.
Red
John's
John.
being
It's
hunted.
Floki being
Lucky
searched.
being going to the asylum. No, listen, Theo for me is in.
Where is
top-
Floki?
Lucky right now is
He's
in a
composing
jacket,
right now,
in a
isn't he?
jacket, in a van. No, for me, he is a top 2, maybe best fullbacks on the planet. Now, this season, maybe he didn't have the best of seasons. DiMarco definitely had a better season, but DiMarco is not the better player, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
My opinion.
Yeah. Agreed.
Listen, if you put them in a room together, there's only one man coming out.
Damn.
That's Theo.
What the fuck?
Damn. Okay. All right. Let's move on to the next question.
Hans seen a lot of men come out.
Yeah, Hans, that sounds like the
What the
title of
fuck?
your next video, man.
Hans
Your
is
next
horny.
OnlyFans.
Hans is
Coming
horny.
out.
His next OnlyFans video. That's
This
gonna be
sounds
the
gay
title.
as fuck, man.
No. Hans has been
That's
tagged.
gay.
the point.
Hans,
Whoa.
Yeah, no.
the
That's why I'm
European
like,
population
men-
will, in 9 months, Europe will have doubled in numbers because of Hans. So he's on
Jesus
track.
Christ. Hans, slow down, man. You're like
I'm
a
doing
bunny
the
rabbit.
Lord's work.
Yeah. I'm telling you, his ex created a monster.
Yes,
Dude,
yeah.
she needs
No,
to
alright,
be
come on,
she
guys.
needs to be in trouble for what she did.
She's the
No.
original misogynist. That's all
Yes.
I'm saying.
No,
She
Yes.
started his villain arc, man. She started his villain
Turned
arc.
she turned Hans and Andrew Tate.
no. Not even. I'm not making porn with teenagers.
Listen.
Not yet.
Next season is gonna be the redemption.
I'm not doing
arc.
OnlyFans yet. I know Rock wants me to start it.
All right.
Jeez.
Let's go to the next question here from Alan. Alan asks, do you guys prefer having balanced financial situation or fuck the finance and win trophies like
The second one, it's an easy question.
Not even a
The
question.
second
This
one.
this financial sustainability bullshit is pissing me off. We're not a fucking non-profit liberal organization. We're a football club.
Exactly.
Spend some
Oh my
fucking money
God.
and win trophies. I'm tired of this
Thank
shit.
God.
Love it.
Hell yes. Hell yes.
Okay. All right. So we have
But
two.
we're Serie A.
So what? The Inter is Serie A as well. Juventus is Serie A as well. Look at them.
Yeah, and their
Hustling.
club is in the
What is
fucking
this, man?
toilet.
Are we
They
fucking
should be
doctors
flushed down
without
the toilet.
borders?
Their-
Are we
their
Habitat
club
for
is
Humanity?
in the
No,
down.
we're
final
fucking
of the
Milan.
Champions League.
The hell is
That's where it
this
is. In
shit?
the final of the Champions League.
They-
Fucking
the
treating
final
the
of
club
the
like
Champions
it's
League.
like it's Habitat
After-
for Humanity,
Oh,
man.
order. One at a time. One at a time.
Like,
Not
and I'm gonna say this because I'm really pissed about this thing because I've been hearing Milan fans for years now, telling me how we are the champions of sustainability, the champions of accountings, the champions of all the bullshit, but somehow we keep on getting better by Inter every single season. And last season, like I've been saying for all these years now that we are talking together, Inter lost it more than we won it. And I stand by that. I know Milan fans are going to be there writing, oh, Red John, he is salty or whatever, but this is the
Red
reality.
John
And
is a fun
I'm,
guys.
I'm, I am happy that you have come to I don't know, to senses with your senses. You understand now that Inter has had a better trajectory overall, even in the winter era. Now that being said,
Everybody's turning into
100
Red John slowly.
Let
Everyone's
now
turning into Red John.
let him finish.
everyone turns into who's right. Now listen, I want to
No.
put an end to this sustainability thing because it really messes my nerves. This idea that we somehow have to be sustainable, we somehow have to turn on a profit. These are all things that benefit the guy who owns the club, not the club itself. And I'm certain if you go to Gary tomorrow, and I want to ask for your opinion. If you go to Gary tomorrow with a pen and paper and tell him, Gary, if you sign here, you will have a guarantee that Milan is not going to win anything in the next 10 years, but they are every single season going to make the top four. Do you think he's going to sign it? He's going to sign it without even thinking twice. Because this is what these guys are after. These guys are after to grow the earnings that they make and sell the club for more after X amount of years. We as fans, we are a totally different kind of stakeholder. We are the stakeholder that is interested in winning trophies, in having success on the pitch. This idea that we should somehow be sustainable, look, everyone has to finish a fucking accounting degree in order to become a media fan, this I find nonsense. And the example is Inter, that is minus 300 million in their accounts, and still went and is paying higher salaries than us. How do you explain it?
Preach, Red John.
Alright.
Hashtag
Oh my
King
God.
John. Hashtag
John
King
let it
John.
all out.
Well,
Anybody disagree
I
with
want to
you,
be
John?
more like Inter. Oh my God. What the
Nice
fuck?
comeback, bro. Nice comeback.
That's horrible. That is horrible.
Go ahead. Answer Red John. If you have an opposing opinion, answer. Let's hear it.
I'm sorry, but this club has no fucking future. Inter. They have no future. They are dead. They're fucking dead. They have so much debt. They have players that are on crazy fucking wages. It's like Juventus, but even fucking worse because they don't even have their own stadium like Juve does. They don't pay off as many people as Juve does. They can't, weasel their way into the fucking Champions League all the time. Like this club is bad news, man. They're gonna have to go through some real pain, like for a few years. It's gonna come. There will be a day of reckoning for Inter for all the sins that they're committing.
You're saying that
Day
in
of
the
reckoning.
short term, what they achieved in the short term.
Red John
will
wants to live
definitely not
fast
pay
and
off.
die hard. That's what he wants. Live
And
fast, die
guys,
hard.
listen, I'm sorry, but I said all this stuff, and Hans's answer was divine intervention, bro. Are we for real here, bro? God is gonna punish them, bro. What
do
are
you
you
mean?
talking about, Hans? They are there, bro, in the finals of the
They
Champions
should.
League.
Inter's
Okay,
gonna be
well, they
just
should.
fine, bro.
If there's
And
a
let's
football ruling body,
order.
if there's a football
And
ruling
that's all-
body, they should be punished.
Yeah, we
And they
still
are
owe
not
they're
being
doing.
300.
punished.
Absolutely.
They
still-
are not being
They
punished.
should
Gary
be kicked
still
out of Europe.
owes-
Hold on. Red John.
They
They
are
should
not.
be kicked out of Europe just like we were, okay? For fucking up.
Yeah,
like,
they
Okay.
no.
Yeah, they're
no,
gonna
they shouldn't,
win
guys.
Europe,
They
dude. They're gonna
shouldn't.
conquer
They're
Europe. Not
gonna
only are
win
they not
Europe.
gonna be kicked
No.
out, they're gonna lift the fucking Champions League.
Now
trophy.
let's together all hold
they
hands
can go fuck
and
off.
start making a ritual so they don't win against Man City. Because if they do, we are fucked. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Also,
okay.
we owe
Then, yeah,
300
let's just
million
print
in
money.
high
Let's just
interest
print
loans
money.
too. We owe money too, Hans. We still owe 300 million in high interest loans for the sale of the club. Gary still owes that. It's ridiculous. You act like we're all like
Okay,
sustainable
and how much?
have all
How
this
much does
capital.
Inter owe?
I'm sure they'll figure it
In-
out, man. Like they
Inter,
always do.
Inter
Okay,
pays their
we've
players
understood everybody's position, guys.
twice
Let's
as much
go
as
to
we
the
do.
next guy. Ando, what about you? Do you have any?
I want a
opinions on
healthy
this?
club, healthy future.
Yeah, I'm for to be healthy, but if being healthy means spending no money at all, that's a totally, completely stupid thing. We didn't spend any money last summer, so we can have more money to spend now. We have Champions League. We've gone to the semifinal, which we have.
And they said our budget's 50 mil, and it's still 50 mil.
I was expecting 100 million last summer,
changed.
so you better
Our
believe I'm
budget
expecting
hasn't
100
changed.
million this summer.
Can you let me finish at least? That's what I'm saying. If not this kind of sustainability that we have currently, not spending or just have 50 million for transfer market. If sustainability means that we can spend around 100 million every summer, then I'm okay for it. But in the current situation, Inter have it a little bit better. They're in a better situation. It's not like they're gonna collapse next season. They're gonna be there. Maybe they're not gonna be better than this season, but they're still gonna be there, and they still have the chance to win 3 trophies this season. They have won 2 trophies this season, and they have a chance to win 3rd. Well, we don't have anything this season. So the result speaks for themselves.
Being a Milan fan with the sustainability project is like Ramadan 12 months out of the year. We're fucking fasting 12 months out of the year. I hate this shit.
And only gaining weight. This is the problem. We are fasting, but we keep on gaining weight.
Okay.
It's Ramadan all year round.
Antonio, you want to conclude this segment with this question?
No. Listen, I don't want to get into
blessings.
I've already we've had this discussion too many times. I agree with Red John, 3,000.
Okay. Good. All right. Good topic, guys. Very
can
good.
Can you throw me one of those Inzaghi?
No,
shit.
not for you.
Does he deserve Inzaghi?
Roy, what's
really? We're gonna play Inzaghi for him because he wants us to be like Inter.
I don't know.
Fuck off.
No, I'm not saying we should be like Inter, but you misunderstood everything I said. Come on.
All right. Question from
All
Ollie.
right. I agree with Red John. We should spend more money.
No,
Jerry
you do
pisses
not
me
agree.
off.
You have to hold your own positions, and your position is that you don't agree with him.
Well,
I
he's
don't
saying
agree
that
with him.
he was saying we want to be
I
like
agree
Inter.
with you, Hans. Me and you, we are on the same page. But it's fine.
Well,
In this
Jerry should spend more, though, right, Roy?
In the forum,
Jerry
we're
should
allowed
spend
to
more,
different
though.
opinions. Jerry should spend more. He should spend the right amount of whatever we but not to. He should
So 30 million this summer, guys, because we have only made 10 million in
I
profits.
don't
this
know
year.
what the right amount is, guys. I wish I knew. Let's go to the next question. Is there such a thing as if there is such a thing as a one season wonder, is there such a thing as a one season flop? So I don't know. Hans,
Yes, we had those.
This one is for you. This one is
had those.
And also give
CDK,
Rohit his link. Give Rohit his link.
But
Go
also,
ahead.
not just them.
Go ahead.
Listen, not just them. Leao was terrible in the first season. We
scored 6 goals.
We wanted to sell him.
Yeah.
We spent 30 million.
Some people did.
So it can happen.
Nathan did. Say name, huh? Say name.
Yeah,
Listen,
so it can happen.
I
also had a
I
first
told-
bad season.
I told
So it can happen.
I
The
told
question
everyone here
here
that I
is-
want
is
CDK, but
Yeah. Go ahead.
yes, he's gonna come good. I've been saying that all the time. He's
You're
gonna
sure
come
about
good.
You're 100% sure.
Yes,
Okay.
Shut up,
100%
Hans.
sure.
I think
Japan,
100%
Oli
sure.
is
Listen.
is asking
He
an-
never even
an
fucking played
existential
Cam
question.
at Bruges. Okay.
Dude, there's stubborn, and then there's Hans.
No, listen,
Just saying.
guys. Listen, Hans might be right because CDK
He
might
might.
come good. He might come good.
I
We'll see.
think eventually he's going to be getting like 15, 20
No
goal, or
way.
not goal contributions. Goal contributions. Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. I said stubborn, and then there's Hans.
I do.
Hold on. Let me rephrase that. There's delusional. Just
In like
delusional.
4 or 5 years, yeah, he'll be getting like 15, 20 goal
In
contributions for
4
sure.
or 5 years, bro. Are you for
Guys,
real?
can I-
4 or 5
Wait,
years.
guys, wait, hold on. Guys, can Rohit please weigh in on this conversation? I really want to hear
What's
this.
up, Rohit? How you doing, man?
Can you actually repeat the question?
Yeah,
The question
The
is,
question was, how shit is Jerry?
Yes.
No, we were talking about
no,
CDK,
no,
the
no,
one
no,
season
no,
wonder.
Stop.
No, it
Stop.
was about
The question is,
Inter.
It's the question on the fucking screen.
no, we have moved on. Antonio, pay attention. We have moved on. If there's
Yeah,
such a thing
Antonio.
as a one season wonder, is there such a thing as a one season flop?
No, Roy, I know we moved on, but I'm just saying Rohit would give a great answer.
Just let
previous.
just
What
let
what's the
him
question that
talk.
Anton wants
Let him
me
shit
to
on
answer?
let him shit on CDK. Is there such a thing, Rohit, as a one season flop? For example,
You have to move
CDK,
forward.
is he
I
gonna
can't go
come
back.
good?
You have to move
Guys,
Maybe he
about
would just come
CDK,
good.
about CDK, everybody's saying that even Leao had a flop season when he came. But I think if we actually cast our memory back to that time, I think Leo actually showed some flashes of brilliance. I mean, I remember that Fiorentina goal where he just went past three players and he scored that goal. But from CDK, I have seen no such thing. I have not seen anything from CDK past maybe that 4 5 games he had at the beginning to actually see that maybe he is having some brilliance or some talent. A little bit, a quality of him came through when he played against Cremonese as a false nine. Other than that, I really haven't seen anything from him, and I'm really disappointed with the way
Well, what
our
about against
scouting.
Bologna
Yeah, and also
when he had the
to add to
assist?
what Rohit said, in the first season with us, Leao, that we all call is a really bad season, Leao scored 6 goals and 3 assists. Okay, and he didn't even play every game. Rebic was the main starter. Okay, so please don't do the comparison Leao CDK, because if Leao had a bad season, he still
No,
managed to put on nine goal contributions.
because he's an
CDK
explosive player
CDK, the only thing that he has managed so
and
far
playing in his
is
natural position.
I don't know who
is
said
to
I don't know
break
who said
TVs
Leo is an
of the
explosive
people.
player. I think you're spot on. I think Leo is an explosive player, and CDK is nothing of an explosive player. So I think
Yeah,
that's where the difference actually lies.
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
his
All
CDK
right.
is not that kind of player.
Yeah.
He's not an
What kind
explosive
of
player.
what kind of player is he? Because that's what we want to know.
From what I have seen at
Telling
Bruges,
you, he's going.
CDK is something like Thomas Muller, like in terms of role. I'm not saying in terms of quality, in terms of how he plays.
Say again. He's
Thomas
He's
Muller.
something like Thomas
Thomas
Muller.
Müller.
Even
Ram
you
daughter, or what is it called?
Yeah, around correct, Rom Dowder. But the thing is, Thomas Muller and CDK is like chalk and cheese. I mean, in terms of quality. So when I used to see him at Club Brugge, he used to make space for Van Aken or even for Noah Lang. I think even Kreplin Dieta at the time was there. So these players are actually very good technically. Even Bash Dost. And there was one player I can't remember who that was. They were all technically good, and obviously since they were playing in the Belgian league, they didn't have that sort of opposition that they have in Italy. So
But
when
he
he used
did
to
well
play,
in Champions Leagues as well.
yeah, the thing is, I think there's one thing. I mean, even Roy is gonna agree with me. I think there's one thing that Italy has that no other league doesn't have, and that's these teams that park the bus a lot. So when you're actually looking at even English Premier League, they actually go out to win games. Even a team that plays in the 20th position in the league will go out against Manchester City to try and win the game. Unless you are having Allegri as your coach, or any of those teams, they actually go out to try and win the game. They're not gonna sit back and think like, let's at least save a point. So in Italy, they're actually kind of like packing the center, trying no spaces, playing a little bit rough, and even in Italy they actually like playing rough. The referees actually do not give a foul. And here you have CDK, who's so frail, who's so thin, who's like even one shoulder tackle and he goes flying 20 kilometers away. So in Belgium League, I haven't seen much of the Belgium League. There is only very few footage of the games that he has played. So when whichever
Yeah,
games he has
open.
played,
An open league. It's like the Premier League. It's open football.
yeah, it's very old. So when you're open, I mean, against Sampdoria, we saw when Sampdoria, a Serie B team, a Serie B team, and they're gonna be in the Serie B next season. When they played open against us, you saw how we were playing. We were playing fast flowing football. Even Diaz's goal was like tiki taka kind of style play. We were playing one touch football. We were like clearly opening them up. But when you're gonna park the bus against us, we don't have the players to actually open up these spaces. And this guy and CDK is somebody who can make the space, but he doesn't have anybody around him. I mean, it's Messias and Salamancas or Diaz who actually tries to get
Exactly.
into space.
Okay, so let me ask
So
you guys a question. Let me ask you guys a question. Sorry.
Rohit, that was a good analysis.
So
thank
I
you.
just want a quick. What is the percentage from 1 to 100% that CDK next season is going to show that he deserves to be wearing that Milan shirt? Red John. Red John.
Let the ambulance go first.
I can't hear you. Say again.
Yeah, it was the ambulance. That's why I'm muting myself. Can you please repeat the question? I couldn't hear.
What is a percentage 1 to 100? Your opinion that CDK next season is going to show that he deserves to wear that Milan shirt? 1 to 100.
Uh, you have to specify what does
No,
deserving.
just
No,
give
but
me 1 to 100. What do you,
zero,
zero.
zero.
So for you, it's
There
zero
is
percent.
it's
Okay.
0% for him to show that he deserves to wear the Milan shirt.
Okay.
It's a
Perfect.
very
Perfect.
loaded question. If your
Perfect.
question is if next season he's gonna be able to show us something or to show that he's a talented player,
I'm
then I'm
back.
gonna give you a different percentage.
Okay. Okay. Rock 1 to 100. What do you think?
For Pioli to stay.
No, what? Red card for Rock. Red card for
Fuck,
Rock.
Sorry,
bro.
yellow card. I wasn't paying attention. I'm working. I'm still at work. What was the question?
CDK. What from 1 to
Oh, the
100?
one-hit wonder question still?
Yes. Yes. What is it?
Fuck,
What do you
dude.
think?
Okay, fine.
CDK is not
Just
gonna.
give me.
Is
Just give
not
me a number. You don't need
from
to.
one
We don't
to
need to.
100 as a
But next
flop.
season, he's going to show us that he deserves to be in a Milan. Okay, I'm going to ask the question one more time, guys. Everybody listen so we can finish this question.
Okay.
What do you guys think? Give me a
Rock.
number from 1
Set
to
everybody
100%.
off.
1 to
Uh-huh.
100%. If you think CDK next season is going to show that he deserves to wear that Milan shirt, what do you think? 1 to 100%.
15%.
15%. Okay, Antonio.
No
Red
comment.
card.
No comment.
Okay.
No comment.
Okay,
Yo, give me
sorry.
a second, you freaking.
Jesus. No, I
impatient
need
man.
fucking fire quick questions.
We're
Antonio.
doing quantum physics over here, trying to figure out CDK.
Hand on.
Fuck
Hand
me.
on. Hand on. 1, 2.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you remember when I spoke last season, last summer about CDK. I said this: the first signs that I think that we're gonna see him is in the second season. Although I'm really disappointed that he didn't show anything at all this season. But there's still a chance that he can turn up good. But what I think that the best solution for him would be to go on loan somewhere to play a full season in Italy. Probably
Okay.
Monza would be the perfect choice. Play a full
One-
season, get a little bit of game time at an environment that will have less pressure on him. And I think if we go on that route, there's like 50% chance that he's gonna improve a lot. But
Good
we need to
question.
take
Good
that
answer.
chance.
50% for you. Okay. So
Yeah.
what about you, Hansa? 1 to 100?
Yeah, I would say 50 that he shows up. He really shows up next season.
Okay. 50-50. What about you, Rohit? Red
Is it
card
to
for
me?
Rohit.
Is
Yes,
it to
let's
me?
go. Yeah.
Oh,
What?
Yeah,
sorry. Yeah. Um, I think CDK performing next season is more down to what sort of players that we actually signed rather than what sort of a player he is. Because for me, he is actually misfiled, and I don't think Pioli actually knows where he has to play CDK. He's not a number 10. He's not a number 10. He's not the number 10 that wants to play in typical Pioli system. So if we can get better players and around him and actually help him to kind of play the game that he wants to that CDK wants to play, then I think we have a big talent on our hands. Otherwise, I'm really thinking he's not. So I'm
That
gonna
is
go
such a good
50-50.
answer.
And what
Of
is
course it
what
is,
is
Hans.
That
'cause
was
you
a
said
very good
some-
answer.
You said something positive about CDK, so now you're horny.
by the
Shut up,
way,
Hans.
guys?
No,
By the way,
no,
guys.
that's exactly true.
No, hey guys, everybody.
CDK is a dependent player.
Yeah,
He's a
what type of
dependent
game? What type
player.
of game does he want
I
to
need
play,
numbers.
Hans?
I
Limp
need
dick?
numbers.
What does he want to play? What kind of game is he suited for?
No.
The guy has
Tetris.
no
He
patch.
wants-
He is suited for
The guy has
He
Tetris.
wants
nothing.
I need to go to
wingers.
the
He
next
wants guys
question.
around him moving.
He doesn't
lot.
move.
Yes, he does.
I need.
He
I need to
runs
go to
like
the
he
next
did
question.
poo poo. He runs like he did poo poo in his diapers, and he needs a bottle.
Gentlemen, I need to go to the
Oh,
next
no.
question because I have a few more questions here.
Oh,
and,
no.
and some of the next questions are big questions. So I need to move fast.
Oh no. 'Cause I was gonna say I need to make food. Okay, go
Rohit,
ahead.
1 to 100. That's 1 to 100. Give me a number.
50.
50.
50.
Clint, do you know what the question is?
The question is like the percentage of CDK performing
Yes.
next year.
Yeah,
Right.
1 to 100. Yeah.
1 to 100, I'll give 65%.
Okay.
When did you get fired?
Clint is the one that gave him the highest number. The highest. So okay.
Clint
All right,
got
guys,
fired.
listen,
That's why.
I have to move on to the next question. This is a very interesting question here from Christian Pazmino. And would you fire Maldini? I'm probably assuming he means if shit doesn't go well, if the Mercato sucks, does Maldini get to go? Or does Maldini deserve to go because of this season, for example? Any opinions on this?
Yeah, I can
Red
answer
John.
that very easily. Now, before I go straight to the answer, I want to say something. The thing is that Maldini and our fan base, for obvious reasons, have a pretty close connection. So it's very hard to criticize Maldini
Here it comes.
without having all the fan base against you, right? This is a fact. Now, that being
True
said,
Interista right here.
okay. Now, having said that, with the very small budget that Maldini has gotten in these last seasons, he has managed to create a good team. Is this team world class like a lot of our deluded fans think? No, this is not a world class team. Is Maldini responsible for last season? Yes, Maldini is responsible for last season, not because of the players he picked, but because of what positions those players play in the team. He clearly did not talk to Pioli and buy the players that Pioli wanted, but rather bought players that he, I don't know, thought of himself, but that don't really fit in our system. CDK is an example of a player that does not have a position in our system. Origi is a player that doesn't have a position in our system because Origi was bought to be the second striker for Giroud, and yet we found him playing on the left the majority of the season, and not as Giroud's son. Now, should Maldini be fired? No. Maldini shouldn't be fired, and the reason is very simple. Maldini shouldn't be fired not because he's the greatest sporting director, but because he is a person there that represents the fan base, because I am certain that Maldini loves Milan. And it's very important at this stage we are in our progress to have a person there who is involved spiritually, not only connected from the position he holds in the firm. I rest my case.
Red John.
Good answer.
You know what, Red John? You're gonna get. Bravo, Red John. All right, let's go next. Rock. What about you?
Maldini should never be fired under any circumstances and for any reason. I don't care if he throws a boonga boonga party at Milanello and it gets live streamed and buys cocaine from Mike Mignon. I don't care. He can do whatever he wants. Don't
Free
fire
reign
him for any
for
reason. Yep, free reign.
Okay, perfect. Antonio?
Free cocaine.
Yep.
Antonio?
Yeah, I don't believe in firing him. I think that he needs to have more
Fucking odds.
budget. Like everyone makes mistakes. Like so, CDK. What's going on?
Come on, guys. Let's hear Antonio.
CDK. There were some mistakes. Like CDK was a mistake, but he doesn't have the budget as some other teams do, and so I don't really hold him to that like standard. And so he needs that ability to make big impact signings. And he's done well, especially defensively. I think he's done a really good job. And he made us some key signings like Teo, Leao, and yeah, I think he's done a great job.
Okay,
I'm
so
actually
no.
of the opinion that if Maldini did not join Milan, that we would still be in the banter era.
Me too. I honestly feel that as well. I agree with that. Ando, what about
Uh,
you?
Yeah,
I believe that as well.
it's a very complicated situation with Maldini because he has done like 2, 3 seasons good Mercato and one bad, which can happen. Maldini is still a novice in his position. He's not an experienced sporting director. It can happen to anybody. But now the question is what he's gonna do this summer. Because last summer, no matter if we didn't have the budget or anything, out of all the players he has bought, only one succeeded, Chow, which is a very low success rate for last season. So I want to see what he can do this season in this kind of situation and to see if he has learned from his mistakes this season. If he managed to do that, he shouldn't be. I'm not saying fired. I agree with Rob. He shouldn't be fired in any circumstances, but he can get a new role, a new position. Like I don't know, just not as somebody responsible for deciding what player we're gonna buy. So we have to wait and see what he was gonna do this Mercato. If it goes good, he stays a sporting director and responsible for transfers. But if he does the same mistakes like he did this season, probably just change his role. But under no circumstances he should get fired because he's one of the main reasons why we're in a, let's say, good situation that we are currently. Because he still, even if he doesn't get the players right, he still has a huge influence over footballers. Some of the players we have here right now, they only joined because of Maldini. They didn't join because they love Milan or something like that. They joined because they spoke to Maldini, they listened to him, and they were presented a good project. So we have to
Yeah.
wait and see.
Good answer.
You know what I
good
think would help Maldini a bit in terms of player signings and just his analysis of who to sign? I think a more forceful and vocal coach would help Maldini and guide him a lot for his signings. I don't think Pioli gives tons of input or pressure on Maldini whatsoever.
Yeah,
He's
but
kind of
Yeah.
happy.
We're going,
He's
guys,
happy with whatever he can get.
we're going to.
So
I have a question. There's a question that about the coach, so we're going to finish on
okay.
that one. Hans, what about you?
No way in hell are we getting rid of Maldini. Jerry hasn't spent any kind of money. I'm sorry. No. Even if the signings weren't exactly what Pioli was looking for, I think they were maybe trying to guide Pioli where he thinks they should go. Maybe also. So no, there's no way.
So
No way.
no matter under any
Even if it was even
circumstances.
if they weren't working completely in tandem together, Pioli, Maldini,
Yeah, but
there's no way
guys, no,
you get rid of
listen, but I
Maldini.
cannot accept
You
this.
get rid of
Not
Pioli before you
under
get rid of Maldini.
right, but of
You find a
course I
coach
agree
then
with that. But
that's gonna play the director of
Guys, we will
football's
be
way
talking
that he
about the
wants
coach.
them to play. The
right,
director of
but
football says who the fuck stays and how we
right, but
play.
you cannot tell me that under no circumstance should be fired my team because this is crazy,
At this point in time,
No,
no.
no,
At
Red
this
Dog,
point in
Red
time,
Dog.
guys.
no.
I
We
I'm
have
not
to
saying.
respect their
Listen,
opinion. Man.
no,
not to
I
You
be
don't have
understand.
to
fired in the
respect
club
them.
entirely. That's something that we cannot
There's
allow
no
ourselves.
way
But
I would.
change his
Oh,
role, probably,
sure.
if he fucks up again.
Sure. That I agree with, but not this idea that we shouldn't fire him. I can love something doesn't mean that I'm good at it. You
Yeah,
know?
of course. So that's why
Okay.
we'll wait to see.
All right,
But I
Rohit.
agree with Red John's answer that the love is very important. Also, to have somebody in that role right now that really loves the club, and Maldini is there all the time. I see him at the training sessions. I see him there. He's always at every game. We need that, and I think it helps a lot. And I think he has a lot of prestige in the game.
Yeah.
Man, he's the best ever.
You-
He's the
Actually,
best ever, guys.
speaking about that prestige, you
Even the
guys
EPL
saw.
fanboys, they know Maldini's
Yep,
the best
yep.
ever defender.
You guys saw that CBS segment where Terry Henry and Carragher and Big Meeks they all went Gaga for Maldini, and
Mhm.
then all of that went viral. Comments on YouTube, all over social media, talking so well about. He's one of the most respected men in football.
Carragher tried to bring up the Champions League win that they had left the second place medals, and then Maldini won it back, and Maldini just kind of looked at the presenter Schmeichel, and he was just like laughing. He's like,
Mhm.
That's all.
I love Monty. He's
That's all this clown.
class,
That's all
man.
this clown has to
You're,
present for
yeah,
himself.
he's clown.
Just that
He's a
one
clown.
trophy. Be pissing me off, bro.
He's a
I hate
clown,
that.
Okay,
bro.
okay, let's go to Rohit next, and then we'll finish with Clint. Rohit, are there
So
any
Yeah.
respectful.
missing pieces?
So about Maldini, what I think is I would actually break it into two parts. The first part is until the Scudetto season. So we won the Scudetto because we were on track with our project. So we were getting the right players. We won the Scudetto because we got the right project. We had a right blend of young and old, and there was a lot of Ibra effect, and Pioli's tactics was like really helping us. Blah blah blah, all that. So our project was on track until June 2022. Now after June 2022. So before that, actually, we won the Scudetto not because we scored the most goals. Last season, we scored 69 goals. Last year, scored 77. Napoli scored 74. Inter scored 80, 80 plus. So it's like we won the league because we conceded the least goals. That means our defense conceded the least goals in the league, and that's how we won the Scudetto. So fast forward to June 2022. I didn't understand why Maldini. I actually even had an argument on this with somebody here. I can't remember who it was, and they were spot on, and I was wrong. They were actually asking why were we spending 30 million on Sven Botman. I also don't understand it now because our defense was actually not the team that needed that reinforcement. I understand that Alessio Romagnoli was leaving, but Romagnoli was not our starting centre back. He was actually a bench player. Obviously, in the end, we got Chow, who actually replaced him, and he's gone on to be a starter instead of Pierre Kalulu alongside Tomori. So why couldn't we have spent that 8 million on Chiao initially and tried to spend the Botman money on a forward, which we did with CDK, but it was misprofiled. Obviously, with hindsight, I can say it was a bad signing, but initially it looked like a good signing. So for me, this season he has made a lot of mistakes. Obviously, he's made a lot of mistakes. I don't know why and how we still don't understand the importance of not having of having a right winger. We play a 4-2-3-1, or we can even say we play a 4-3-3, or all sorts of FIFA formations we can put, and we can
Agreed.
say why? I mean, it was obvious against Inter. It was so obvious against Inter that when Leao got the ball, we were boxed in by Dumfries and Barella and Darmian. Even Lautaro was coming into box. It was like 4v1 against Leao. And DeMarco was leaving Messias open because he knew that Messias would miss the chance no matter what happened. And who was deputizing for Messias? We have Salamakers. So, I mean, forget Hakan not being replaced. We haven't even replaced Suso since he left us in 2021. Why is it that Maldini, who attends every game and every training session, that does not understand that our right winger is a very important position that needs to be reinforced? Is it because Pioli is the one who actually wants this player not to be replaced because he might not bring balance or something? I don't know. And so in terms of this thing, I think the most important thing when you're building a squad, when you're building a squad up from ground zero, is that you actually need to have a good attack. So even if you're looking at Napoli right now, Napoli's defense bar Kim Min Jae is not one of the best defenses of all time. They are having Mario Rui, they are having Rahmani, and they are having Di Lorenzo, who are good players, but they're not the greatest. But their attack is Osimhen, Quara, Kvaratskhelia, Politano. They're having Lozano. They're having Giovanni Simeone. They're having Raspadori. Almost all six of those players would start for us.
Yeah,
So
but
my
Rahit,
Agreed.
one thing, while we speak on this subject, not to get carried. The thing here is because last season we had Casey. That's the biggest difference between last season and this season. And the example that you're giving
yeah,
for
I
Napoli,
I, I was gonna come to that. I was gonna I
Yeah,
will
it's
come to that.
true.
I will come to that.
They have
Can we
they
I
speak?
will
have
come to that.
great athletes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I will come to that. So I think the attack was where we needed the most reinforcement. We did not reinforce that. We still kept Giroud, who is I mean, if you actually look at it, we have three strikers. One is Giroud, one is Ibrahimovic. So two strikers who are above 30 years of age, and then we have Origi, which was a big gamble. I agree, and if the gamble didn't pay off, so again, by with the benefit of hindsight, I cannot complain about it. So we had three, and obviously Rebic. I did not understand why we didn't go after a young left winger last season. I'm sorry, last summer transfer. And then the like the gentleman mentioned, Kessie. Kessie was one of our most important players. I think if you look
Gentle.
this season, yeah, if you actually see, even Theo Hernandez does not attack so much because Tonali is not a proper defensive midfielder. He is somebody who likes to be a Mizala or a box to box kind of player. So we did not replace Kessie either. We tried to replace Kessie with Pobega or with Franks, which both of them are not even good enough. Then another thing which I had to say was the disconnect between Pioli and Maldini. Why did we sign Yasin Adli for 8 million if he didn't even start a game? He didn't even start a game. He's not even got 90 minutes. I don't see training. I don't know what he does. So why did we sign him for 8 million? Why if Pioli actually knew that we were signing Yasin Adli, then why didn't he say no? He's not the kind of player for my style of play. So we are wasting 8 million. We say that we don't have money to waste like Manchester City or Chelsea. So why did we waste that? And another thing which I saw didn't work out was like we were recommended by Moncada for somebody like Enzo Fernandez or even Alvarez of Manchester who plays for Manchester City now. Does Maldini actually trust Moncada like as much as he should? Because Moncada is giving a lot of good talents for us, and we are not actually picking up on it. So that also question I have. For me, Maldini has to stay. I think he deserves one or two more transfer windows to see to correct his this season mistake. But if we are signing Diaz for more than 10 million, I think that's the end of it. I really don't see Diaz as a good player anymore. He actually ruins a lots of attack. So for me, Maldini has to stay, but he has to correct his mistakes. He has to get some attacking player. He has to find a replacement, no, not replacement, substitute for Leao. He has to find a proper striker, a proper number 9 who can help us break these
Okay.
blocks.
All right. So Maldini for you is still a question mark. There's some things that you have questions about. Fair, very fair. Maybe you're the one who is the most, let's say, dubious about his position, but overall, you do want him to stay. Let's finish the subject with Clint, and then we go to our last question of the day. Clint, what about you,
Fir-
Maldini?
First of all, Maldini idolo. He does no wrong in my eyes. Period. And now it's gonna sound really biased for me. Like that's my idol. I started supporting Milan, Italy, because of him. So that let's put that aside. But let's be honest here. The real question we need to ask: did Maldini do more wrongs than goods? That's the real question. Because this whole try to switch him up and all that, he did more good than wrong. That's you. You're gonna have little laps in between in what you do. But I think overall, for me, Maldini still, since he's been in that position, is an 8 out of 10. It's not a perfect, but he's an 8 out of 10 in terms of the signings because if we got to look at all of the signings, they kind of like they overcome more of the fuckery like he did. Like it overcomes it. Like I don't think nobody can really refute that. From Theo Hernandez, from Leao, from Tonali, from Magnan, from all these guys, they play. There is more good than bad. Now the real question we need to ask ourselves, they're saying Maldini. I don't think Maldini just going and just grabbing a bunch of players and just throw them in the team. When do you start blaming Pioli and all of this? Pioli is also assessing these players and accepting it. I don't think they're just picking up and like, oh, you figure this stuff out. He's giving his okay. I refuse to think like he's running on this type of tyrant directors. Like, oh, we brought him and so you got to play him. Pioli is giving his. Pioli, I'm pretty sure, approve of the move of Giroud, approve of the move of people like Origi, Adli, and all these guys. Pioli has a lot to do with it, and I don't hear his name mentioned because they're gonna go ask him. He's the one that has the system.
In
He's the one that's gonna
next-
identify these
that's the
players.
next
So
topic. Pioli's the
you
next-
know, yeah, no, but I want to add him in the mix because like he has a lot to do with this. He has more to do with that because you as the coach, you gotta also know how to develop some of these guys that are being flopped. Are you developing them well? So for me, I think Maldini stays. He stays all the way because, like you guys mentioned earlier, like Rajon said, yeah, you definitely need the spirit. That's why other teams struggle. I mean, look at Chelsea right now. They have all the funds of the world. They're bringing people in, but the people they have at that top, they're disconnected from the club, and you just see the real effects. And you need people with Milan power. You keeping the Baresi, the Maldini around because it's that winning mentality and that Europe mentality. We didn't have the best squad. Even as easy as our path was to go to the Champions League, to go to the semifinal, it still weren't guaranteed if you didn't have these guys around. You see what I'm saying? Like it wouldn't have been guaranteed. We could have still lost to Tottenham or some fuck shit. But having these guys around, you still need it. And he even said it. He said there's a big gap and we can only rely on traditions and the way they're moving in the market. So for me, he stays. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Surprised by the
everybody-
poll results. Surprised by the poll results.
Oh, let's check the polls. What does the poll say? What? Wait, hold
It was
on.
higher a second ago. It was over 40%.
Are there any circumstances you want to see Maldini fired? 36% say yes, and what's it? 64% say no. Interesting.
Well,
Very-
because
Madness.
the question
Madness.
the question is wrong. Are there any circumstances in which Maldini should be fired?
I know
Yes.
Lucas. I know who Lucas voted.
Yes.
I know exactly who Lucas voted for.
Oh, Lucas is back. Look at him.
Okay,
Oh,
listen,
man.
Lucas,
listen,
this
we
guy,
have to-
call
we have
Maldini a
to-
bum.
we are going to go to the last question of the day, and we can you
Man.
guys can debate as much as you want. But Desai Saliba says Pioli in or Pioli out. For me, Pioli out. Get De Zerbi or Enrique. So here it is, guys. The one and only. What do we do with Mr. Pioli? What do you guys think? Where are you with this subject?
I know my stance for sure.
Rocky Junior.
we start-
You start.
Me?
Yeah, start with Rock.
Okay.
Yeah, you're first in line.
Since you
All
saw him
right.
first time too.
Well, listen, I love Pioli. I really appreciate everything that he's done as a coach for Milan. I think he's grown a lot as a coach, and he's just, I'm just really appreciative to him for everything he's done up until this point, and he's achieved amazing results with very little resources. Now, going forward, if we are to take the next step in our evolution, and I completely understand the importance of consistency and growing and building things over time. However, and it's my opinion that Pioli has reached the end of his cycle in this evolution of the squad, and that in order for us to evolve further into the next level, we need a different coach. We need a better coach. We need a more experienced coach with name recognition, with respect among players and among coaches and directors around the world. Someone who's going to garner that level of respect when they speak, when they ask for things. And right now, Pioli is a great, serviceable manager who's done a lot for the club and is a little bit of a yes man. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. Some club atmospheres need someone like that in the coaching role. But for the next stage of our evolution, to win in the semifinals against Inter or whoever, to go on to lift another Champions League trophy, we need another coach, a better coach. And that's my opinion.
So you are officially Pioli out now.
Yeah.
For the reasons you stated.
Yeah. For the reasons I stated, yeah. It has nothing to do with him. I think he's a great manager and he's accomplished a lot. And I really am grateful to him for it.
Essentially,
I'm
you're
re-
saying the cycle is over. That's how you feel about it.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay. Hans, the scout, Erdogan.
I mean, what I
Slayer
have to say, I
of
don't think it's as
the
long
Greeks.
as.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, man. I don't think I need to talk about this as long as Rock. I think he should stay, but if there is a hiccup like there was last, in what was it, in January and things, because I swear I think Teo was against him. I do think Teo was against him. I think he was getting pissed off with the way the system was being played, and being tired as hell, and just being purely just saying, "Get out there and do it," kind of tactics. Just get up forward and bomb forward, Teo. Do your thing. I think Teo was like, "Yo, I can't do this every game," and I feel like I'm going into a wall. I'm running into a wall. So if we have a big hiccup like that, we lose, like we get scored on by 5 goals or something like that. I think so, honestly, because honestly, we're only getting top 4 right now because Juve gifted us it, and they're cheating fucks. That's the only reason we're going to get top 4 probably this season, and that's a scary thought. So we'll see what happens. I'm not Pioli out right now, but if we start going through some shit as January, maybe we should honestly think about it.
To do it before the season starts.
I would not do it over the summer, though.
Just real quick comment,
No,
and then
I
everyone
wouldn't
else
do it.
can give their opinion. Real quick comment, then everyone else. I've always said from the very beginning, even when Pioli was still on a meteoric rise with the club, I've always said from the beginning that if and only if a better coach is available and would come to Milan, I would upgrade the coach. So there's circumstances and context that you need to apply. I don't want a lateral move or an unproven coach. It has to be someone that's going to significantly upgrade. It has to be someone that will significantly upgrade the bench. So,
and I think we all will disagree on who that coach is. I think a lot of people have different. Oh my God, it's Lucas.
Lucas.
Oh my God, he's done it! What a top! He's done it! Oh my God, is that
Lucas,
prime?
what
Oh
happened?
my
Lucas
God!
is finally
Oh my
almost
God, this guy!
Oh,
man!
Almost. You got
He's
your
wearing a
camera
LeBron
on.
jersey like a true.
Lou.
Oh my
You got
God, a
sweat.
true fan.
Is this a reveal? Is this a reveal?
Hot.
It's
a
a
reveal.
reveal.
Wow.
This is a
It's
gender
a reveal.
Lucas.
God damn, bro. Is that Lucas? There's
14
no way.
years old and going. All right. So you are
Sorry about the
undecided.
Lakers, man. Your
You're
boy.
undecided. You're undecided about you're 50-50, I guess.
No,
Okay,
I would say keep him. I'm saying keep him, definitely.
Yeah, right now you're Pioli in, but tomorrow you might be Pioli out. I understand what you're saying.
Well, if we're getting scored on by 5 goals, Roy, and the team looks like it's tired and it's just like not organized and they're not motivated, yeah, I think it might be the time to get a coach like De Zerbi if we can.
That's fine.
Something like that.
Let's move on. Rohit, Pioli in, Pioli out. Give us your take.
I don't think it's a simple answer of in or out. I think there are a lot of factors in this.
Here we go, Roy.
I don't think it's a simple in or out question. For me, when we actually take the individual players of the system, especially the front players, I'm gonna say Messias. How good is he? Everybody's gonna say, oh bro, he's shit, bro. The next name I take Salamakis, oh bro, he's shit, bro. If I take Rebic, he's ass. Origi, he's ass. De Ketelaere, he's ass. I don't want to see him in again. If I take so many players' names, everybody's gonna say they're not good enough. So when you're having players that are not performing up to the levels individually, then I don't think that there's something that a coach can always do. That's one thing. Now, if you're gonna like,
maybe it's the coach's fault though that they're not performing.
Bro, I would not be scared of Pioli either. If I was performing poorly, I wouldn't be scared of Pioli. But try and perform that way in front of top coaches.
I agree. I agree with Rohit. I don't think Messias is necessarily a top G. I don't think Salad was brought in as top G, even though he is.
I only have one thing to
Salad
say.
can get it.
I only have one thing to say. if you're looking at the miss that Diaz or Messi has had against Inter, I mean that how can you blame that on a coach? I mean you there's a difference between Messias and there's a difference between a player like Salah. I mean that's individual brilliance. I mean Salah would cost 100 million because he's that good, and Messi has cost 6 million because he's only that good. You can't pay like 6 million and expect him to be 100 million unless it's a true Moneyball signing. So like in some
Salah
aspects,
was Salah
in
was
some
30
as
million though.
in some I mean Salah was 40 million, but now he is 100 million, obviously. So in some aspects, you cannot. There are some things that a coach cannot obviously change. But if the rumor that is going on now is true, and that Pioli actually wants to keep Brahim Diaz, then I think he's actually not learned his lesson. I mean, he called Brahim Diaz a complete player, and I think that may show his limited thing. Now,
I
if
agree
we can say
100%.
if we say okay, now let's say Pioli out and we sack Pioli, then I think Milan fans actually, I see names like Roberto Di Zerbi. I mean, what has Di Zerbi achieved in football? He's just started out in football. He has some great tactical ideas. Isn't that the same thing
Blasphemy.
that we saw?
Yeah, but
Blasphemy.
It
yeah, but
Blasphemy.
isn't
Pioli
Blasphemy.
hasn't achieved
Blasphemy.
Pioli
Wow.
hasn't achieved anything either when it came to
isn't
Milan.
I
that the
dare
same?
these players. I dare these players to perform this way in front of a top coach. It would
I
never
mean,
happen,
isn't
dude.
Guys, I
isn't
would like to
isn't
speak to
isn't this guys?
he
Can I finish?
1,
Isn't
2,
this the
3,
same thing that
4.
we
Doom
tried?
tech, tech, doom tech, doom tech, tech, doom tech.
Ooh,
Like,
Let me
isn't
finish.
this?
Order,
Yeah,
order.
isn't
That
I
row you
mean,
finished.
yeah, everybody was, I still remember everybody saying that Gianpaolo was also this great coach. I mean, he also had the Saki vote of approval, saying that he actually is a very big, he's a
It's
good
not the
coach.
same
He's
as De
performed.
Zerbi, bro. It's not the same as De
How
Zerbi. I'm sorry.
how 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 is it different?
I never rated
Bro, De
Gianpaolo, first
Zerbi,
of all.
De
I mean,
Zerbi just
it's
finished
I mean,
sixth. He
football.
finished
It's
sixth in the
actually
league. You can't do that.
actually
Let's get
Pioli can't
the
do that.
guys. I
Stop it.
promise. After we're done with
Zerbi
this
took Brighton to European
debate,
football,
we'll
dude.
start as
Guys,
soon
come
as we're
on,
done.
come on.
actually
Let him
actually
finish,
if
then
if
we'll debate.
actually sports always loves an underdog story. I mean, it's always like that. They always have this thing that if he can perform with a small team, then obviously he may perform with a big team. One a big exam A recent example is Potter, who was actually performing with Brighton, and he went on to Chelsea and he flopped. A bigger example would be David Moyes doing well with Everton and going to Manchester United and flopping. So if Milan want to take the next step, if Milan want to make the next step, then it should be a top coach. And a top coach, let's say somebody like a Julian Nagelsmann. Why would a Julian
Yes,
Nagelsmann come to Milan? Why
there
would a
you go.
Julian Nagelsmann come to AC Milan? Like, will Cardinal spend to actually make him happy, to give him the players that he wants? So,
We
like
have
I said,
sexy.
it's not.
Rohan, right. We have sexy reporters in Milan for him.
Hold on. Listen, who's
He's
next?
gonna
Who's
love
next
it.
after Roy? Because I
Listen.
disagree with
We have to
all the
move on.
stuff you're
We
saying.
have to move
Yeah,
on. We have to move
I
on
haven't spoken
because
purely though.
we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys that need to answer this question,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
then
So
and
for
then
me, it's
and
not.
then we will open the floor for debate, guys. But let's
No,
move on
for
with the
me, for
question.
me, for me, it's not a question of. For me, it's not a question of in or out. I still think that the bigger side, the big area that I want improvement on is our players, and we can change our players. You can change Pioli. You can bring whoever you like. You can bring De Zerbi. You can bring Roberto. You can bring Conte, or you can bring Mourinho, or you can bring anybody you want. But unless we improve our players, I'm not really. I don't think we can improve as a team. Maybe we may have a small improvement, but if we want to become old force like last year, then definitely not. No, I don't think it's a question of in or out.
Okay, so for you, it's not about the
I'm
coach.
dubious.
It's about
I'm
it's
dubious.
about it's about the
It's
players,
about the
bro.
players.
And I agree with Rohit. So my take is exactly the same as Rohit's. Antonio, what about you?
Okay, give me some time to explain myself, please.
Okay, but remember we have 4 more people.
Yeah, I know, but
and,
listen,
and I
I've
can't
been,
be here forever.
yeah, I've been waiting patient. Okay, so my take is this: for me, now I like Pioli, and I give him credit for what he's done. I would have to. I'm more inclined to agree with what some people said that he, for me, isn't necessarily the best long-term coach. I have a few just concerns with him. Yes, we can't really judge his potential because he doesn't have the same power as other top coaches. However, I there's some concerns with him that I've already seen. For me, one of them is our tactical limitations. I think we only know how to play one style, and since we don't have the quality as some other teams, we can't always just dominate with our style of play over other teams. This season, you saw against Inter. For me, it was too one-dimensional. Our mentality was lacking. We could have done better than what we did, and I don't care if you want to argue that. I'll argue that any day. Even though they're a better team than us. We had to step up more than what we did. I think that with him also, he's too complacent for me to be a top coach. I think that like in interviews, I want to see more passion. I want to see more tactical creativity in terms of like a top coach. For now, I'm fine with keeping him, but I still stand by my word that he's not a Champions League winning manager. And if that's what we want to be in the future, then my honest take is that Zerbi would be better, and I have a reason for that. I've been watching a lot of the Premier League. Brighton have been. He's basically in one season. He's implemented his style of play that he had at Sassuolo in Brighton. He got them European football, their highest finish of all time for their season, and he's improving them day by day with players that aren't not all of them are top quality, and they don't have a crazy budget. Yes, they have a good budget. They're in England, but if you watch Brighton, with Pep called him like one of the most influential managers around today. And for me, he's a manager that has his style of play and knows and is very smart and creative and tactically gifted. He knows what he wants. And there's not many managers that are like that. And I think he has the potential to be one of the next top managers in the future. And I think that we need to be looking for one of those managers because I think it's already too late, to be honest, since a top club is now in England going to go and offer him a lot of money. But Pioli isn't at that top level for me. My main concerns with getting rid of him would be two things. One, will Leao be performing as well as he does now? Because for me, Leao has a very particular role in the way he plays. And he's not going to fit in every single system. He plays on that left wing right now. He can play maybe as a second striker. He's not a target man at all. So I don't know. It depends. For me, he has a good relationship with Pioli, a really good one, and it could be detrimental to switching him out. And my other thing is, I guess, just consistency. Maybe it would take us time to adjust to a new coach, and we would have issues, and we'd maybe suffer some points. But for me, I am concerned about Pioli, and I think that in the future he has to leave. And this season, last point, like someone else said, if Juventus didn't get that ban, we'd probably fail on our top four. And
100%, yeah.
That's what everyone here was saying at the beginning of the season. They were like, if we don't get top four, then we can discuss Pioli out. So that's for me is an honest conversation that we should be having right now. It's not like a whatever. It's not a radical thing because we should have missed on top four this year, and that was the standard that we had. So it's he did underperform this year, and he should have done better, no matter what players he had.
Right.
All
Let me go after Antonio.
Yeah, you're next. Go ahead.
No, I'm next.
Sorry. The order changed here.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
Okay.
My bad. Yeah,
Andon
was next.
Yeah, and this is my favorite subject, as you know. Listen, the thing with Pioli is mostly covered what previously said. Pioli is a limited coach. Yes, he didn't get the proper backing this season. Yes, he didn't get enough money for players, but that doesn't mean we didn't have a good enough squad to finish fourth. We are only fourth thanks to Juventus getting a penalty, and we are shaking till the last round of the Campeonato just to get Champions League football. And we had good enough, even without one transfer, we had a good enough team to finish fourth. Another thing, what worries me a lot is, I don't know if you guys remember what Leo said a couple of weeks ago. He wants to play under a manager that can improve his game. And that shows a lot. And also that Theo had problems with Pioli. That shows a lot that Pioli almost lost the players, lost the locker room. The biggest problem this season, besides the quality, we lacked a little bit of quality, that's undeniable, but also they lacked a lot of motivation. In most of the games, they lacked a huge amount of motivation. So that's one of the biggest problems that Pioli had.
So you're a hard Pioli out, right?
Yes, of course.
You're a hard Pioli out.
Yeah, it's not just that, because again, if we want to move forward, and if we want to continue, and if we want to improve, we have to get somebody that can take us to that level. I mean, thanks to Pioli. I mean, Pioli was the perfect solution at that given time. I don't think another manager could have managed that situation. I think what Pioli had in his favor, also he had Ibra with him. He allowed Ibra to be the person that speaks, to be the person that motivates them, and he allowed some players to have freedom. But now, in a time that Ibra is not that not that dedicated to the team, because he's retiring, stuff like that, he doesn't have that help, and we can see those kind of problems. We cannot. Any other coach, if they had a month like Pioli had in January, he would have been gone. He would have been sacked at any given club. But thanks to the Scudetto, Pioli had a safe pass. And another problem is we're too limited as a team when we play. We don't have a plan B. He tried a couple of new formations, but none of them worked. And what he did, he spent a month training a new formation, played a couple of games, and that didn't work out, and he came back to the old formation, which means he wasted a full month. He wasted a full month for nothing. So either it's a problem that players doesn't trust them anymore, they're seeing his limit, they want to play under a better coach. I don't know what certainly the problem is, but we need to be very, very smart now and to focus on finding the right profile of a coach that can take us to the next level, even if that coach costs a little bit more money. Okay. So that would be the smartest thing. But I would say this, as I said previously, if we somehow can get Pioli, Sergei, SMS this season, and Chiesa, because those are players that
and Haaland.
no, but Rejon is not doable.
Chiesa is ungettable.
Yeah, Chiesa. There is rumors that Chiesa wants to leave if Allegri stays as a coach of Juventus, and he had injury problems. His price is not that big.
Okay. So, fair points. Clint, you go ahead.
What about Red John? Or did
Red
die?
John. No, I remember the order. The last two were Red John.
Red John has red card.
Clint was next. Clint, go ahead. Give us your take.
Hey, you guys know my propaganda, my campaign this whole year. Even before our semifinal Champions League, my stance doesn't change. For me, it's purely out since last year. He has to go, and y'all know how I feel about it. Like, I'm not even gonna fake it. Even when Paul was coming or apologizing, I'm not apologizing nothing. He still needs to go. I'll give my reasons, and I'm not gonna be long. The first thing that alarms me is just like we lost in the same manner for the past 3 years. That hasn't been fixed. I understand the whole player issue and we need improvement players. You cannot tell me Cremonese, Spezia, all these teams have a better squad than our squad. You're losing in the same way. You're not poking these holes. That was one for me already. I'm like, okay, so tactically you're showing me you're limited. The second thing is just for me, the whole De Zerbi stuff. I disagree big time, because when Roy is just saying we don't know, we know De Zerbi. We're not speaking about a random coach from another league that we don't really watch. All of us watch Serie A. At least all of us been watching Serie A for the longest. We know De Zerbi well. We know how Sassuolo plays. That hasn't changed. So he's not a fluke coach. This whole Potter went and failed at Chelsea. Well, Potter didn't do the transition De Zerbi did. De Zerbi left Sassuolo. He went to Ukraine, still proved himself in that Champions League, even though they got out the group stage with the whole Mudryk and all that
They
stuff.
didn't win a
Went to
single game in the
Brighton.
Champions League. They didn't win a
Doesn't
single
matter.
game in the
His
Champions League group.
his playing style was still good. Doesn't matter. At the
Okay,
end of the day,
so
he still went
at
to.
a big club.
Let me finish,
So
bro. I'll let you speak. I'll let you speak,
Guys,
brother.
we'll get in the
I'll let you
debates
speak,
later.
brother.
We'll get in the
Yeah,
debate
yeah.
as soon as everybody's
I'll
done.
let you speak. He goes to Brighton. He's able to even tally the score goal because De Zerbi is somebody known that he can score. The reason why I feel like he's the ideal coach, we're not getting a top coach, but we're getting a coach going to the next level that we can go with. Because a top coach is going to require more funding. De Zerbi already proven himself with different group of players, and I feel like the marriage between him and Milan will suit. Not only he comes from the school of Milan, from our backyard, but also just going to that next extra step. We don't need somebody too big. Just with the players we have, getting him, we have to see what it takes us to. It's not going to be as costly. It's because there's no difference between a Brighton and Milan in terms of, I won't say too much of the quality, but it's not like of a big of a leap for him that's going to put him too much pressure. Potter to Chelsea. Chelsea just won the Champions League 2 years ago. They need a trophy, so yes, you're going to fold. But for De Zerbi going to Milan, I mean, what is he going to do? What is he taking over? Is he taking over a team that won a Champions League? No. Semi-finalists? Okay, but we knew how we got there. So for me, he's the ideal catch. For me, he's him or nothing. And I've seen his new system, and it's working in Europe. I'm telling you, he's proving himself. This is not a fluke coach, so I disagree with the slander. Pioli should have been gone since last year. Pioli really has to leave because he's just limited, man. I'm sorry. Like all the players, whatever player we bring, are we still gonna be able to beat those low block teams, those smaller teams? Because we lose in the same way. We lose in the same way. So for me, Pioli needs to go. So I'll leave it there.
All right. So Pioli out for Clint. Red John, go ahead. What is your opinion on the matter?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right then. So, I want to divide this into two main parts. Part number one is that I'm aware that the team is not great. We don't have a great team. We never had a great team. We have a good team, and good teams are a little bit limited in what they can offer you and how much you can do with them or experiment with that. The part number two is the coach itself. We have to see the Pioli P, because Pioli has been here for 3.5 years, right? So we have to take a look and make an imaginary graph in our head. How exactly is it that the team played? I don't even care about the result right now. I'm just talking about the way the team played. First, when Pioli came, the first couple of months, we were pretty bad. Then after Ibram, Pierre, and Cole came, we started playing an actual attractive football. Like we had a system. Pioli was able to manage to create a system in which everyone had their role, everyone knew what they were doing, and we were using that system to go from our side of the pitch to go and score. In the last year, I don't even see a system anymore. We don't have a system. Have you paid attention the way we score goals? We score goals in two ways. Way number one is we are just that much better than the other team we are playing against. If we are playing Cremonese and we are starting our starters, we are just better than Cremonese. So you just keep on trying something and you are going to score a goal, if any, because we have a really hard time against low blocks. And the other way is Theo gets the ball from the defense, runs the entire pitch and scores a goal. Leao gets the ball from the defense, gets to the opposition goal and scores. These two ways of scoring goals cannot be something you can rely on. You cannot rely on just being a lot better than the other team, one, and you cannot rely on Tail and Leao carrying you alone and getting the ball from the defense and going to score. So I don't see a system anymore on what Pioli has done. And actually, I've said this. Actually, this is what reminds me. Against Lazio, everyone was happy that we were able to win without Leao, yada, yada, yada. Against Lazio, we scored from a defense position of Lazio and from Theo literally getting the ball in the defense and going and scoring. And everyone was happy about it. And I would debate exactly for these guys. We did not create a system. Like we didn't score a goal with the Pioli's mind behind it. Now, I also have to go to some other things which might look small, but it looks like they have not been addressed for 4 years now. Set pieces. 4 years into a team, you should at the very least be able to implement the
Preach, Red
set
John,
piece strategy.
preach.
The set piece strategy
Preach.
has to be implemented
Preach.
in 4 years,
Mm.
because it cannot be that after 4 years we still have two set piece takers every single time. So we get one player out of play to stay there like a fool together with Tonali. It's either Tonali or Benacer, or Tonali and Benacer together, and still every single set piece is trash. There's zero risk that we might score a goal on set pieces. We keep on doing the same. First of all, second of all, sometimes staying on the corner kicks. Sometimes I see we random players shooting the corner kick. In the last game, it was Leao shooting. Why is Leao shooting a corner kick? Do we have an actual strategy, or someone who's close to the corner is the one who takes the corner? So the set pieces, I have no idea what Pioli is doing, and I don't even see it being addressed. Like, are we ever going to be improved on that? And the other part that I have with Pioli is the fact that I think there comes a time where a team has to make a bigger step, and the bigger step that you have to make, you have to do it with a coach who is not a yes man. And I have this problem with Pioli, that Pioli is too much of a yes man, and I think at the end of the day, this is the reason why Maldini even goes and buys players that are not fit to our system, because Pioli cannot say no. Sometimes you have to know how to say no, and sometimes you have to believe in yourself enough to say no and even argue with Maldini if he is telling you to buy a player that doesn't fit in the system. Pioli being a yes man means that you get Origi as a striker, and then you play him as a winger. You get CDK as a number 10, and then you don't use him at all, or he cannot be used because it's not his role. Or you get Adli one entire year in your bench and you don't even play him. Actually, also this I'm going to put against Pioli, bitterness of Pioli, that when we are getting trashed, Pioli puts in Adli just to shut up the fans. This is a pretty shitty behavior, in my opinion. You don't put Adli in when you are losing 2-0 against Spezia just to shut up the fans and tell them, look, you wanted this guy, I'm going to put him in. And then when we win 5-1 against fucking Sampdoria, you don't even give him a minute. Well, what's the point of this? That's it.
Okay, so you sound like Pioli out.
Listen,
It's definitely a Pioli.
and to also touch the other thing, listen, when you are in an abusive relationship, you break up, bro. You don't think, oh, what if the other girl I find is not as good as this one? You break up. So I don't agree with this idea that, oh, because we cannot get Nagelsmann, who, by the way, hasn't won shit in his career, but hey, if we don't get Nagelsmann, then we have to keep Pioli. No, you remove Pioli and you try to get the best with what possibilities you have.
Right.
We heard you loud and clear. And also you have a few fans that are agreeing with you. So well done. Guys, and here we go. In conclusion,
Paul
Lucas
attacking
on
me.
mobile
Paul
back.
attacking me.
Back.
Paul, show yourself.
Yeah. Clint is being attacked. But we got Lucas on mobile. It's been what, months since we haven't seen Lucas. How you doing, my man? Good to see you. And tell us what you think about the matter. Go ahead.
Thank you for the love that you guys are showing me. Number one.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not on you. Come on.
Go ahead. Talk.
Okay, I think it's better now.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
No, yeah, but like someone sound. I can hear my echo.
I don't hear your echo.
Okay,
guys,
that's
just
fine.
everybody mute. If you're not talking, just mute. So
Yeah, Clint, I can hear my echo from you.
Okay, go ahead. Everybody muted. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was already skeptical about the season from the beginning. The summer Mercato was terrible, and Roy, I made it clear to you that Maldini messed up in the summer Mercato. The fan base turned against me. They were like, "Oh, Lucas, how dare you call Maldini a bum? How dare you do this? The season hasn't even started." I called out Maldini for re-signing Messias, which I thought was absurd. Like, why would you re-sign him? You could go for like a younger, better option. And everybody was like, "Oh, look, Messias is proving you wrong. He just got a banger against Marseille in preseason. He's won the preseason Ballon d'Or." And I had light on my ass saying, oh, Salesmakers is going to be way better than KSI in 5 years. All this, all that. I just kept quiet, and I had to wait till this moment of the season to finally come out and expose all of you. So Salesmakers hasn't done shit. Messiers hasn't done shit, and I'll also have to put some blame on Pioli. I don't think it's Pioli's fault. I'm still 80% Pioli in, because I'm most of my blame goes to like Maldini and the owners of the club. Like, your coach just won you the league. Why don't you like put more investment into the club, into the players? Man City won the league last year. They reached the semifinals of the Champions League, and they got Haaland. They got who? Akanji. They got so many players after winning the Prem. So like purely winning the Scudetto, I was thinking maybe at least one player, one good clever player like ZH or Dybala that can help the attacking midfield role or the right wing role. And we didn't get none of them. We didn't get ZH or Dybala. And like ZH was easily attainable for a club like AC Milan, for a club with a lot of money. And I feel like we have a lot of money, it's just that we don't spend it. So that was one of the problems that I found about the club. Another problem that I found about what people were talking about here is that they were saying Pioli is not a good enough coach, or the players don't respect Pioli. In my opinion, I think that's wrong. Those players are still running, working hard on that San Siro pitch for Pioli. I feel like players that do not respect their coaches don't really show emotions, or don't really care about what's going on, even if they're about to miss out on like something important. So I'm still seeing Diaz running. I'm still seeing Leao running. I'm still seeing Giroud running for the club, for the badge. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the relationship of the players and the coach. My problem is that some players are just not good enough for AC Milan. Brahim Diaz, for example, like 3 years now we've seen this guy. 3 years now we've seen him. The first year when Hakan left, you guys were like, "Oh, Diaz can be a number one attacking midfielder." He wasn't. He didn't live up to the expectation. Then we gave him another season, but we signed the Cutler. I thought the Cutler was going to come in and do something nice. He disappointed me. So I didn't really expect Diaz to be a number one option. And Diaz became a number one option, and then you saw what happened. He's just not good enough for the big stage for AC Milan. Then the right wing, Messias and Salesmakers. When I watched the Champions League semi-final, the second leg, our whole attack, every single attack was going through Leao. Like, if Messias had the ball or Brahim Diaz had the ball, it's eventually going back to Leao. They're not going to create anything with that. So it's basically Leao against Inter's defense. And Giroud is not good enough to create chances on his own. So it's basically Leao isoing the whole Inter defense, and that just messed up the whole attack. That's why we're not able to score in 2 games. Do I have
Good
anything
point,
else to say?
Lucas. That's good, man.
But yeah,
Keep
yeah, yeah,
keeps
Lucas.
talking.
I actually agree with most of what you're saying.
And yeah, and I also have to like blame Pioli on his Primavera. He's not promoted a single Primavera player since coming to AC Milan, and also blame him for the Adli signing. Like, but we all saw how good Ali was during the preseason, and all of a sudden he's just not good enough. Does not make sense to me. And you cannot replace a tank like Frank Casey with a rookie, with an absolute rookie that has never had any big match experience in his life in France. Like, how are you going to replace one of AC Milan's pillars with Frank's? that's another Maldini problem. And I just think people are scared or are not brave enough to face up to the fact that Maldini is the reason why this season has been a failure, in my opinion. Maldini and Massara together.
Okay. So you're purely in, but you blame
Yeah,
mostly the failures of this season due to the
yeah,
management, poor
Roy,
market, and
Lucas
yeah,
poor.
because
definitely
because
plays.
because no coach in this world is going to turn South makers or Messias into world class right wingers. No coach in this world is going to turn Brian Diaz into Messi. No coach in this world is going to turn Giroud into a 20 goal per season striker because Giroud is old now. So it's like
I agree with most of what you said. Yeah, Antonio, you were saying something.
I wanted to say that Lucas definitely matured. I can just tell. He
No,
changed.
but a coach, yeah. But Lucas, what I can add is, but a coach can turn these players you just mentioned into good system players, which goes back
Yes.
to Rajon's point, which we don't have a system because we're so relied on individualism in this team right now. Going through layout, going through the deal that it shows out the flaws of the solid makers and all these guys. But if you have a proper system and it moves like an engine, then you don't really care how solid makers perform because it's really laid out, but the tactics are not really there. So yeah.
Yeah. And here we
I
go back.
think I think ever since Pep's came into football, there's been too much of emphasis on tactics and systems, but people actually forget that any system or any tactics is finally dependent on individual players. I mean, even Pep Guardiola, who everybody claims is one of the greatest coaches, and obviously he is one of the greatest coaches.
Yes,
Just, I
but
mean, like Lucas said, he already had a near perfect team, but he went out and got Haaland, who made his perfect team even more perfect. So when a coach who has a system and who knows plays and who has pattern, why does he go and buy better players? Because in the end of the day, a system is just a is a coming together of many parts. So when your in parts don't have the individual quality to be part of that system, then your system is faulty. And obviously, Red John said that we are reliant on Theo and Liao, and he wants a coach who can develop. When Pioli came in, Theo and Leo were not world class players. They actually developed under Pioli. That was the first point. The second point is we
Theo
are
Theo was
actually
already our best player. I disagree with you. Theo was already
Exactly.
our
I
best
disagree
player
with
under
Theo.
Giampolo. Sorry.
actually
Theo came in and was shoulder and and head above every other player we had in the team. It was so obvious.
Theo Hernandez actually only played 2 or 3 games under Giampolo. So I don't know how he became world class in three
Dude,
three
preseason,
games under
preseason, even
Giampolo.
No,
before he got
He did
injured, the preseason before he got
he
injured, he
no,
was
he
playing
he,
well.
he
no.
only
yeah,
played
No,
he only played one game
he doesn't.
he only
He
played one
didn't play
game
one.
under
He did. You are wrong. He
he
didn't play
only
one
played
game,
one game.
and
He
you you are wrong. He didn't play
and
one game. But
Okay,
and
guys, listen.
before
It is
before
debate time. You guys can go all out, can fight with
Okay,
each
it's
other,
all
can
balls deep.
but
yeah,
Okay,
guys,
but
good.
it's balls
but
deep, but
listen.
okay.
No,
but
Oh
but
man,
but try
you about
not
to
to talk
get
with each other.
jumped.
That's it.
Rohi, you're gonna
right.
get
But
jumped. Your takes been
You're
I
really
gonna
just
get
crazy
done
right
right
now.
no,
here.
but I just want to make this part clear. First of all, Theo didn't play only one game against
Under
under
Giampaolo.
Gianpaolo, and the
That's
reason
false.
why I remember this is because in the last game he played under Gianpaolo, he scored the goal that could have saved Gianpaolo's job against Genoa. And he scored the goal with Gianpaolo shouting at him, "Stop going that far away! Stop going that far away from the defense." Gianpaolo was a fucking idiot. Now, going back to the idea that Pioli developed now. Of course, Pioli has great credits for making Teo better, but Teo was a really good, in my opinion, a really good player, or our best player when Pioli came to the team. But here's the problem. The problem is this: it's not just about developing the players; it's about creating a system. The problem that I have
Yes.
with Pioli is this: he started with a system because
how do you how
we
do
didn't
you
have.
create a system? How do you create a system when you don't have the right sort of players for it?
But he
Why do
did.
you think
But
managers?
That's
Why
why
do you
you're a
think
coach.
top
That's why they pay
coaches?
you. That's why they
Why,
pay
why,
no,
you.
but
why do you?
Elevate. You
So
create
no,
systems.
he
why
he
is all of
created
the
it.
see any system, whether
He
you're playing Catenaccio or you're playing Tiki Taka or you're playing Gegen or you're playing whatever tactics you're playing,
You
you
need the
need the
players. I
best players
understand.
for that system.
No,
Yeah.
you don't
So
need. Okay,
Of
wait,
course,
wait, wait. You
of course.
don't
Now,
need the best
now
players.
here's the problem that I have, Lee. The problem that I have is that this is not a matter of Pioli not being able to create a system, because Pioli did create a system. That's how we carried Milan for 2 years with a system. We didn't create it because we had the best team. Our team last season wasn't better than Inter's, even though we won. We just had a better system, and Inter shut the bed. Now, the problem that I have is this: that sometimes you not only do you need to create a system, but sometimes you also need to stand by the system. And this is what, in my opinion, Pioli has failed this season. He has
Yeah,
failed to actually stand
And
by the system he created.
you change
and
the
Roy
He
system.
cannot do it anymore.
And then right now, the metrics, the standards in today's games are based on system based. All your top coach. That's the new era of football we're in. We're
Agree.
not in the
Listen,
'90s. We're not in the '80s. I mean, you just look. Let's even look at this little World Cup right here. Look at Morocco. It's not
yeah.
about not having.
bro,
You do what you have. You
even
do
if you
what you
take
have.
even if you take the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000, 2010, 2020s, in the end of the day, the individual is the one that wins you the game.
Of
So that's why you
course,
need
but
to have
no one is
We
this.
know that.
so
Nobody's
But no one
disagreeing
is
with that. But at
if
the
disagreeing.
end
you
of the
do
day, the
know
system
that, if you
prevails.
do know that,
No, the
if you do
system
know that,
prevails though. The system
if
prevails
yeah,
though. I'm
but
sorry.
how if you're building a car, if you're building a car, if you don't have the best parts for each part of the car, how are you gonna have a very good car?
Okay, name me the
You are
top three
not.
A
coaches
question. A
today.
question.
Right now, name me
How is
name me
how is
the
I
top
agree with Rohit.
the
I
top
agree with Rohit.
no, but
Go
name me
ahead, go ahead.
I
the
hear a
top
lot of
three coaches
echoing
right
going
now.
on.
Sorry. And another thing, if anybody, this is debate time, so anybody can interject.
yeah
It's open. It's open.
about
Open
listen
table.
about the system thing. It's true that you need a good system. For example, Brighton this season doesn't have the players, doesn't have the quality players to be sixth or seventh in the EPL. They have a team, probably if you see the team, they have a team to be, let's say, 13, 14 place. But they are 6, 7 place because the Zerbi has a very good system. Not because he has ultra quality players, but because he has a good system. The job of a coach is when you lack the quality in
I
the
mean,
team. No,
Brighton actually only finished seventh. They did not win the Premier League.
but doesn't
Yeah, but
matter. They don't have the team to finish
the,
seventh. We're not
No, no.
speaking
My
yeah,
now.
the team
point
to
is, my
finish
We are
point
seventh.
not.
is,
Rashid,
my point
we're
is,
not speaking now
AC
about
Milan went to
winning,
the Champions
but
League
we are not
semi-final,
speaking now, Rashid,
and
about
probably
winning the league.
no,
But we're not
AC
speaking
Milan
about winning the
probably
league.
yeah,
We're not speaking about winning the
AC
league.
Milan are expected to win the league.
No,
We
we
are
Don't
expected to
talk
be
over each
comfortably
other.
top four. Nobody expected
so
us to win
the
the
point.
league after
No,
that Mercato. We
no.
expected to
The
be
thing is,
comfortable top four.
Brighton finishing seventh is a big achievement, but for Milan
Yes, you
finishing
don't
top
understand.
four
Listen,
is a
listen,
failure.
listen. But you are not listening. Brighton doesn't have the players to finish seven. They finish seven because the Zerbi has a system that can hide the weaknesses of the
If
team.
you actually
But
actually sit and watch Brighton's players,
I have
many of
watched
their
more
players
than you
would
guys in
actually
how much of
start
them.
for us. Many of
No,
the
no.
Name them.
Mitoma,
Name them.
McAllister,
But I'm speaking,
Mitoma,
Rashid, I'm not
McAllister,
speaking. I'm speaking
Louis Dunk,
Brighton in
Solly
compared
March,
to
even
the
Louis
rest of the.
Trossard would all start
I'm
for us.
speaking Brighton compared to the rest of the Premier League. The team compared to them, they don't have the
Yeah,
seventh best squad. They have
exactly.
probably
Yeah,
the 13th, the 14th,
but
and they finished
okay,
seventh
so
because of the system.
tell me one thing. So tell me one thing. When Thomas Tuchel, when he took over Bayern, they were actually in the run to win all three competitions. But right now, he's actually going to lose all three competitions. So are you telling me that Tuchel doesn't have a system or he's not a good coach? I mean, he won the
No,
Champions League, right?
Tuchel,
But
Tuchel
it's
came at
irrelevant.
Are you also
It's
telling us he doesn't
irrelevant.
have the
Tuchel
good
Come
came
on.
at the
players?
start.
No,
Tuchel didn't
are
came
you
at
No,
also
the
but
telling
start
us he
of.
guys,
doesn't have good
No,
players?
that's my
but
point.
guys,
That's
it's
my question.
irrelevant.
No, but
No, but
listen,
no,
Tuchel
but
It
didn't
it
listen.
come at the
or
start of the season.
are you telling me a three times Champions League
Order.
winner, or are you
But
telling
can
me
I
a
answer
three
your
time
question?
Champions League winner like Carlo Ancelotti
Listen,
doesn't know,
you asked me.
forgot his tactics when he was
No,
coaching
but
Can
it's
I
Napoli and
not
answer
about
your
Everton?
that.
question?
But it's
You
not
ask me a
about that,
question and then
pal.
you
I'm
go
sorry,
to
but
the next thing. I'm speaking about Tuchel. If you want to answer about Tuchel, Tuchel didn't came at Bayern at the start of the season. A coach cannot come at the end of the season with 10 games remaining and implement his system, his style of play. So it's totally
So you
different.
so you're saying so you're saying the system takes time to implement. Okay.
Of course.
Tell me when Milan lost their best one of their best players in Mike Mignon, it upset the entire system because Tatarusanu couldn't even save a simple shot that was coming at him.
But
So then obviously
Rohit, I'm sorry, but
yeah.
your questions do
Bro,
not
you're
hit the
speaking
point.
rock and
You,
roses, dog. You're speaking rocks and
I'm
roses right now.
sorry. The problem is not the points we lost when Magnan was out. The problem was the point we lost when Magnan was in. The
And we
Cremonese,
lost
the
few.
Okay.
Fiorentina,
We lost few.
the
Okay.
Empoli.
Okay,
The Empoli. These are.
so when De Zerbi lost 5-1 to Everton, why was his tactics not working?
But listen,
That's
listen.
one
But
game. That's
listen.
one
We
game.
have
He lost.
no. But
He lost 3-1 to Nottingham Forest. They're a relegation team.
That's 1, 2 games.
He
He
has
still has
actually
good results.
he's
He still
actually
has
he's
good
actually
results.
no. But
He still has
he's
better.
actually lost
He
to
has
relegation
finished
teams.
better than expected from them.
but it's
He
not.
finished
But
7th.
oh my God. Even Man City has lost against
You cannot take
relegation
all he
teams.
lost one game.
So
It,
then
it,
so then so, so
it's
then
not.
so then Pep
But it's not. But
so so
listen, Rohit,
so Pep Guardiola's system is
it's
not
not.
working.
Dude,
Oh my God! But
stop.
how do you come to
You
the
trying to listen
conclusion?
to yourself, bro. Like,
Pep
don't come
is
to the
winning.
Listen,
conclusion.
Pep
Stop
has
using
Rohit,
these
won
Rohit,
arguments.
6 out of
Rohit.
7 titles in EPL. How is his system not working?
The
How?
problem that I have with this is that this turns from a debate into what aboutism. We say something, you say what about this guy? We say something, what about that guy? That's not
No,
the point. The point
it's
is
not
this.
whataboutism at all. I mean, if you're saying
Well,
about system,
it is by
if
definition.
no,
It is by
I mean you
definition.
guys, you have actually agreed with me that individual players are what makes a system. So
Yes,
you
we
don't
agree.
when
We
we don't
agree.
have when we don't so when you don't have the individual player in our team, then what is the point of a system?
What is your metrics? Hold on, I
I
have a
will tell
question. Hold
you.
on,
I will
before you
tell
go,
you.
Rajan. Before you go, Rajan,
I
I
have a
have a
question.
question. Hold on,
I
wait,
have a
wait, wait, wait,
okay.
wait, wait. You spoke enough.
Hold on,
Let me
Rohit.
say this.
Rohit,
I'll make the question. I'll make the question easier. I'll make the question. Make the question
Rohit,
easier. I'll make the question
No, no,
easier.
no.
Roy,
Rohit,
one
let
minute,
me
one minute,
yes.
one minute. I think
Yes.
Lucas actually said it. Actually, Lucas actually said it. If a coach came with a better system, do you think Messias and Salamakers and Diaz will all be a better player?
No.
Okay.
Here's the answer to that. It's not about Salamakers and Diaz being better players than they are right now. It's about Salamakers and Diaz functioning better within the system. Because
Yeah, that's the difference.
a good coach is not a good scout that
How
buys the
how
better
it
players.
how
A
is
good
that?
coach.
But my question
How
to
will
you,
a player
Roy,
But
before you
but
continue, Roy, let me
how
ask
will
this
let me
question.
answer you.
Let me ask
Let
this
me
question.
answer you.
Let me ask this
okay
question.
Before
Let
you
me ask this question.
bashing on,
Let me ask this
before
question.
you
Let me ask
bashing
this
on
question.
what
Salamakers,
No, let me ask
Salamakers
this
is the
question.
reason we got out of the group stage in the
Order.
Salah.
One at a time.
Salah is the reason why
guys
we passed the
one at a
group
time
stage.
guys one at a time. Right, John
I
said
just want to
about
ask this one question.
functioning better.
I want to ask
Okay.
this one question.
Uh,
I'm gonna ask this one question. Like, it's just to be simple.
yeah.
What are the metrics? What metrics are you using to say that Solid Makers or the Messias or these guys are not going to improve if they're in a well-drilled system? What metrics? Because you keep saying like, oh, you need better players to be able to have a system or not.
Uh,
I mean, through what lenses are you
Clint,
watching all of this?
wait, Clint, sorry to interrupt. Roy, can you show a few videos? I have a thread ready. I just wanted to show these people. Can I show it here?
Okay, sure. Go ahead. Send me the link.
Yeah. Give me a minute. I'll send the link.
All right. In the meantime, someone else was saying something. Go ahead. Right. So listen, guys, just don't talk over each other. That's all I'm asking. You guys can kill each other for all I care, but just don't do it over each other. Right.
I wish Light was here. I wish Light was here.
Then you couldn't have spoken.
He would have been
Roy,
yelling. He would have been yelling at Rohit. Like, I know how he goes, man. He would be yelling at him, going crazy.
No, Light agrees with Rohit on this subject. Actually.
No, but you will tell him to listen. Listen to me, Rohit. No.
Roy, I've actually sent you two links. Can you play it?
Okay, give me 1 second. But anyhow, to keep the conversation going, the idea behind it is not the fact that without better players, Pioli wouldn't have gotten to better results. This goes without saying. With better players, if Pioli has Haaland, Alvarez, yada yada yada, Pioli would have done better. But there's also this thing. There's a reason why Man City doesn't have Pioli as their coach, but they have Guardiola. And there's a reason why they have Guardiola and they don't have Panardini. A coach also has.
Region. I just want to say my goodbyes. I wasn't expecting like a long life. I was coming in late anyways, so I thought we were just wrapping up. So this is my goodbyes, I guess.
Goodbyes forever?
No. I might join like next stream or something. Like right now I'm writing exams, so like I'm busy.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. Thank you for joining us. Good to see you, and Forza Milan.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Have a good one, mate.
Yeah.
Roy, can you show the stuff, please?
Yes. Give me 1 second.
No, so to actually counter Red John's point, he's speaking about functioning. What do you mean by functioning better? I said we need players to play better, and you said functioning better. What's the difference between playing better and functioning better? Oh, okay, I have some receipts.
Right. Should I answer the question or
you can.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Yeah, you can.
Rock, is that you?
Receipts,
please.
Okay, so you want me to play this?
Yeah, please.
All right. Here we go.
This is
evidence.
Spezia, by the way.
Evidence number 1. Let's go.
This is against Spezia, so you can see how we are playing. We are building up. You can see how we are playing beautiful one-touch passing.
Salamaker's got kicked. God, fucking.
You can see.
Is it this what John said? Like like beating teams that are better than show like a real game.
Okay, I think what you're saying is like, is it Pioli's fault that Brahim Diaz hit the post instead of putting it in the net?
Yeah,
exactly. No, but this is not about you guys. No,
I'm sorry. Is it Diaz's fault that we only won 29 points against
your
video
evidence?
I'm sorry, but guys,
can you Roy? Can you show the other thread?
No, but guys, this is not about showing threats. I can show you threats of Sampdoria hitting the post and making a good play. Doesn't mean that Sampdoria's coach is great, but it doesn't work like that. Every team during a 38-game season has great actions and great counterattacks or plans. It doesn't work like that. And to answer Rohit's question from before, the question was not whether Milan players become better with a greater coach in quality. They still the same quality. The difference is they play better because the coach imposes a system on them and the players become from players.
John, my question is, what is the difference between playing better and functioning better?
But the question is wrong because it skips the debate that we are having.
You're just using wordplay. My question is, what is difference between functioning better and playing better?
A good coach.
Will Messias might? Yeah, go on.
Rohit, again, because it's very hard to keep a string of thoughts together. The problem is this: unless you are making this question out of the context in which we are talking, in which, okay, I'm going to answer that question. The topic that we were talking about was not playing better or functioning better, was the player that is not of the highest or of the quality necessary. How does he become better? And I said, he functions better. It's not playing better and functioning better. It's a player that does not have the necessary quality functions better now. It's not the same question we're answering now.
Wait, hold on.
I don't.
Guys, can I clarify this for a second? I think the better way to put it it's not the difference between the semantics between functioning and playing. I think he's just saying that the better coach extracts the maximum out of a player.
Yes,
Is
that's
that a better
Not
way
even
to put
that.
it?
No. Let me actually formulate it better. A better coach creates a system that does not rely as much on the individual quality of the player.
Individual
I have
quality.
a
And I
question
agree
for you
with that.
guys.
And that's why
I
I
have a
agree with
question for
Rajan.
you guys. If we had, let's say, Bologna's roster, but our coach was Guardiola, what are your expectations?
But Roy, this is such an irrelevant question
No,
because
it's a relevant question. It is.
Guardiola to be there had to work his way out. It's not like he was chosen by God.
Don't deflect. Answer
I
the
would
No,
say
no,
I can answer this.
it's
I
not
can
about
answer
the
this. I can
question.
answer this, Roy. I can answer
Yes.
this.
Go
I
ahead.
think he'll play, right. He'll display, with his football knowledge, he'll display how you call that Bologna to their best ability, to their ceiling, based on that system base.
And
And we've
where do
seen it.
you
And
expect?
we've seen it. Listen, you don't have to have. And the reason I disagree with the whole player
Seventh,
thing, you don't have to have
eighth.
the whole player, because
agree.
look at it, Deserbi. Look at Deserbi. Deserbi is able to extract the max that he can out of Sassuolo, and you see that's what their ceiling is, and it's fine. They don't have the best
Well,
I'm
players.
sorry.
They're able to get the
I'm
ceiling.
actually very sorry. I'm actually very sorry. Sassuolo actually qualified for Europe before De Zerbi was there under Eusebio Di Francesco. They actually finished sixth, and De Zerbi's biggest top finish was eighth. So that's not
It's
the
still,
best
it
thing you
wasn't
can
really much.
expect.
It was that big of a difference. You acting like they went down from, what's the difference between 8th and 7th? One you play the champion, the other one you
European
didn't.
football,
They went in that
European
same run.
football. You
Listen,
Sassuolo
listen
played
to me.
European
See,
football.
bro, you just want to make, dude, stop yelling. Okay, relax. Listen, the thing is this. No, yeah, the thing is this though. It's really, there's not that big of a difference. It's because Sassuolo is a team that stayed constant, other than like the past 2 years. It's a team that stayed constant. Playing Europe or not, they didn't get like a big drop. They stayed within what their position really was. They overachieve it sometimes. But what I'm trying to get at is, we're going back on the thing of about a coach. I feel like the Zerbi maximized what he could out of the Berardi and all these guys.
So if
They were
if
getting the double
Deserbi
digits.
if
So that's the reality.
if Deserbi can maximize with minimal activity, then why is Pep Guardiola the best coach having to spend billions and billions and getting the best players?
Because
I
he
mean, he's at
can.
the top
It's pretty
level.
simple. He can.
That's a given, bro. He's not going to be playing with 3-year-olds at that top because he can, and if he's going to improve. But at the end of the day, we're not going to
Listen,
No,
diminish. We're not going to
I'm
take the
not.
spending.
I'm
Listen,
not even
listen,
we're
comparing.
not going to
I'm
use the
not
spending.
comparing.
We're not
I'm not
even.
comparing. I'm not
Listen,
comparing.
we're not.
Pep is
We're not going to
given.
use the spending.
Listen,
We're not going to use the
Pep,
spending to override the fact that
listen.
Guardiola's
Even
system
if you
works,
use,
because any coach can get a lot of money. Look at Porter. Porter had all that money. What did he do? That's the reality of it, right? Great
But
coaches
but
always going to be
I
great
but
coach.
somebody here earlier told me that Potter didn't.
Say
I mean,
names. Say names.
Tuchel
Don't say
actually no.
somebody. Say names.
I'm sorry, I don't know the names. Somebody here told me that Tuchel actually took charge in between of the season and not from the start of the season. Potter also
yes,
actually took
I said that.
charge in between of the season. None of the signings that was made by Chelsea were actually his signings. It was actually Tuchel's signing, but Tuchel got sacked by Chelsea. So is justified? Is Potter justified? By your logic, no, it isn't. So my question is, why do the top coaches, whether you take Guardiola, Ancelotti, Allegri, or I mean Allegri is not a top coach, Guardiola, Ancelotti, or whichever coach is the toppest coach, is I mean why do they spend? If you have
Because they have earned that right to spend that amount of money, because they are top coaches. They didn't
Pioli
become
does not. So
overnight.
Pioli has
They
not.
didn't.
So Pioli has not.
Can you
Has
let me
been
finish at least, or you're
okay.
gonna talk
Okay.
over
Okay.
me?
Okay.
Because
Okay.
Pep Guardiola earned that right to be given that kind of a budget. He earned
Exactly.
that. He didn't do
Why
it
is Guardiola there
overnight.
and not Pioli?
When he started at Barca, he inherited a team from Rijkaard. He didn't spend a lot of money. He had exactly the same team plus minus one player, and made Barca even much better than they were. And they were
But
one of the top teams in Europe. He
hold
made
on.
Barca play the most beautiful football. Barca is probably top 3 teams of all time. Pep's Barca.
I have an
Because of
objection to
Pep
that.
and his system of play. So it's not just like Pep. Oh, Pep, we just give you the budget to spend. Pep, for a reason, is at Man City, and for a reason, Man City is giving him money to spend on the market.
I'm sorry.
What do you want him to say? Oh, I don't need new players. Of course, every smart coach is gonna ask for players. Every smart coach knows that for you to improve or at least to have a steady course, you need to have some flesh blood every season.
Hold on. I want to say something here before. I have an objection to that example. Guardiola was not given any team. Guardiola inherited one of the best teams in the history of the game with some of the best players that this game has ever seen.
Yeah, but
so
he wanted.
Guys,
he won
we
it with
saw
the
Luis
system, though.
Enrique inherit that
He won
team.
it with the system.
Luis Enrique was given that same team after Guardiola. Luis Enrique won a treble with that team. Luis Enrique, the guy that in Roma could not fucking do anything. I mean, rosters matter.
Actually, Roy, to add to your point, Guardiola took over in 2008. In 2006, Barcelona were UCL champs, and Iniesta, Xavi, Puyol, Eto'o, Samuel Eto'o was also there. They all were. Messi was injured, so couldn't play in the final. And Thierry Henry also was there in the time that he took over. So, almost half of the core that played in Guardiola's Barcelona, they were already Champions
But
League
that's
winners.
that's what I said. But he even made them even play even better than that. He made them almost perfect.
Bro, do
perfect
you
team.
actually, bro? Listen, they were already Champions League winners. When you're winning a Champions League, that means you have the quality. So when you are having quality players, a coach can obviously enhance your talent. You cannot make a Salamakers into a Messi, but you can probably you can try and make Haaland. Probably you can try and make Haaland. Yep, you can probably make
Who was the
try and
initial?
make.
Who was the initial question here? Because I feel like we're getting lost with bro. You try to nitpick on
No,
everybody.
I'm still
What's the
sticking.
initial question here?
I'm still sticking to the same point. My point is, Pioli or no Pioli, I think that this thing that coaches can maximize with minimal output is actually is a very it's a very rhetorical debate. Very rhetorical debate. Because
no, I'm sorry, but the question here is the question here is not maximizing. This is not what we're arguing about. The question here is why Milan, with this team quality, finished fifth this season. This is the question.
I know why.
It's not
I know
winning
why.
the Champions League.
I know.
Yeah,
why.
Roy, you can go on. Tell me.
Well, for a variety of reasons. Obviously, there was an issue with the injuries that affected the situation, and what amplified that situation was a weak bench. So that goes back to the roster, and then another issue.
So Pioli has no fault whatsoever.
Another issue
just-
was that Pioli did the mistake of going to the semifinals of the Champions League. What a mistake he did! In order to do that, he had to do his rotations in the Serie A, and that because he doesn't have a deep roster, that affected the Serie A. So it comes down to the roster. I have one question for you guys. Would you guys rather have a badass roster if you could only choose one? Would you have a badass roster or a badass coach? Which one would you rather have?
I want a badass coach. Straight
up. Badass roster. Badass roster is very easy.
If you say a badass coach, then I think Juventus fans would actually have something to say about it. Because when you have players like Chiesa, Vlahovic, and Iling Judy and Sule and so much of talented players, when you have such talented players and you're still playing, you're not even playing, I don't even know what tactics they play. I think you can actually see what a bad coach actually does.
You're proving a point. So what are you saying? That's the point. That's the point we're saying.
But if I'm proving a point, then tell me, how did we win the Scudetto last year?
We want a badass coach. We know. We already explained why the Scudetto. Why we came down to the conclusion.
The thing is,
we explained. Here's the thing. Let me add this, Roy. Let me add this, Roy.
Okay,
we never refuted that Pioli never had a system. It's disintegrated right now, and that's why we said he reached.
Why?
That's the thing.
Why has the system disintegrated? What is the role of a player? What is the role of a player?
I have a question for you. Against the teams we drop point this year, Because if we can beat a Napoli, you can't keep telling me about an improved player. We're not that far out. If we can beat Napoli 4-0, so how do you draw points against the Spezia, the Cremonese, the Lecce? You
I'm
really
gonna
think it's
disagree
that your
with
issue
you.
you're bringing
It's
in?
quite simple. It's quite simple. Again, Napoli, where teams like Napoli and all of these teams that we beaten, even Sampdoria, I even said it. They are teams that actually come out to win. They're not trying. They're not teams that sit back and try to defend. Even prime Barcelona, the ones that you were just praising a few minutes back, even prime Barcelona have not been able to unlock defense. Tough defenses on their tight days, even with prime Messi and David Villa and all of those players. Even Nagelsmann actually, couldn't break down a deep defense last season as well. So
But
when
that's
you're
what
playing with,
I
so when you're
disagree with
playing,
that.
so
I
when you're
disagree with
playing,
that
so
Barcelona
when,
one. I disagree with
so
that big
when,
time.
when you're playing against a team that wants to park bus with players like Rebic and Origi, who everybody here will agree with me that they're not good enough. Then what can system tactics and all of this fancy other words do? What is the use
So
of
who fought?
an
So I have
individual
a question
player?
for you. Okay, if you're gonna bring
Yeah.
that point up, I was gonna bring that point up. Then whose fault is it if every time you play against a low block team that you can unlock them? When do you start blaming the coach instead of the players? Because that happened to us how many times that we lost against low block teams? When do you start blaming the coach instead of the players? So each time we lose to low block teams, it's always gonna be the players.
So
As a
against
coach, you should start
Cremonese and
I
preparing for
say,
that,
against
and that's the real
in my
question.
opinion,
yeah
it's
against
95% of the time it is because of the players. Yes.
against I mean and Roy against Cremonese we had an open goal chance and Diaz missed it. So is that on Pioli? Is that on Pioli? You think open
Yes.
missing an open goal chance is because of Pioli?
I have a question for the guys. Okay, for the guys that are on the other side of the debate. Would you now again? It's a hypothetical, but it's a game. We can just play this game, and you guys can do the same with me. Would you rather have Pioli with Haaland and De Bruyne, or would you rather have Guardiola with CDK and Messias?
I have CDK with I have Pep. I hate Pep. I hate him, but I'll have Pep with CDK and Messias for sure.
Okay, so that's and tell me why. Why do you think CDK and Messias would perform better than Haaland?
Because it's in terms of the reason why I'll say that is just in terms of coach, in terms of implementation. I just feel like Pioli is just somebody. He's old. He hasn't, like we said, like he's limited tactically. Because if you look at Pep's progress through Man City, he has not been playing the same way.
Okay, so let me
Even
ask you
this
a
year,
question.
I had this last part. Like this year, why did they win? He started with this whole new, WM formation, right? Putting John Stones in the middle. Like you gotta innovate. Pioli hasn't done that. You're stuck in this double pivot. It doesn't
Okay,
work anymore.
okay.
Bring new things in.
So do you think that Guardiola under CDK and Messias under Guardiola, they will produce better numbers than Haaland and De Bruyne under Pioli? You
Yes,
believe
the reason I say yes
that's insane.
because if it's true, I understand the element factor player has to be good, but in terms of it from an instruction perspective, remember I always focus what instructions are being given when we lose against low blocks with Pioli, right? I feel like the football understanding for these players under Guardiola will develop. Now the skills might not be there, but they'll understand how to be able to develop within that system. Because Man City's players, not all of them are like crazy. Akanji wasn't the best. Akanji is not. He's a good defender, but he's able to come and slot into that thing because the instructions of the coach, what's demanded, the smartness of it, and
So,
I
so
think that's what
what's
really
the
makes a
point?
coach.
So what's the point of having Mbappe? What's the point of having Messi? What's the point of
No,
having
it doesn't. No,
Ronaldo?
and
What's the
I'm not
point of
refuting those.
Maradona? What's the
I'm not
point of
refuting those.
Pelé?
But listen,
If
nobody's refuting
CDK
that,
is
Roy.
the same
But
as
I don't
Pelé,
think
what's the
the way,
point?
the way. But listen, but the way this is being rendered is like the individuality, and nowadays matters more than the system. I think they both go hand in hand, right? I feel like you need good players in the system. I'm never gonna argue that. But the thing is, system does matter nowadays. Individually, see, the individuality only comes in if the system is really is oiled in. Because let's look at a team like PSG. There's no system. What happens? They get kicked out. They're not going deep into Europe, and that really matters. And that's what I'm saying. I'm
Bro,
not
what?
refuting that
Bro,
you don't need good
how
players.
does no, bro? What do you understand about the system and tactics? What is a system and tactics? Is just
I mean, for me,
is
they
it
go
some
hand in hand. When
formation?
I mean system, when I
No, no,
mean
no.
hear me out.
I'm asking
For
you,
me,
what
they're
is a system?
interchangeable.
What is a system?
For
What
me,
is a system?
for me,
What is a
for me,
system?
a system. For me, a system from in a tactical. It's a way of playing. It's a way of. It's an idea. An idea that a
It's an
coach might
idea.
have that they
Okay,
implement the field,
okay,
right? That they implement
okay.
the field that players need to execute.
Okay. So let me see. Pioli. Okay. So you think that Guardiola has a certain way of playing? Okay, agree. So if Pioli tries to play the same certain way that Guardiola tries to play, but with these players, do you think it works?
But he can't do that though, because that's
But
not
why
his
would
way of
he
Why?
play
playing.
the same system?
Why?
It's
How
not
Why?
will you
his
be able to do that
system.
if he's not from that doctrine?
Why?
So you're not saying that.
Why? Why?
Because it's not
My
his
question is,
system.
That's not his
It's
system. That's
not
not how he
his
was
system.
developed.
I
You do
find it.
understand.
I
You
find
do.
it.
You do
Pioli
understand
actually,
players. You do. You
Pioli
do understand.
actually,
Listen. No, you
no,
do
no, no, no.
understand. No, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm
Let
gonna
me
tell
say,
you
let me
this.
say.
Hold on, bro. No,
Pioli
you've been talking too much.
Pioli
Listen.
actually copied his
Let me say
system.
this.
Pioli actually copied his system based on what Hansi Flick. He openly even said it, right? So if he can copy Hansi Flick's system, then why can't he copy Guardiola's system? Why
Can't
is it
copy
that no other coach in the world can copy Guardiola's system?
system. Listen.
Because it's his
To even to
system to develop
for a
it.
system to even be developed, you gotta train those players. You need to have an acumen. You need to have that background. You just don't start looking at clips and just implement
If
that
we
if you don't
go,
know the
listen,
training and all of that.
if we go,
And the
So
if we
so
go
possessions
by
based
and
and
that
all
and
of that.
logic, if we
also
go by
if you
that
want to
logic,
train if you want
why
to train I
why we are
also
paying a
have another
salary
question.
to a
I have
coach?
another question. I
I
have
was
another
wondering.
question. Train,
Oh
if you're
my
gonna
God.
train,
Go.
if every player is trainable, then why is Pep Guardiola spending 60 million, 70 million,
But
100
it's
million,
not
and
about every player is trainable, man. Because you are killing me. No one is
No, no,
saying
no.
that
But
every
it's a good
player
point,
is
Red
trainable
John.
to.
Red John.
But
Why did
okay,
no? But Red John. His
tell me,
point is very
tell me.
good. Why did
No, but it's not
why
really good.
did Man City not get
Mhm.
Origi? Why did they get Haaland instead of Origi?
Oh my God! But because Haaland is better than Origi. Now, that being said, two players of different qualities in the same system do not produce the same result. But the system itself, if it's good enough, it hinders some of the lower quality players and it puts them into the system and denies the how much influence his
if
inability
I
has
take
in the team.
if I take the players of AC Milan and put it in the system of Guardiola, are you telling me that they're going to be treble winners?
No, but no one is saying that.
But
How
if
do you not
no, but
understand
if
that?
you put
We have been
Haaland
talking
to a
about this
finish higher than
for
Pioli's
10
finish,
hours. 10 hours. We've
bro
been
bro I
circling
just okay,
in, in the same thing.
let's I only have a simple question. If you take the players of if you take replace AC Milan's Messias, Giroud and Leao
Yeah.
with Haaland, whoever
Uh-huh.
plays left and right of the 4-3-3,
We still don't win the Champions League.
I'm not saying we will win the Champions League. I'm not saying we will win
Who
the
does?
Champions League. My question is,
But
will
what?
City win the will City be as good as what they are right now? Because
yes, they
everybody is
will.
so.
Yes, they will.
Because no.
Who said yes?
Listen, they
Red
will
John,
not be a.
just 1 second. City last season played without a striker, and they still won a title.
Who was their
They played
false
Hey,
nine?
without
Who was
a
false
striker.
nine?
But they still had the
Last
best roster
season,
in the Premier
But they
League.
played without a striker. You're using Haaland as an example. They got Haaland. Yes, they got it. But they were winning even without him.
But
They played
even without a
striker.
striker, with Gabriel Jesus, they still have the best roster in the Premier League last year.
But Gabriel Jesus is levels below Haaland.
But they
Levels.
still had the
but guys,
best roster.
let's
Okay,
not
hold on.
But
let's
Did
they
not
they
still
move
won.
did they
They
from
not
still
from
have
won.
one
the best?
branch into the
Did
other.
they not have the best roster in the Premier League last season?
But they still won.
Okay, but did they have the best roster in the Premier League? Yes or no?
Of course they But
Doubtable.
Haaland didn't make a difference for them. They were winning before him as well. Because they have a good coach.
Because they had a good coach and they have the best roster.
Bro,
But
all they
Even-
did was just
but
add
they had a good
the
coach,
difference between
bro.
last
Guys,
season
okay,
City
okay.
the
Here's the
difference
question.
between last season
No,
the difference between
no.
last
Here's
season City and this season City is just Haaland in the 11.
okay.
Haaland just got
Okay.
added and they became more effective.
No,
Oh.
they are this year as good as they were last year. The difference is that now the striker scores the majority of goals. Last season they should have gone to the final of the Champions League. They lost it in the last minutes against Real Madrid. God knows how, but they lost it. Okay, and this season they went again and they won. Now let's not do it as if this Man City is 10 times better than the team last season. Last season, Man City won it in January. The league this season they had to fight against Arsenal. Okay, so let's not make it as if this huge difference.
No, actually, last year City won the Premier League in the last game.
Last season, City won it with 93 points. This season, they're gonna win it probably with 92. So they have 1 point less than last season.
Yeah.
So
now,
last season City won the Premier League in the last game. Liverpool was also. But this season they won it with points.
You just nitpicking to be right, bro. Let's carry the debate in the right way.
Listen,
bring arguments.
Clint, I just asked you a simple question.
Last season, City scored more goals than this season in the league. They scored more goals than last season that they scored this one. So adding Haaland didn't change that much. They had more goals.
Now, here's a question that is worthy of this debate. Why does Man City have Pep Guardiola as a coach and they don't have Ballardini? This is what I want to know. If they have such a really good team, why do they have Guardiola, man? Why not Ballardini? What does Guardiola have?
Let me answer you this. If Ballardini,
no, answer me.
I'm going to answer you. I'm going to answer exactly
what I asked you.
If Ballardini would have inherited that team of Barcelona, he probably would be the Man City coach right now.
Okay. Now listen.
Let me ask
Why
you something. Let me tell you guys something. Also, out of my small experience, when I have players like the players that Barcelona had, I don't need to even. I just need to put him on the pitch. They do everything.
Yeah, but it doesn't work like that in
they are the ones
football.
that put the ball in the net, not the
Why
coach.
do we need a coach? Why do we need Pioli? Why we are paying a coach? Why not second?
Because someone needs to be paid to decide who the starting 11 is.
So why does it have to be Pioli? Why do you mind? Why do you mind? If
I mean, do you think Messi needs a coach to tell him what to do?
He doesn't do anything. He doesn't.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Do you think Messi needs a coach to tell him what to do?
But he doesn't do anything.
I still think people here actually don't understand the role of a coach in a team. Because I think a coach's job is actually overemphasized because of social media, because there's a lot of sublets and other stuff going on over here.
Please tell us. We don't know.
In terms of Pioli, Pioli actually has a team. No, I'm saying because I know the people actually involved. So I'm saying I know the people involved. I know the names. So in terms of the names involved, Pioli has two people. That one is Vulcano, one is his son, who actually work as analysts in his. So their job is to, let's say tomorrow, they're going to face Juventus, right? So they're going to take last 5-6 matches of Juventus, analyze that team. They're going to find the weaknesses and how we can actually beat them, or what is their weak spot and what are their weak areas that we can target, depending on what is our presence. That is their job. Then there is Muratore and there is Bonera, and there are two other people whose name I don't know. They are actually in charge of the training. So training in the sense, what are the exercises? What are the? Let me come to the point.
Please do it fast.
But do it fast.
So we actually have drones. We actually have so many other stuff.
Yes, what is
Please tell us what Pioli does.
So then you have Osti, and then who is in charge of the medics.
What we have. What is Pioli's job? It's simple question.
So finally, the job of Pioli is to aggregate all of this, all of the information that is given to him, and he has to make the decisions. A coach, any coach's job is to take the final decision.
Right. So the coach's job is the most important one.
Yes.
Yeah, in
So
terms of
so what is
he is the one who puts his head on the line. That's
yes.
the
So
same thing. It's the same thing for Maldini. Maldini is
so
not the one who is going to some
yeah,
deep
I understand.
Belgian league team and watching the players. It's all done
I
by
understand.
scouts who actually give
Right.
him the final report. But in
Maldini
the end, if
personally
he
went
makes a
to be
bad
satisfied with
transfer, it's
Theo.
obviously on Maldini.
Right. But
Maldini
here's
watches those scouts,
here's the
watches the
question though.
players. That doesn't. The scout tells him, "Oh, get that player." He goes get the player. Actually,
Here's the
Maldini
question
watches
though,
those
Justin.
Maldini
players.
watches them.
Ma-
And
Yeah.
if you don't
Maldini,
know Maldini went and watched Messias years ago in Serie D. So don't just dismiss
Maldini,
like
Okay,
he
but
just sits in the office and get footage.
Maldini is given a list of 4 or 5 players
Okay, we know
who
that.
he will
Okay,
go
so
and
answer the
watch.
We
real
all know
question.
that,
but
but he still
Answer the
goes
real
and watches
question.
them.
Answer
He
the
still
real
goes
question
and
now.
watches them.
What's the role of Pioli then? Like after you say he put on the line, so he makes the decisions. He's the most important person. Meaning Pioli's ideas are translated on the pitch. As much as you want to
Yeah,
say they put players together, and that's what we're getting at. His
yeah.
ideas get translated
See,
on the pitch. So if those
I if
ideas, if those ideas show
ideas,
limitation,
ideas,
if those
ideas.
ideas, listen, if those ideas, I watched a lot of interview from coaches. The last one I just watched like 2 days ago was Nagelsmann, which is one of the hardest translate ideas on the pitch. But it's up to you as an individual to make sure you implement them, and it says a lot about your personality or how you figure within that job. There's a lot of
No,
factors involved.
actually,
I don't get it
if you
wrong.
want to go,
If the
if you
players
want
and
to
all
go
that.
by,
So, but when we're
if you
saying,
want,
but when we're
if you
saying, all right, bro, go
go
ahead,
by
go ahead.
interviews, if you want to go by interviews, and if you want to go by interviews ideas, I actually have an interview right in front of me from Eric Saki, who openly said that it was the players provided by him, provided to him by Berlusconi that made his ideas possible. You cannot replace a Van Basten with a player like Giroud. Van Basten is Van Basten.
But
I
what do
mean,
you
what is the
expect?
point of having what
What do
you
you
say
expect
about
Saki to
ideas?
say? Fuck the players, they were shit. I was good. He wants you want him to say
If,
that?
even if he said
Yes,
that,
he's gonna
even if
say
he
that.
said, I mean, even if he
Every
said that,
smart coach,
even if he
every
said
smart
that,
coach plays with players.
I really don't. I mean, I really don't understand how you speak about ideas, but then we you still complain about not getting the players. If Maldini, if Cardinal does not spend, oh, Cardinal is shit, he's a bad owner, we can't get better players. Why do we need better players? If we can just get a good coach who has ideas and who has a lot of tactics and who knows plan B, plan C, plan D, then why do we need better players? Just give him any players.
Then why we would need Pioli if he's not at fault at anything and he's not getting praise for
I'm not
anything?
saying
He
he's
doesn't do his
completely
job.
not
Why?
at fault.
Why?
I'm not saying he's
Why?
completely not at fault.
But why do
See,
we need Maldini? Sorry, why do we need
my
Pioli then?
my
Why
my
do we
my
need Pioli?
complaint my complaint of Pioli is in the way is in the players he selects. For example, I'm not a big fan of Diaz. I still don't understand why he keeps selecting him, because for me he is not good enough, and I don't know why he's again. I said before in when I
Rohit,
was talking about
who's he gonna
Maldini.
select? Who's he gonna select? He
That's
only
what
has
I was coming to. That's why I was coming to. That's what I was coming. Red John, 1 minute. 1 minute. Yeah, I was. If why is he not giving Adley so much? Why is he not giving Adley even 1 minute? So I don't know. I don't know. Would Adley actually be better than Diaz if he was given those minutes? I don't know.
Okay.
That's something I cannot say because I don't watch these
Red
players.
John. Let's
Okay,
let
now
Red John say his piece. Go ahead.
The problem is this: we cannot start now a whole narrative that the coach is not important at all. Actually, the coach is so not important
I
that
can't
his
hear
only
you.
fault.
Can you?
hear me now?
Hello?
Rejan, I can hear you, Rejan. I can hear you. Go ahead.
You're far away, Red John. You're far away. You sound like you're far away.
Well, what about now? What about? Is it better now?
Yeah, I can hear you though. I can
It's a
hear him
little bit
well.
low, but it's fine.
What about now?
Is it any better?
I hear you,
Go
man.
on, bro. Go
I
on,
don't
bro.
know.
Okay, then tell me, give me some feedback. Do you hear me now? Or the same?
It's low, but it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so this whole narrative that the coach is not important at all and somehow only the players matter. This whole narrative, in my opinion, is total trash, and it's also very easy to disprove the whole narrative of Rohit, because before he said I would switch Pioli, but only if we get a top coach. So there is such thing as a top coach. These guys are not just staying there getting money for nothing. There is top coaches out there. There is coaches that are good enough for Rohit to fire Pioli and get them. So in other words,
I
and in
think
my
I
opinion,
think I think this wordplay. I mean, I
Hold
think
on,
this
hold on. Wait, let him finish.
wordplay.
He needs to finish.
Yeah,
Let him
actually, he was talking
right.
about top
So
coaches.
this whole
Top
But
coaches
let him
for
finish,
me
bro.
is some.
Let him finish. Let
Bro,
him
he
finish.
let
Yeah,
people
yeah, yeah.
talk, bro.
Okay,
Lord.
okay,
right.
okay,
So
okay.
this, so this whole idea that somehow the coach is not important, in my opinion, is wrong. Also, this narrative that a coach with better players would do better is pointless. We know that every coach, if he has the perfect players for his system, he would do better than if he didn't have the perfect players for his system. Now, that being said, after a coach has been with the majority of these players for 4 years now, and he still is not able to create a system. And now you still, after 4 years, after he was first able to create the system, but then lost his way during the years, you still now are trying to put all the blame on the fact that he doesn't have the best players. In my opinion, this is a very wrong analysis, because this doesn't concentrate on this factor, on the factor that after 4 years, not only should the coach be able to create a system, but he should be able to create an improved system of what he was able to do in the first 2 years. Quite the contrary, Pioli has created the system in the first 2 years, a really good one, maybe three first years, and then on the fourth year, he totally has lost the idea of how our team should play. That being said, Pioli is lucky because the players love him, because you can see that the players still fight for Pioli, but for Pioli himself, of course, I have big question marks. Why would I not have question marks? Why would I go on with this idea that, oh, Pioli has done nothing wrong? Pioli actually does nothing. He just gets information, and then his biggest decision is to play at D or to play DS. No, Pioli has the majority of decisions on what we play on the field, how we play against Inter. 3 matches in a row, it's Pioli that decides.
Okay, I want to answer to that. I want to answer to that because, first of all, you said something that neither me or Rohit or anybody that is on this side of the discussion said. You said the coach doesn't matter. We never said that the coach doesn't matter, but we argue that the roster matters a lot. Now, one thing that Rohit did mention earlier, and I agree with something I've said before, is that ever since Pioli has coached Milan, every single year he has been given the right roster to achieve the objectives that were posed onto him. This year, the objective was defend the title and do well in the Champions League. With the roster that he had, it was impossible. Not any of you, I would be honest with me saying that with the roster that he was given this year, that he should have achieved those objectives. But he did achieve one objective. He went really deep into the Champions League, and the Serie A was difficult for him. So I think even this year, with the roster that he was given, which was less than last year, he overachieved again. So I think this year was actually quite positive for Pioli in some regards, not all regards.
I disagree. I disagree, and the
Barack,
reason why I
Barack,
disagree
Barack,
is
Barack, Barack.
yes,
The main question though, right? Rock. I mean, I said Rock. Sorry, Roy. Well, the main question though, I think our biggest frustration, at least for the fan base on this side of the aisle, meaning like in our group chat in here, what was our biggest concern, or what's the biggest thing we brought up, right? It's just not the result. It's just in the manner that we're losing. And I think that's what we use more issue with, right? It wasn't just the result. I can agree that our roster couldn't improve. I don't think nobody's going to be against that. But it's in the manner that we lose. I mean, when you look at that
Yes,
Inter,
yes.
when do you blame the players when you lose 4 games in a row? You as a coach, there's a time when you do a stopping gap. Like, okay, we need to just defend. We need to stop that result. What a Mourinho would do, right? Mourinho sometimes doesn't have the best players, but he'll just play real football and be like, implement this. But when you lose in the same manner, I can
Plus,
understand we don't have good
plus another
players,
thing.
but I have to question the coach tactics. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Plus another thing, Roy. We
Yeah.
are not saying that
To
he
add
should
to
have
to add
won
to
the
Roy's
title.
point.
We are saying that he should have gotten top four. We are currently fifth,
exactly,
and we are only gonna get Champions League football thanks to Juve getting points deduction. It's not
exactly.
because
Thank
we
you.
deserved it. We don't deserve it. We don't deserve to play next year in the Champions League, but we're gonna get it just thanks to the penalty that Juventus got. So that's our biggest issue. We have good enough squad to finish fourth at least fourth. We are aware that we don't have the team to fight for the Scudetto. We saw that after January. That was miles clear. Nobody can say that we had the team to win the Scudetto. But still, we had good enough team to be fourth. We only won 20. Now we have 32 points from teams that are finished from 8th place to the 20th. That's depressing. That's especially in the second half of the season. If you just see the second half of the season, we are in the bottom 10. We are not in the top 10. We're at the bottom 10. So no matter what, no matter if you didn't get the players, if we don't have a better roster than last season, if our roster is worse, we still have good enough roster to be much better than that. So it's not. I'm not saying that it's just Pioli's fault, but he has a huge influence in those kind of situations. And you said it yourself. Pioli gambled. He went deep in the Champions League in hope of winning it, which he failed, and he sacrificed the league for that. And we almost paid for that. Again, as I said, thanks to Juventus getting a penalty, we're getting a Champions League football, and he will stay another season.
But
That's
I am very
100%.
satisfied that we achieved the semifinals of the Champions League.
Uh,
I would have
yes, and
I
we
would have
are.
not had the opposite. Anyway, listen, we gotta close this. We have 5 minutes left.
Actually, Roy, I wanted to say
Roy,
one more
go ahead,
thing.
go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, I wanted to say one more thing. I mean, Inter Milan when in the Champions League, the substitutions that they did, Marcelo Brozovic, Correa, Gosens, and Lukaku, and Gagliardini. I think except Gagliardini, all of those other players would have actually started for our team. Who are the players that we subbed on? Tomasi, Pobega, Salamakers, and
But yes,
yeah,
but
I
they
can't
started.
remember.
Listen. They started in defense with Darmian and Acerbi as a center backs. He
Yeah, but
started
when
in
you have
defense with those two
when
players.
yeah, they had DeVry. They actually had DeVry on the bench as well. We had
But
to
they
play
didn't. They
Salamanca
beat
in
us.
the
They beat us with Acerbi and Darmian as center backs. They beat
yeah,
us with those
but
players.
who was our attack the first leg? Salamanca's, Benasser, Tias and Giroud, right? Yeah,
I don't care
they were
who
they
it
were
was. Those players are the same we complain about our team. So Inter had those same kind of problems in the starting lineup, not on the bench. They had them in the starting lineup, and they still dominated us for 4 games straight.
bro.
They dominated
Actually,
four
just
games
I
straight
mean,
in a row.
how can you say it doesn't matter? I mean, when you are losing your best player, I mean, Leao is our attack. So when you losing your best player, then how can you say it doesn't matter?
Skriniar, they didn't play Skriniar. He was their best defender for years. They didn't play De Vrij,
You
who was one of
yeah,
their
but
best defenders for years.
but they still have their best player. They have Barella, they have Hakan, they have Brozovic, they have Lukaku, they have Dzeko, they have Lautaro, they have Onana, they have Acerbi, who's been one of their best defenders this season as well. So when you don't have Leo for the first leg, when you don't have these
Because
players,
Inzaghi implemented his system and used them good in their system. Acerbi is not a good player. Darman is not a good player. They're average
Darwin
players.
actually
Players that
Darwin,
players play good.
okay, they're average players. So tell me which player in our team is world class?
In where?
In our team, which player in our team is world class?
Mike, Theo, Leao,
Okay,
Tonali.
uh, Tonali is
Those
world
are.
class.
He's very close to being that.
He's very good. So you named four players you named. Out of that,
Okay.
one was not playing because he was injured. So 3 out of 11. 3 out of 11 players were good. Rest all were bad. So our eight bad players and three good players. But you're telling me system was the problem.
Yes.
Doesn't you
I
you
see.
don't
I
have
see
to
here
have
most of, but
11
they told
world
me to
class
go to
players in a
42nd, but
team.
usually I'm up here.
Not
Like
even
I'm with
Inter
trading
has 11
customs, but I'm
world class players in
international
their team.
tax. Yeah.
You don't have to have
Yeah.
11 world class players.
The queue. Okay. Yeah, we're West. Yeah, West. I'm under West. Yeah.
What the fuck is Cullen doing?
Okay. No, but I mean, yeah, we're under 42. Y'all moving the.
Let's hear KPMG internal conversation.
Okay,
No,
listen.
this was Clint getting fired from his job. He's not
Listen,
working.
the Milan Forum is back, so we can continue these conversations next week. And I'm sure every week there's going to be more to discuss. Unfortunately, I have to close, but it was a pleasure. We did 4 hours and a half of intense debate. I know that we could do this for 4 more hours, but unfortunately, time is time. Anyway, guys.
Beat Juventus. That's the most important.
Yes, Juventus next.
Right. I'm really sorry to say this. I wanted to say this. I really don't agree with this. We being lucky. Juventus been abusing this system for more than 4 years now. We actually deserve to be in the Champions League. We are not lucky.
I disagree.
Juventus should have been and should be banned from Europe for at least 2 or 3 years. So
based on the way we play
on the field, that we are playing like this because Jerry Cardinal and before him Elliott were not willing to spend 1 more million on some player that we scouted for years and years and actually decided to buy. Meanwhile, Juventus were selling a finished Pjanic 70 million and making all sorts of fake capital gains in their this thing, and then using it to buy Vlahovic 75 million. So that's the way they.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
The way they play. I mean, they got better players than us because they actually faked stuff in their balance sheet, doing all sorts of shit for years and years.
I disagree with this idea totally, and the reason is pretty simple. The reason why we didn't spend 1 more million, it's not because of FFP. It's because Gary wasn't willing to spend 1 more million. I cannot blame Juventus for having ambitious owners. This is ridiculous. That's it.
All right, guys, listen, we have to close it here. It was a pleasure talking to everybody about AC Milan. We have the Juventus game coming up next, so we're going to be talking about that during the weekend. And as I said, the forum is back, so we're going to have these panels again. And there's a lot to talk about, especially during the summer, because we're going to have a lot of players to talk about. We're going to see what
Forza
the
top
team is
4.
about.
Yeah.
Yes, so a lot of good things. Guys, having said that, please like the video on your way out. Rajad, Clint, Rohit, Andon, everybody, thank you for joining us today. Really appreciate it. And if you guys want to
thank you, Roy.
With one more thing, go ahead.
At least this was more civil today. I'll say that. It's really civil, though.
Miss Laird to yell.
I invited Laird, guys. I invited him. I don't know why he didn't come. I did invite him, but
this is way civil than the WhatsApp calls or any of that. It was just too civil, man. It's crazy.
Well, we have to consider the chat, because the chat needs to. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. I think from now on, this format should go with a moderator, like the way you did it. Or if it's not you, sometimes if you want to get in the debate, have a moderator. I think people are able to get their points across because I think. This is my first time sitting here and hearing people even lay out their plans extensively. Even people chimed in there. But yeah.
And I have one question for you. I have one question for you. What kind of job allows you to be on the job and speak 4 hours, 4.5 hours on the YouTube?
He's a consultant, bro.
He's on mute. He's on the job right now. But anyway, Rohit, join us again for our next forum. I know for you, what time is it for you over there?
It's 2 a.m.
It's 2 a.m. Okay, it's not too bad. Not too bad. Because tomorrow, are you working tomorrow morning?
No, I'm not working for a few days. I have some personal commitments.
Okay. And guys, Rohit does write for Sempre Milan, so check out his articles and follow his Twitter. Always.
I haven't been writing in a long time now.
Yeah, but follow Rohit's Twitter. What's the Twitter
called? Carelista. Keralista. Carelista.
Hey, how do we go about writing for them? Who do we contact?
Oliver.
You can speak to Oliver Fisher.
Copy.
And Paul claims that we're all agenda merchants.
Well, Paul been ducking us, so he's invalid
a
right
bitch.
now, bro. Your argument's
Paul,
invalid.
don't be a bitch and
You've
join
been
the live.
ducking us.
Paul, charge your phone, damn it. Charge
Stop
your
watching
phone.
porn on the phone, Paul.
Brazzers eats up all that energy. So charge your phone and join us for the next one. Okay, guys, I have to close this time. Thank you, everybody, for
Nice meeting
joining
you
us.
guys.
Yeah. Forza Milan. Click
Forza
the like
Milan.
button on your way out. Guys, it was a pleasure to host the Milan Forum. Till the next one. See you. Alla prossima. Arrivederci and ciao.
Ciao.